Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to Challengers Elite. My name is Bryce, and joining me for all the action today is Chris Tun. Tun, how are you?
I'm very, very well. I got some decent rest after last night. It was a long old show for, well, what was supposed to be 2 series, but we dotted around. We got every single game being broadcasted here in Challengers this year, and we have covered absolutely everything so far. We're going to cover even more today.
We certainly are, but before we go forward into all the awesomeness that is today, we have a quick statement. So, we received evidence yesterday that an account for the status of a player on Team Y Krona. Now, an internal investigation has confirmed that a member of the roster has received a game ban, and this basically renders them ineligible to compete under the rules. This spot will now be transferred to the next eligible team. That team is Light Unlimited. Team Light Unlimited will play their matches within the period of Thursday the 8th to Sunday the 11th in order to catch up with the rest of the teams. Points adjusted will be applied within the next 4 days. So all that has come to us as well, and this is the team that is now going to join us. Aiden, Clemsy, Danny and Zidix will be seen on our screen next week once they've played their games at the weekend, Ton.
Yeah, thank God. Honestly, I think that's where I'm going to kind of leave it at. Yeah, really happy that this has happened. Light Unlimited, I think they're a roster we've seen at least some things from over the past couple of years, specifically last year. Cleams, I remember him being at least very, very solid throughout within the cups, etc., that they have played in over these first few months of Black Ops 7. In Cups 1 and 3, they finished in the top 16, top /top 9. So they are a team who are going to be in amongst it, but their backs are already up against the wall, but they're being given an opportunity. Let's see how they do with it.
Well, we will find out, obviously. I don't want to speak too much more on that, but we do have a wonderful schedule for the entire day. So, if you aren't aware of what has been happening or what has changed this year in the Elite, obviously on the Alpha stream, you get our wonderful voices, and we'll be covering the main game, Treaty 1 Gaming versus LewTees Lions. However, if you fancy looking at the other games, you can watch them in their entirety on all of our other streams, from Bravo to FOXTROT. That will always be live. Now, on the main stream, we will be covering them as well, trying to give you some scores as well as jumping into the games whenever we can and get some downtime. So an awful lot of games today you can watch, and if you fancy seeing the conclusion of any of those games, you can watch it on Alpha, on one of those streams, but you can also watch on Alpha. What I suggest you should do is probably keep us open because we will cover everything, but if you want to watch something specific, open up another one as well. So a load more games coming for us, Ton, and all the action here on Challengers Elite.
Yeah, and it's really nice to be able to have the opportunity to jump around. I mean, yesterday we seen what it felt like about 15 Game 5 round 11s. Yeah. There was a lot of them. So yeah, it's been interesting to at least be able to jump around and cover everything pretty much with free will. So yeah, it has been interesting. We've been able to get covering absolutely everything. So it's been good.
It certainly has as well. And, well, speaking of good games, we have some good ones coming up, of course. But these have been the results from yesterday. I've been told there will be some points adjusted going forward as we look at these all going into it from Group A and Group B. But some good times held by Clutch, Rayn and Synes, topping their respective groups.
Yeah, I think the surprise, obviously a lot of people look towards Synes, them sitting at 2-0 in their group and think, oh wow, how they managed to be top and Project 7 aren't. What I would find probably more surprising is the way that Clutch Rayn kind of went about their victories. They haven't looked necessarily as secure as I would have liked to see them look. I mean, they really got pushed to the wire up against Dark Horse Esports. Saying that, look, Dark Horse are a very, very good team, but for Clutch Rayn, I would like to see something in their hardpoint change because they've really been struggling in that mode specifically. They need to turn it around big time in that mode. Otherwise, they're looking pretty solid, but you can't go in sacrificing 2 maps a series.
No, it really did kind of put a little bit of doubt on what we thought was one of the shoo-ins to be the top teams going forward. But hey, a win is still a win. Like I said, it's not a sprint, it is a marathon. They have time to make these adjustments going forward, and we look forward to seeing how they do so. But obviously, with their first day down, they now have to look forward to their second day, and that may even be more important as the great start to shape up, who really start to separate themselves from the pack. Already, some players making a name for themselves, Tun.
Yeah, there was an interesting day yesterday, at least from our perspective of wanting to see a little bit more from some of these teams we weren't 100% sure on. for Rock, I think that was the big one, right? Them taking on P7, them finding that win, and then they actually only managed to play once yesterday, so they complete clean slate for them as well. Coming into day number 2, they were interesting. I think some of the other teams that kind of surprised me a little bit, if we're talking specifics, I think, to be honest, again, Synes being over towards the top side of things. Okay, look, they had a couple of okay finishes, especially cup number 3. They managed to finish 3rd. So this team are definitely stepping it up in the right direction. Project 7 need to see more from Rauzan. I would expect them to maybe be doing a little bit better than they have done. Night Vibes, we're going to get to see a little bit more from them as well. They're currently sitting at 1-1, finding some results also. So yeah, no, it's all still up in the air. We've only had 1 day of competition. It's still kind of a sense of getting the lay of the land. And right now, we really don't know how that land does lie. Outside of Trayn, probably looking like the best team in Group A, but just about, and maybe not as clean as we would have liked. In Group B, well, we still really don't know.
We certainly do not, but fortunately, time will tell us the answers. And speaking of time for answers, let's talk about our first match of the daytime, because here on Alpha, we will be covering Treaty 1 Gaming versus LewTees Lions. Now, neither of these teams having a stellar start, both 1-1. It'll be time to find out who separates the gap.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think when I look at Treaty 1 Gaming, their loss came to Trayn, so not the end of the world, but beating Night Vibes 3-2 was a nice little result. On the other side of things, though, for LewTees Lions, they lost to Night Vibes and beat Rauzan, who haven't won a game yet. So I think if we are to put a sort of a bit of a paradox of how these results have kind of went, we're probably going to lean towards Treaty 1. I think they've got a really nice roster. I'm expecting them to be finishing comfortably in that top 4. I think it's probably safe to have them as the 3rd best team realistically in this group, especially finding a win up against Night Vibes. They will be another team who are looking for those top 4 spots. Treaty 1 Gaming are very much in and amongst the mix. And one thing with this squad, they actually it kind of amalgamated from a couple of different teams, but Julian retired, and Julian was a player we watched kind of a lot of last year, right? We were very excited by what Julian was doing, but he decided to retire, and that kind of mixed things up. He was teaming with Rush, and then he's brought in Henriquez and Overlay from loads of different rosters, so it's kind of been an amalgamation, a brand new team coming through who just went to the qualifiers, kind of battered their way through, and I presume are going to get a lot better as time goes on. They have the opportunity to set themselves up. Every single game is going to be a learning experience for them, especially in the competitive aspect of how everybody plays each other. So yeah, it's interesting times for Treaty 1 Game, and I'm curious how far they can push it.
Well, we'll find out, because their opponents aren't going to go over easy. LewTees Lions, a name that is always going to make me chuckle. But it's Yafty, BB Connor, Disarray, and Faisal. Now, they looked pretty good yesterday in the games that we saw them in, Ton.
No, they looked fairly solid. Look, they got the win up against Rauzan, which I would have expected them to be able to do, although I probably am expecting a little bit more from Rauzan. But at the same time, losing to Night Vibes has put them in an awkward position, because that's another team that's going to be fighting for that top 4 spot. They're a team that they want to get results over. So if you are LewTees Lions, not necessarily the best start as far as who you've won and lost up against, but at the same time, for Yafty and Faisal, for those two guys, it was their very first game in a Challengers Elite, or their very first day, I should say. For them to come through now and see what they can do as time does go on, you've got some really strong veterans around you, and BB Connor and Disarray. This could be an interesting roster as, again, time goes on. It's about realistically developing as a team, seeing how these players are going to cope with the pressure. They beat Rauzan, of course, yesterday. Beat Rauzan actually to qualify as well the other day. They did it via the winners bracket, so good job from them. Either way, they are going to be going up against Treaty 1 Gaming, and this will be one of their stronger matchups, or one of the harder matchups that they're going to have all season long. That should be a tough one.
It certainly will. Well, we start off on Scar Hardpoint, then move to Exposure, Search and Destroy. After that, Scar Overload, Blackheart Hardpoint, and if we get there, Colossus, Search and Destroy to round this one off. And if yesterday is anything to go to, we're going to Colossus, Search and Destroy.
Look, I'm going to semi-disagree with you there. I would love to go to map number 5s. I don't think this will go there. I genuinely think Treaty 1 Gaming should have this one fairly simply, to be honest with you. I'm thinking a 3-0-3-1, to be honest. I really think Treaty 1 Game, I think there's a gap, to be honest with you. Henriquez, Overlay, and Rush on Treaty 1 are a very, very strong team. I think they're going to have it within their locker to get this one fairly comfortably. For LewTees Lions, there's still progress to be made. There's still time to be made. You're going to be fighting for that top 4 spot. But you're going up against a team who dealt with Night Vibes, who you then went on to lose to. So I know it's not always the case of like where one team beats them, so you would expect them to beat the other. But at the same time, you look at the caliber of roster. Yes, okay, you've got a lot of players who've been around for a long time, but Henriquez over there in Russia are a very, very good team on this Treaty 1 Gaming side. Very curious to see how they do throughout the rest of the season. I think they're going to be too strong.
Well, a bold call. Normally, I would say
It's
we're going
not
to a
that
game
bold.
5. Well, I mean, for you, it's incredible.
Is it? I am not
Yeah.
a proverbial fence sitter. Thank you very much.
Look, sometimes, but also the fact that we've had so many games go to game 5, I would have bet anything that you were going to say, oh, we're going to more game 5s today. But hey, I like it. Let's find out whether or not they do have it in them to take this, and potentially, this is the other part of it, is move up into what we like to call like the top 4, the upper side. Normally you can tell pretty early on who's going to rest up there, and you don't really want to be on that bubble come next week. So it's a big win for both of these teams. It could be the deciding factor in Group A and who makes it into that position ton. So a very big game for these two.
Yeah, I mean, it's a must-win, really, isn't it? If you go to 1 and 2 for either one of these two squads, with some hard matchups coming specifically for LewTees Lions, you still got to go up against Train and Dark Horse Esports, who are currently sitting number 1 and number 2. This is going to be a must-win. And I get why you might say go to map number 5. I do think Treaty 1 Gaming are just going to get better and better as the weeks do go on. For LewTees Lions, though, can you upset the odds, in my opinion? Or is it going to be that map number 5 that we have had consistently here in Europe? I tell you what, it went the distance in some of them yesterday as well, didn't it? In North America, well, maybe for other reasons, but realistically, we're expecting some long games here with some of these squads. We'll be, as mentioned, dipping and diving between loads of other games. There's some really interesting ones actually coming up as well. I've seen a couple of the other games that were kind of queued up to be played, and I mean, we got Dark Horse Esports against Night Vibes and Bravo. That's really interesting. See how Night Vibes can do there. Train should be able to deal with Rauzan Esports over on Charlie. Delta is Las Lentejas against Hybrid Nations over on the other group. Echo Stream as well. Rock Esports against Synes. That's a massive, massive game over in Group B. And Project 7 up against the New Boys in Light Unlimited. And welcome to the Challengers Elite for those kids over on FOXTROT. But this is what we're concentrating on here on Alpha. Treaty 1 Gaming up against LewTees Lions. Big game in Group A.
Well, let's find out as everybody heads to the center for the rumble. There's a little bit of a flanking straight forward, those spawns. Henry expecting to see somebody there, but hasn't so far, but they are waiting for him. Well, that player must have been weak.
That's going to transpire. And for me, I was just really impressed with Henry yesterday, as well as we so often have been over the years. I mean, has he been around since Black Ops 4?
Yeah.
3 Black Ops later. Is that how it works? I think it is. That's how it works. That's how numbers work. LewTees Lions, though, with a relatively decent start. Got the spawns over towards the motel side if they want to try and get some control over there, but still currently fighting over around 15 seconds over towards P1.
Everybody, just a bit of back and forth. This is very much about posturing for position. You can now see the teams really try and lock this down a little bit, but Henry finds a bit of a gap. Almost turns and burns, but not quite, and the kills are going to go against them. And while they've got the scrap time, P2 is not guaranteed, although, look at the spawns come in. They've done enough.
Just about done enough, but luckily enough, to be honest with you. Fight over towards the back side, continuing. Yeah, they're going to hold that down. No problem whatsoever. Treaty 1 Gaming getting some great time now. Overlay on the 4 spree. It's going to be a hard team to deal with. As mentioned, they've not been together very long. Of course, they would have got plenty of scrims in, and that's helpful, but you want to get those competitive games in there, getting them right now. And right now, they're in control of this one. Nice break actually going to come. Yusuf found a break around the back. Russian overlay now going to spawn over towards the Cromwell side. Disarray needs to find something here. Can only get a 1. He gets shut down. So a bit of a headbutt now coming through from both these two teams. Kez is able to find 1 and 2. That might be the difference as overlay cleans up. That should be another 10-15 seconds going their way. Rotation up towards P3 and coming, but you're going to be second best there for LewTees Lions. Again, this is really nice play from Treaty 1 so far.
Oh, just really locking it down. And this rotation looks clean. They've got to be careful here. I think they've already identified it here, but Rush is going to get caught a little bit flat-footed as Disarray goes to work. And here's the reversal that they needed, ton. LewTees Lions are going to be in for this initial. Faisal watching mid, but a player slips through. And all of a sudden, we are open again. The pressure mounting now from Treaty 1.
Overlay though. He's managed to find a way through the cut. Couldn't get the covered. And all of a sudden, Disarray is dead to rights. You need that cover from Church to be absolute perfection. And it wasn't. All of a sudden, the break will come through. And you've got the spawns in 30 seconds as well for Treaty 1 Gaming. want to see if I'm LewTees Lions, I'm potentially sending somebody on a bit of a route here to try and get something going, because you are going to find yourself, what, maybe around 80 points behind, maybe even more. By the time we get over towards Grandma's and you don't have the spawns, you won't have control of the hill. This could get ugly very, very quickly.
Waiting for the place to knows it's coming as well. Finds the first. Won't find any more, though. That lane is now opened up.
Still gonna get That's the thing. Hold on. I mean, how have they managed to find a way through? We've got to be watching the cross. Disarray is staying alive over towards this back side, and there's the spawns for LewTees Lions. Well played.
Well, didn't expect that. They tried to shut that lane down as quickly as possible and completely lost it. And now Connor trying to do some work here. This is a good opportunity to turn this game on its head. But that is a big kill already. Kez will go down as well, though. A big push coming through. Can Faisal find any more? No, he cannot. And now they will apply the pressure.
And that's just one of those moments, if you treat you one, you absolutely kicking yourselves. You had a complete rotation over towards Grandma's after a really good hold over towards P3. You know where they're coming from because you've just watched your teammate die over towards Motel. How are you not able to hold that one down? Spawns then come in very, very quickly for LewTees Lions, albeit, but still, they'd be looking at this one sort of thinking, okay, well, we've allowed them 30 or 40 points there. That could have been ours. This could have been an insurmountable lead for LewTees Lions to try and come back from.
Well, so far, this game is still open. It is a commanding lead for Treaty 1. If they can close this down quickly, they will hold on to it. But right now, they are just being a little bit staggered towards the middle of the map. No concerted push coming in yet. Connor trying to get in a better position as well. Unsure where these players are coming from, but he has found one through the mid here. Teammates are going to be worried. There are spawns all around them, and they need to find the player in the backfield.
Yeah, Overlay's done a really good job. Managed to take his teammate down, but if anything, it's a little unfortunate. Don't mind this from Yusuf, though, just staying alive. Yeah, he's going to influence the spawns just a little bit. You may as well spawn back there anyway, but staying alive to the best of his ability. Faisal up top into the church now, starting to try and get aggressive. Are they expecting this mid-push coming? Yes, they are, but they can't do anything about it. Faisal with 3, and that's the break going to come through. And what a massive couple of kills from LewTees Lions. A couple of kills, I should say, from LewTees Lions, because, I mean, it was looking really dire after, well, even just the first 3 hills. Head over towards P4, you get that rotation in the end, you break the spawns, and all of a sudden we still have themselves behind, of course, but it could have been a lot worse than it is right now.
Well, we'll see whether or not they can keep this one rolling and a rocking, because a good P1 to P2 for Treaty 1 Gaming puts this really far over the edge. LewTees Lions failed last time around to get this one going very well, and Rush almost cuts down the pinch entirely. It's still alive, but not with as many bodies as they would have liked. Overlay trying to do even more work here, and Ton, this is what we were afraid of. If Treaty 1 get a good P1 to P2 again, it could be curtains.
Yeah, it's kind of been the same story for LewTees Lions, hasn't it? Haven't been able to find that transition. Now you are in danger of losing P3 as well. Gunfight starting to be won over towards the back church side. Henry expecting the challenge to come through. Rotation now going to start coming on in. LewTees Lions going to try and find a way through, but Treaty 1 Gaming once again, the first one's here over towards P2. That's a nice couple of kills though. Keep an eye on the middle of the map, because I'd imagine that's where Treaty 1 are going to try and put some pressure on. They're inside of the point. Henry staying alive. He's on a 5 spree. He's got a little bit of backup now. A little bit of a roll of the dice here from LewTees Lions. It is absolutely needed. They fall down again though. They must find a break here. They're now over 100 behind.
The slaying too much to handle here, obviously. We're going to see Rush on a 5 streak as well as Henry, and well, that's just too many kills unanswered at this stage of the game. Treaty 1 are going to cross that 200-point mark. More kills coming through, and LewTees Lions, their roar not very loud at this point. You can tell panic starting to set in. They're worried if they're even going to get out of that 100-point club as Henry continues to go to work here on the 6th streak. Surely is going to fall. Very weak Chow coming in from him at the same time, but as LewTees Lions start to try and pour into this point, they are falling like wheat before the scythe, and this game is out of hand.
I love that from Rush. He pushes through from mid-map, gets the flank, and it's all of a sudden the first one's there over towards P3. Is the damage done? It looks that way. Rotation's going to be in over towards New, and they are looking very pretty here now. Henry presumably calling the streak in here. Kez and Co can hold this one down. Push going to come through in the middle of the map. It's taking 20 minutes to call the Hellstorm in, as per usual, but that should be game. He may well have called it just with the Hellstorm. He'll force them away from the spawn as well, but his teammates not quite inside of the point yet, but 13 away.
Well, they'll try and hold this one out for a very powerful ending if they can, but A couple coming in from LewTees Lions. A little bit of life left in the body of them. But is it too little too late as Overlay dips out for his fourth, his fifth, and that is going to be the sixth in game. What a starter here for 21 Gaming. LewTees Lions, welcome to the 100-point club.
Yep, really impressive there from the side of Treaty 1. And I think it's one of those moments where they get the lead and they never let it go. Really, really good play coming through from P1 and P2 and then over towards P3. They seem to have that side of the map kind of under lock and key. I'll be honest, I wasn't quite sure how they got broken over towards P4 in that first rotation, but, well, we don't need to sample that hill again. They get it done before we even get there in the second rotation. Really, really nice job throughout the majority of that map, and just everybody firing on every single cylinder. Big game coming out from Overlay every single time we were watching that POV. He was doing dirty, dirty things. 24 untraded kills. Really nice work from him. Kez doing all the dirty work inside the hill, not really having to chip in too much either. 2 minutes in there with 16 kills. You take that all day long. He's got his feet up in that one, Brycey, and Treaty 1.
I was going to say, he's been done a little bit dirty, Ton. Realistically, he's had a really good game, but his teammates are killing so many people around him. He's not been able to get in the fight as often as he would like. So,
is that how it feels when you play, or?
Well, I'm always just making sure the team wins, Ton. That's the most important thing. I'm not a selfish player.
You are my hill kitten, if anything.
I don't know, I never see you. I only see in the kill feed on the wrong side. Anyway, as we go through this game, I think your prediction of 21 maybe being the superior team here is probably starting to come true a little bit. But with S&D being the great equalizer here, and we'll find out if it does come to fruition.
Yeah, look, it's hard to say. I mean, that was a really, really good map from them, absolutely. But LewTees Lions yesterday, we've seen some of their success come in Search and Destroy. So let's see what they can do. I believe, what map are we going to do specifically? I can't even particularly remember. It flashed up for just a second. I think, there you go. Exposure. Thank you, production. We'll sort that one out pretty much straight away. Exposure coming up, and then we're going to have Scar Overload. I suppose for Exposure, it's all around this mid-map control. Which way are you going to go with that? Are they going to give up the B alleyway? I don't know. I'm trying to think. Yesterday we seen from Treaty 1, we did see this map specifically. I think they were going up against Clutch Rayn on this one specifically. So they have some experience, to say the least. But I do believe we may well be jumping into a different game. See how things are going. Oh no, look, we've just shown all the games that we do have going on at the same time. And it is nearly every single stream up and running. But over to this one between the last Lentejas and Hybrid Nations. This should be an interesting game.
Well, so far, very, very tight between them. And Scythe almost got a bit of COD timing there, and he looked away. Ready will pick up his kill for him, and the second. And it still feels weird to me seeing Reedy after all of this time.
I wish it was actually him. Imagine if it was. Do you think he knows Spanish?
No.
You,
although he did used to be a bit of a mercenary back in the day. He did play for some French teams, some German teams, basically wherever he could get him when he wasn't playing with a main roster. But I don't think this is him. I have spoken to him. He probably would have mentioned it. Oh, by the way, I'm competing again. But obviously, I'll have to just not live in the past anymore, as these two teams still fighting back and forth here. Really a close game. 20 points at this stage as we head towards a P1. Really not that much daylight.
I'm pretty sure that 90% of the viewers in here right now probably don't have a clue who the Reedy that we're talking about is. And I don't know if that says more about us or more about them.
We're just old. Anyway.
I was leaning towards us. Yes, absolutely.
Anyway, I've got to get back on topic here. We can't talk about Jordan Reed for this for this long. I was going to bring out an anecdote about him then, but it's not going to matter. Anyway, it is a big game actually. When we were talking about it when we jumped in, these two teams are, I want to say, an interesting kind of mix of players that we are unsure if are going to do great or just kind of fill out that middle of the pack. But if you do want to keep on with this game and find out how it ends, of course, this, I believe, is on Delta. So you can watch this all the way through if you wish to. I am being told that I believe our alpha game is ready to rock.
Every other game, very much alive here across the Call of Duty Challengers YouTube. We'll be keeping an eye on how these games are all going. But that does look like alpha is ready to go on the bottom left corner. I'm going to start tuning in. Night Vibes against Dark Horse. That's an interesting one if you want to keep an eye on that as well. And this one, looking like... Oh no, we should be ready to go. They're just getting this solid. Don't you worry. I take it that glitch is still a thing,
good.
but here we are. We're fine. You know, it's okay.
We'll ignore it. Just ignore it and carry on. which is basically the mantra in channels.
Yes. Somebody didn't pay attention.
Ruined it. They've ruined it. Fortunately, we have our pick of games. Which one's the closest?
I kind of wanted to watch Rock against Synes. So let's see how this one's looking for Hibernations and Las Lentejas. This is looking a little closer. If I did see on the left-hand side, I think Rock are Body and Synes in map number 1. So that may be... Oh my god, Synes! I think Chunk is asking how on earth that's just happened to him. Whalers. I mean, we are really throwing it back here, aren't we, Whalers? My word, I swear this man would throw in bottom. And now we are seeing him here live on Call of Duty again. Love to see it.
Turns out you just don't lose it, but at the moment, they are losing. But we'll continue on to see if they can fight back a little more. This one, Invidian, is not going to be able to win that one, and that is a complete wipe for the last 25 seconds.
Good time found by Las Lentejas. They can start moving forward now, and they are actually going to manage to find that rotation over towards New. So, sitting in a good spot. Being really going to find a way through, and that's crucial scrap time, considering you have completely given up the spawns now for the new rotation. I say completely given them up. One player spawning out. Well, they're going to have to find a way through. Hibernations can't manage to find a way. Good job coming from Hibernations, as you say, and not Las Lentejas.
Yeah, it's a little bit confusing, but the names are the wrong way around at the top of the screen. We can confirm Hibernations have got Chunk Side, Twisted, and Whalers on. So.
Yeah, that's why my brain wasn't working there. I was wondering why it wasn't, but it... Look it.
I just went to double check. I was like, I'm like 90% certain that is wrong, but doesn't matter. We'll work it out as we watch this one, of course. It will be corrected at some point, but with the players switching teams, sometimes it gets a little bit missed. And this game is still very, very close. Hibernation's not really letting this one go too much.
It's pretty close. Realistically, 35 points is not really a great deal on Den. Could get out of control, though, if you do allow that to go in the opposite direction if you're Hibernations. Twisted team 1, 2, 3, picking up that scrap time. That'll find Chunk. Really good by Invidian on this rotation, though, and if you can start to get some time over towards P1, you could be in a nice spot. See the rotation over towards P2. You're going to still be fought over. Bit of a fight through lobby, and I think if you are Whalers and Co, you hear Synes is coming behind you. You're wondering how on earth that's happened. Twisted can find 1, but Synes will find 3. Rotation over towards P2, now in the hands of Las Lentejas.
A little bit of a sloppy setup. They did let a player through, and Las Lentejas are going to just take advantage of it. You can see the squeeze coming in now for the last 24 seconds. A big 24 seconds, actually, with Hibernations, if they can grab it. You can see they are putting bodies onto it as well, but it is not a secure position, as they already lose a couple here, really trying to fight in 2 different directions. And, well, he does get taken down, but the trades are good enough. Nobody allowing this scrap time to go to the other side.
It's all about this P2 rotation, though. The team there right now, Las Lentejas. A nice spot to maybe close something out here. Can they put themselves in that position, though? They need to win these first couple of gunfights. Not getting the time right now. Hibernations inside, but they do have the back spawns. They need to find the gunfights. Really can find the first.
Oh, tries to go up. It's a horrible way to jump into it as well, but Synes will get in here. Lentejas are trying to just hold this down, but Twisted finds everybody and a teammate. Needs reinforcements to hold this effectively, though. You will be able to get a good couple of kills through this one, but you will be traded easily as well, and has to back off. More nades coming through, and there's going to be a trophy kill at the worst possible time for them. And everybody, team kills in abundance. Trophies even getting in the mix here. But somehow, Hibernations have held this for the majority of the time, and we have a lead change.
Really good job from Hibernations. Just fought tooth and nail for that one. See the spawns over towards the backside, kind of flipping around, nobody wanting to give it up, and all of a sudden this rotation round is looking good once again for Hibernations. Fantastic rotation, and arguably their game to lose now.
Invidian, the key man, has to make this work, and he shot a little bit early there and gets absolutely nothing, and now they are out. They are so far away. Reedy's not even moving on the minimap. It looks like this game might be done. With 10 seconds left to go. Reedy, there he goes. He's brought in the Hellstorm. That's what he was doing. And somehow they've broken it, Ton.
How on earth have you found a way through? He's found the 3rd kill as well, and Lentejas into this. They just need to start preventing hibernations from winning it here. The rotation over towards New may well be theirs. Massive fight about go down in Dojo. Sykes won it on the other side. Wheelers comes in the other way as well, and we'll have the 2 each. Will break on through, and that should be game. No way they can get anywhere close. Really, what can you do? Absolutely.
Oh my goodness, what?
Hold on. Thank you.
I don't understand how Reedy got undecided. It doesn't matter in the end, but huge play by Whalers. He won a very difficult gunfight as we jump back into our alpha game. And it has started. We are on the search and destroy.
Let's see. Well, this one's going to go with Treaty 1 Gaming with the first couple of kills. That's always handy for them. Got the bomb down in a good position here as well. BB Connor will be surprised to survive that one. Big gunfight. Oh my word, Henry. It's doing well to survive it. So this is looking like a really good round from Treaty 1 Gaming to kick things off. Connor backed on down. 3 versus 1 for him.
Oh, almost drills that player, but it's not going to be enough. And you thought maybe, just maybe, if you can find that first kill, sometimes it really opens it up. But enemy team just got to play really sensible at all times. Don't take anything too extreme. And Connor, well, couldn't fight everybody.
See what happens in round number 2. We only jumped in after what was initially a really good start from Treaty 1 Gaming. Are we going to see the sniper out from overlay? I'm not too sure.
We did have it.
Oh, no, he did have it in the previous round, didn't he? So he wants to keep that one going. Didn't have to use it. So whether or not they spotted him with it is another thing. I don't think they'd be challenger down here if they knew, and well, that seems to be the case.
Oh!
Catches them off guard in the middle of the map. Really nice work. A big trade from Rush. 3 versus 3. He's going to be able to back on down here on this attacking side for Treaty 1. Fancying a look over towards A. It's semi-open, to be honest with you. You don't have anybody in the window from LewTees Lions. Well, you also don't have anyone over towards P5 either. Kez takes Desiree's head off. And all of a sudden, Treaty 1 Gaming can, well, pick and choose whichever way they want to go.
Got to give Kez credit there. Really relaxed when he retook that chow. He knew. He's like, I've seen you. I don't think you know that I've seen you, so I will reach out properly. Overlay! Waiting with the sniper. The shoulder might come out. Oh, almost gets tagged himself, but it's a push coming through, and well, he somehow managed to bring this back to a 2 versus 2. Connor! Oh, the worst timing you'll see! Turns the corner. Rush will pick it up, and now a 2 versus 1. But he's going for...
What happened? No idea.
Just sort of disappeared. I'm really confused. Did I miss something?
I don't know, to be honest with you, mate. Jump off the ladder or something? I'm not too sure.
Wait, but he was in the middle of it.
That's fair point.
Really difficult to fall from
Did
there.
you disconnect? Oh, you disconnected. That
That's what it'll be. I thought I was going a little bit mad here, and well, that game ended weirdly. We'll find out what happened. That's all I can tell you.
Yeah,
I'm sure exactly what is occurring, but we will leave that to the very capable admins and league ops teams.
No,
they will deal with it.
Let's theorize.
Well, I think a bird hit a power cable. That's what I'm going for. But while they'll deal with this avian problem, we will get on to another game. This is going to be Bravo Night Vibes versus Dark Horse Esports. Dark Horse Esports looked really good yesterday as they jumped into the hard point with aplomb. But now let's see whether or not they can carry on the lead they've got in this hard point into the S&D.
I would expect Dark Horse to feel strongly about this series. Really good time yesterday. Nearly took the game up against Rayn. Their hard point looked great. It was obviously good again. Going against Night Vibes. Never the easiest game. So finding that map. Now onto the search and destroy. This will be crucial if you can find it. Attack here though for Night Vibes over towards this A side. Sykes gonna get shut down eventually after finding one. D10 fancies it as well. You'll find 2 and you'll call game. Dark Horse 1 to the good here in the search and destroy.
Do we see them carry over what was pretty impressive yesterday into more? And how does that, like, affect your view of this team going forward? Like, where do you expect them to really situate themselves in amongst all the other rosters?
For Dark Horse?
Yes, Dark Horse, yeah.
Yeah, for Dark Horse, I think realistically, I do kind of just have them as that second best team in this group, I would say. It's going to be between them and Treaty 1, realistically. I think if you look at the roster on paper, Aspect, Mighty, Sykes, D10, I mean, it is a very, very good squad. I think especially yesterday, what we see Mighty and Aspect causing all sorts of problems. And how often are we talking about D10 when we're talking about European challengers? The guy's always just, I don't want to say surprising us, but he's a consistent player, isn't he? Been around for quite some time. Have plenty of experience on their side, but I do really feel as if they are sitting in that second spot, and that's kind of just how it is. And Treaty 1 Gaming might have something to say about that, but a lot of the games to be played before we can make too many assumptions.
Yeah, unfortunately, we kind of all decided with the tournament, so we'll have a definite answer in about 2 weeks about how they end up going through. But it has all kicked off at the bomb site, with the bomb going down, the smoke going out as well as Mighty jumps in. Detain looking for a kill. He's like, I don't know where they are, but Real Charm looking for one, trying to find something, almost finds a second, but not quite good enough.
Yep, Dark Horse seem to just be at the races, not even an intentional punt. Just everything seems to be going their way. Detain sitting at 3-0, gunfights all going their way. Pretty simple game so far.
Let's see how it continues. I mean, I do favour them over Night Vibes at the moment. And does this mean Night Vibes have a little bit of an adjustment to make? Can they find maybe a different strategy they go through here? Real Charm, long bomb down. Doesn't really find anything. No stun checks, no hit marker checks. Shay's going to go close. In, first one, over the top, and somehow finds a kill!
No!
Oh, his teammate stole the second, but it's good enough.
Oh my word, how on earth has he found the first? Never mind now, he found the second on his own. It was Gentle who was there to be able to pick it up. He's been dealt with. Aspect. Oh, got the snap, but not quite quick enough. Night Vibes find that one back after some magical player coming out from Shay. I definitely feel as if there's something about Night Vibes. They definitely have something to their name, right? They don't look a bad squad at all. You know, Gentle, he's been spoke about quite a bit. He's a very, very solid player. See how he's going to continue to do. Night Vibes do need to pick up some wins, though. This is going to be one of their harder ones to find. But I think if I'm Night Vibes, I'm looking to just try and finish in that top 4 and see what you can do.
Wow. Let's find out. I mean, it was a beautiful play. Maybe it's just something in the full fundamentals or the tactics is letting them down a little bit, because they do seem to have the talent to at least go toe-to-toe with any of the teams we've seen so far. Slow roll here for Dark Horse, though, towards 8. Slowly building the bodies. Aspect's going to be on the other side. Probably just making noise to see if he can't pull a few players away here, but this might be a fight up top, but Detain backs down. Double chow. They're going for it as well. That call would have come through, and now the option is, do we stay? Do we push? Do we rotate? Doesn't matter. Mighty gets the second. Back down to a 2 versus 3.
He was just so patient, wasn't he? Expecting the push to come through after that initial control up top. Charmer's going to be able to find something, but he will have to back on down. This bomb is inevitably going to go down over towards it. And this should be Dark Horse in a really nice spot now, unless Real Charm can find the 1 versus 2, but information, very little. Positioning, not much. And hope, well, even less than the information that he has right now.
Got to be careful. He's checking all of the corners. Just doesn't check that one. So weak. So low. It's unfortunate. Was really hoping to get that one locked and loaded, and I believe our alpha game is underway again. So we'll get an update on everything we need to know about this one, as it looks like we're already live and around. Map has reset for 2 rounds for Treaty Gaming, so they need to get to 4. LewTees Lions need to get to 6.
Magical. Literally just type into production, ask what the crack was, and you already put it up on the screen. Love it.
Yeah, that was very, very fast. Makes it all good for us here as well as
Rush. It's a big kill, to be honest with you. If he falls, then all of a sudden the window control goes over towards LewTees Lions. That bomb is down over towards Zay. Rush and Henry need to find Yusuf if they want to get this one done.
Well, Yusuf in the 1 versus 2. Oh, he's found one. He knows he has the information. He'll check this in a couple of seconds. He will need to pop up. Here goes the pop. Finds the first. Can he get away? No, the player is right on top of him. Henry never too far from his teammate. And that was the only area they hadn't checked. And it does mean Treaty Gaming get another one onto the board. Up 3-0.
Yeah, really nicely done. I think, to be honest with you, when he managed to find that corner over towards the bomb site, again, like, hindsight's a wonderful thing. If he just waited a second longer, he might have got away with it. Maybe just dipped off. It's really difficult without knowing where the other player is, of course, but nice job from Henry. Gets in there and gets the bomb defused with a second to spare. Treaty 1 Gaming now 3 to the good.
Now, we said this before, but LewTees Lions need to make a bit of an adjustment. Pressure mounting at B. This will be called out by Yusuf. Doesn't get the hit marker to show how close they actually are, but bomb site slowly being taken over by Treaty 1. That's a massive first blood.
You see so many teams just give up this B side of the map. It's just, it's awkward gunfights down this long side, isn't it? No point in really getting yourself involved with that one. And, well, okay, they want to give it up, but then you're forced into a gunfight when Henry pops his head over the top of the walkway. Faisal will be able to find a back, though, and Rush wants to get involved in that. He may well just want absolute perfection of a flank, but Rush is there to find one. Faisal then will find the trade. Disarray needs to find this kill. Has a little bit of backup now. Should be able to find the first one. Overlay will fall. Kez is there for the trade, though. 1v1.
He knows he can't be straight on it. Disarray's going to go around as well. The timing is unbelievable! And Kez almost snaps in time. But not quite. Disarray had the advantage. He will win that gunfight. And they get that one on lock here as they get their first round in. But there are many games underway, as you can tell. Just having a quick look across them here as everybody seems deep in the S&Ds, and Dark Horse and Night Vibes, well, that's another close one.
Yeah, really close games across the board. Rock Esports, though, found the first map up against Synes. 3-1 up here in the Search and Destroy as well. Cut Train 1-0 up in their series and up in the Search and Destroy. Everyone who we thought would win is looking pretty good right now. Sniper
Yusuf
out.
has the sniper, but he's clearly worried about positioning. Just going for this long shot here.
You really want to make sure you make these rounds count when you do have the sniper out. Those are the shots you do need to hit, though. It's one of those things that I wouldn't go as far as saying it's overpowered, but they're very powerful, the snipers. And if you can make sure that you find picks with it, you have to. If those opportunities are presented, those are shots you need to hit, and now all of a sudden, your team are left in a 1 versus 4. I mean, I'm not just saying it's just down to that, but when you get the sniper out, you get those opportunities, you gotta hit your shots.
Yeah, it's always going to feel a little bit worse to not get that kill once you fire, because not only that, but it kind of ruins your position. While you still have the aspect of it being a threat, they probably won't chow you as easily again. I was going to say, the only thing BB kind of could have possibly got out of that as a silver lining is if he found Overlay and took him down, but at the moment, Treaty Gaming are 4-1 in this. Just a reminder for everyone watching, there was a reset and Treaty Gaming had 2 rounds in hand, so they only need 2 more to take this S&D.
Not far away. Overlay has the sniper out and he's like, okay, this is how you do it. Look at this stack over towards B, though, from LewTees Lions. You're not expecting this push. Is Henry going to be getting the info here? He is now. Away for a couple of bullets to the chest, but he's going to have to back on down. Smoke's out. Just holding down towards the side. Yeah, needed to find that kill. Really nice job. And now all of a sudden, if you treat one game, you feel a little squeezed, but the gunfights start to ensue throughout the middle of the map. Henry should have a freebie here and makes it a 2v2.
Hoping he can get his health back. I think he just saw a toe there, but a very close gunfight. But Henry is more ready for it on that fort. Now Yusuf finds himself in a 1 versus 2. Again, this is all about trying to get those 1v1 gunfights, and unfortunately they are coming down the stairs in twos, and almost didn't matter. Just not the cleanest snap onto the second one. Could not get it in time, done.
Honestly, how Henry survived as long as he did, I'm not quite sure. He was getting away with murder. Quite literally, finding kills in the middle of the map, somehow surviving when he pushes through over towards the window push. Alleyway as well. I mean, how on earth does he continue to survive as long as he does? Finding multiple kills along the way. Speaking of multiple, everything still up and running. It's nice to see them all running at the same time, all on search and destroys. We're all ticking along nicely. Just, that's me jinxing it, by the way. But at the same time, Treaty 1 Gaming, we're still on board here over on Alpha. A 5-1 lead for them in a commanding position, not just in this map, but in this series.
Overlay. Oh, gets it with a second. Bit of a cheeky reach out there from Disarray. I'm sure I would have reached out the sniper, but he will pay the price for his hubris.
Henry finding another. They're starting to get aggressive. They've opened up some lanes and we'll shut them down a little bit later. Overlay, ready for the push to come through, and it's just so easy for Treaty 1 Gaming. 2-0 to the good. They are cruising in this game on Alpha.
Just having a very solid time. Overlay will still have this in hand as well. Not scoring a million kills with it, but the ones he is getting is very influential. First blood, and then he ended the round with that one. You got to ask yourself, how do LewTees Lions come back into this? They are realistically out of that S&D, so overload for them next as we move on to Night Vibes and Dark Horse Esports.
It's 4-4 now. It seems to be going on a while. I felt like it was like 2-0, 2-1 last time we left it, and all of a sudden, well, I say all of a sudden, we're very much still in a tight game. Soul going up against Aspect in 1 versus 1. 10 and 5 from Soul. He's having a game. 3 kills in a row as well. If you can get the 4th, Hellstorm potentially on the way. Could be there to solidify the game.
This might be a full wrap. I suspect it will be. All the way around. Always a bit of a risk, just in case.
I think
it doesn't work out too much, because Aspect will still check this, technically, because he hasn't seen him.
Aspect will have a good idea. You wouldn't have seen him come around the outside of the dock. Oh, he finds the shots, but not quite finding the target. He's found him, needs to chase him down. Still going to go for the reach out. Oh! Has he got time? Has he got time? It's going to be close. It's going to be close. I think he's got it. He's got it. Aspect.
I think he has, yeah.
I think he's got it. And that could be a massive, massive round. He gets it with 0.5 to go. Dark Horse 1 round away.
Crazy thing is there, I think if he didn't shout, he won the round. But he was hoping to catch him sprinting, and technically he did. He did catch him sprinting, and then lost the gunfight.
Big round for an Aspect. Managing to find it. Honestly, I kind of respect the child from Soul as well, but you got to win that gunfight. Now Dark Horse Esports looking to solidify themselves in this series. A bit of info being found. On the outside over towards B. Switch up now, though, as they make their way over towards it. It's just about trying to find a little bit of information. Figure out where the opposition are and where you can get the bomb down. And right now, that seems to be it. Big win from Sykes. That's the cutoff that you need. It gets out pretty much scot-free as well. Charm, though, is going to find a way around the back, and now they're in a real amount of trouble, especially if your Aspect. There comes the collapse, and Mighty now left in a 1 versus 3. Do they have a read on where he is? He's gone for the wraparound on the other side. One player's already defusing, so you're in a technical 1 versus 2. There's a freebie. There's the guy on the site. Can't find it. Big kill comes in from Charm. And that's a round 11 embarrassing on its way through.
That was closer than it had any right to be. Great collapse from them, though. They managed to just really split the attention. You could tell Dark Horse did not know where to look. just a very good bit of awareness as well to just have all the bodies around this in the 3 versus 1. If maybe that player was a little further out or a little bit easier to shoot, he might have got away with it, but that is not the case. And round 11 now calls. Who walks away with this one? For Dark Horse, that's 2-0 in it. For Night Vibes, they can bring it back to even.
It's going to be Dark Horse on the attack. Zach's getting some information here as well. Well, the fact that the stun didn't hit means they've dipped out. I love that aggression from Night Vibes. Round 11, you're happy to send it up top, then get a little bit of push over towards A. But it has opened up the door towards this B side of the map. Smoke over towards the back side. The, well, jig is up. And it's going to have to be a 4v4 retake. Honestly, Soul's going to be the big play here. 10 and 7 from him. Needs to find some kills if they do choose to push through the back. As everybody else on Night Vibes is starting to try and hunt.
Dark Horse have gone to ground here. They are playing the angles as much as they can. One has already been found. He knows there's going to be 2 here as well. He gets picked off.
Info though.
Not the best start here for Dark Horse. The rest of them are now squeezing, and they are losing the gunfights. Dark Horse, all of a sudden, all those angles that they've been playing have not worked out. As Aspect finds one and not the second. A complete collapse. They split the map for control. They tried to hold their angles, but it just did not work. And Night Vibes take the game.
Really, really nice play from Night Vibes. And as I said, for Soul over towards the backside, he kind of just needed to continue to survive. And a really nice job from the rest of the team to find everything else they needed to. Another close game here, though. As we go over towards exposure between Rauzan and Clutch Rayn. Clutch Rayn managed to put some of their hard point woes to bed. But now in the Search and Destroy, can they clutch this one up? 5 to 4, I should say, in the 3v3. They'd love a 2-0 lead here, Bryce.
Where's he? Looking to see if he can do some magic with Melko. Double try out towards the back. Melko gone up high, but he's gone down. Brezzy will get the trade on the blade, but he still finds himself in a 1 versus 2. COD timing might have done him a little bit wrong there, but somehow finds Brone. Now alive, looking to regen. He has to go check this bomb. He hasn't seen it in some time. Where the player is. The timing is crucial, and he gets it! Unbelievable in the end. Clutch Rayn clutched up, and that's a 6-4-2-0 for them.
1 versus 3 from Brezzy. You got to give him a lot of credit for it, but we are charling one by one. I think if I'm for Burn at the back, I'm either flying or entirely waiting for your teammate to find a way around. He does neither, and they get caught out onto Overload here now. As we head back over towards Scar between Treaty 1 and LewTees Lions. Nice spot for Treaty 1 to be in. 2-0 up in this series. Oh, that was a bit of a breakdown, Bryce. I needed a sip of my coffee to actually wake me up and realise that wasn't a nightmare.
Well, fortunately, we have many more games to recover. And this is just one of them for Treaty. They could have put this one to bed very, very quickly if they can get this Overload done. But Overload is never easy, and it is very rarely clean. Fakehook's just trying to hold them off up top and does a wonderful job keeping this play alive.
Keep the pressure on. Disarray. Oh, that would have been a nice kill to find. Just backing down, though, here with the EMP. No need to necessarily get aggressive, but Yusuf does anyway. I'd like to see him just maybe take his time, play your life, find some kills, keep that map control. Now, if you potentially lost it, well, Rush is going to try and do something about it. Can't quite find the second, but good job to try and break what was a bit of an awkward situation here for Treaty 1.
The thing with Overload is, it can feel really difficult if you just don't get that clean couple of players down. And there we go. Problem is, still going to need another wave. That team has spawned so close here. They're all going to try and get this one overlay. Oh, the mantle, I'm not sure, was what he wanted.
Just going to get shut down. They're not too far away from it, though. Stray having to be careful. And now they're in a lot of trouble. Yeah, he was trying to be too passive, if anything, waiting for the moment. And it never really came for him. That's 1-0 now to Treaty Gaming on what some would call the least favorable side. Just trying to keep that pressure on, though. Honestly, I feel as if with Overload, it's kind of the story of you don't want to kind of go balls to the wall in a certain sense. You don't want to throw everything at it. You want to keep that control. And that's exactly what they're doing. Really nice job. Okay, yep, they don't have the EMP. Keep control of their spawn. Keep them in that spawn and cause absolute havoc. They are really playing that advanced play. They are paving the way for the guy running the EMP, who has not got there in time. Kez, can he be the one to find anything here? The spawns are very, very close. Not going to get there, but wasted a lot of time. They want to 0 up. No problem whatsoever for Treaty 1.
I would say that's probably one of the, I'm going to say, teething problems still with Overload. Is you can do so much, and because the spawns are so close and it's so difficult to just get that one player through, it can feel like pushing water uphill. You saw it there, you know, Rush was on a 5 or 6 streak. They got 1 point and very easily kind of stopped the second once they got the slaying underway, because as soon as you're in this strategy, if you haven't got a little bit of a lock on the spawns that they just managed to get there, then you're basically just trading, and the trading always benefits the defensive team as they have the closest spawns.
You can see that LewTees lines it. Almost, you push through in the middle of the map to try and set something up, but if you don't have your players coming in for respawn, what do you do? It's one of those moments. Do you wrap back around to help out? Do you continue to try and not necessarily make hero plays through the middle of the map, but put it this way, I remember I played back when CTF was still a thing, right? This is a long, long time ago. We always thought that the wrapping back round to help my teammates out was the better thing to do. They didn't do that, and Overlay is still on a 5 spree in your spawn. And he's just setting up the layup, if anything. Can he continue to find something? Yes, he can. He could have done with going the opposite way. He would have had potentially an easier go of things. There really has been a war of attrition between these two teams so far on the map, just trying to get a bit of control. LewTees Lions, the ones that are struggling with that a little more, though.
The Lions are trying to make a move now here, and that's a big 2 kills. Overlay still alive. This is the choke point they've got to get through. Faisal, that was a kill. Would have been massive if he could have made it here. Disarray basically jumping into no man's land. Move the EMP forward, what, 4 feet, but does mean a full reset here as now LewTees Lions find themselves in the defensive. The back foot, setting up the trenches, trying to make sure they cannot push this through.
Rush is there to back up. The EMP player pushing forward. Kez finding the pistol kill. There's 3-0. Treaty 1 Gaming. Looking pretty solid. You questioned my 3-0 price. You did.
I did. I thought this might be a bit of a closer game, but you read it completely correct. LewTees Lions, a good team, but not good enough against Treaty 1.
Yeah, still some work to do, right? I think for this squad, it's going to be a case of stringing things together. I think before Connor came into this roster, before Disarray was in amongst it as well, they were struggling. It will take time. As Treaty 1 Gaming, you look at this roster, these boys know exactly what they're doing. Looking fantastic so far. That's half time, of course, in the in the Overload. But looking really, really solid.
Wow. Do you think there's a way back in there? Do you think the second half shows us a whole new LewTees Lions?
I mean, the problem is for them, they were on the better side, if anything. So that's a little bit difficult. I know we like to sow the seed of potential, Brycey, plenty of times. But this doesn't feel like an... I think the only thing I would say is that if they can keep that pressure on, then yeah, brilliant. But it's not going to be easy to do. And as mentioned, Treaty 1 Gaming are on the better side now. It's very much their game to lose.
Here we go. Is there hope still? And maybe. So needs to make that gunfight. Isn't going to it. Maybe a half second would have helped him out. Disarray has found 2, but not the 3rd. And maybe Connor will face off here, but doesn't have the EMP. And look how far away the spawns are. All he can do here is just try and slay out.
So has to push forward and try and find something. They have found a couple of kills, though, to try and set this up. Connor starting to engage. Needs to stay alive. Cannot do so. Min-map control fully there for Treaty 1 Gaming. Trying to get aggressive. Henry was trying to be the tip of the spear, so to speak. You really need to have those blockers like ahead of you, don't you? Like, I think that's kind of come to a moment where this team are going to learn for LewTees Lions. You've seen Yusuf just kind of pick up the EMP in the middle of the map when he had no backup and try and go for a hero play. You can't play Overload on your own. You've got a pistol in your hand. They know what you are. Like, it's a very, very difficult thing to try and do. Mind you, I did see a clip of Capsule pretty much doing it all on his own with a pistol last night.
Very special player. But this is swiftly turning into a bit of a stalemate, and the issue with that is it does really benefit Treaty 1. Already 3 points to the good and 3 minutes left. LewTees Lions are going to need to find another gear to shift into if they want to prolong this map.
Need to find something, but right now, struggling really to get into the area where they need to start scoring some points. It's trying to punch a hole through this defense, but I think the problem that you got for LewTees Lions is that Treaty 1 Gaming don't really need to do a great deal here. And that's sometimes the problem with Overload. You need to be able to find a way back into the game, but it can be very, very difficult if you find yourself 3-0 down. If the opposition don't want you to play, that's exactly what they can do. They can stop.
Well, we'll see whether or not they get map control again here. A couple of kills going down for LewTees Lions, and Kez, though, firing back straight away. And even with them making the kills, the EMP's actually moving against them here. Rush finds a wonderful kill over at P2. That's 3 going to be down here. They're going to get that close one. The fact they spawned that close is insane, by the way. P2 players are pushing through, and they spawn on the B point. Makes this such a hard push.
So difficult to get any further, but I think if you are Rush and you are Treaty 1 Gaming, surely you don't find the third, you don't. But every single time that you push up and threaten another point on the board for yourselves, it takes away time, it takes away map presence, it takes away pressure that LewTees Lions really do need. And now, realistically, they could just stick in and around Motel. They don't need to necessarily put their foot down. They try to anyway. Rush is now left all alone, but he's just keeping them at bay, and that's all they need to do. Treaty 1 Gaming are just walking this one home.
Yeah, they're not even really allowing them out of the spawn anymore. In with the reset of the EMP, they're just fighting from the back foot. They would need some serious magic now to move this up the field, and every time Treaty Gaming look like they're in a bit of trouble, they go to Irons, they get in good spots. And make sure there is no momentum building for them at all.
So tough, really, to get anything going. You need to make sure you do something on that backside, keep things close. Maybe try and nab something away, but it's just not looking likely. Overlay Kez combining well. 1 minute to go now. Whilst this one is pretty much put to bed, do you think that teams... I mean, I think picking up the EMP is... as the fourth one goes through here from Overlay. Picking up the EMP is just a very situational point, obviously, where if you're that guy that's in that position, yes. But do you think teams, if they have the choice, have somebody they'd rather run the pistol with?
I think that only really depends if players are very comfortable with the pistol. And some players, yeah, will be more comfortable than others. But truth is, with this game mode in its current state, you just have to get that moving fast. So whoever you don't really have an opportunity to do that. I know way back we used to have, you know, dedicated flag runners way back on Capture the Flag, like Black Ops 2. In this game, you are always in a war to get this thing moved forward. It is wave after wave of kills sometimes. So if you can get it forward a foot further, it's better to do that than have somebody else take it.
Well, either way, Treaty 1 Gaming did whatever they needed to do to get that one done. Fantastic work from them. 4-0 here in the Overload, 3-0 in the series. Very, very comfortable in the for our first game on Alpha. And to be honest, that really does put them in the conversation now, Bryce. They lost to Cut Rayn, absolutely, but everybody else was getting it right now. I think the game between them and Dark Horse is going to be really interesting for second in this group. I really think it is kind of between those two for second. Cut Rayn, okay, I wouldn't say they're definitively going to finish top of this group. It looks like they will, but realistically speaking, it is still a 3-horse race over towards that top side. Who's going to fight out for that fourth spot as well? I'm not too sure. Still plenty of games to play for, but really, really nice job from Treaty 1. I presume we're still here.
I think so. I was just being careful there. We went to a we'll be right back screen. And I was like, well, we might have gone to a break and we don't know it. But yeah, going back into this game here, yeah, big plays from them realistically. And hey, if anything, that just pushes Treaty 1 Gaming forward as kind of one of the favourites for Challengers Elite now, right? A team to keep an eye on. Yep. Say, hey, if you can take down a team that's as good as LewTees Lions, and they are a good team, obviously they were outmatched in this series quite handily. But it is, I think LewTees Lions are actually a very good benchmark team.
Yeah, potentially. It's difficult to say. I think, you know, LewTees Lions have kind of lost to who we probably thought they would. I think for them though, realistically, you lost to Night Vibes, and that's gonna sting you. Oh, sorry, you beat Night Vibes. Sorry, beat Rauzan, lost to Night Vibes. That's right. It was Street One Gaming who beat Night Vibes. I think for LewTees Lions, they're going to be fighting with Night Vibes for that last spot. Rauzan seem to be in a difficult place. They're likely going to be 0-3. And I think for LewTees Lions, they need to really step it up. They're going to have to find some wins we maybe don't expect them to. They just got 3-0 there as well.
Oh, that was clean. That was really clean. Wow. More one-sided than I expected. Well, we've also got another one about to end here. Dark Horse versus Night Vibes. And, well, that is a massive first blood. Dark Horse. Trying to see whether or not they can get this moving forward again. You can already see Night Vibes pushing forward here on the overload. And that EMP will go down again.
5-4 already. I mean, you can see the slains being there from both these two teams. I presume this is the second half. Unless we're putting up 22, 25, and 23 each. Over one half of Overload, but I doubt that. So now, realistically, for Dark Horse, you're on the side that does benefit, and you have the lead. And you're in a good position to do something, and they can take their time. They don't need to necessarily get aggressive, but if they do get aggressive, maybe they can confirm this one, and that's one of those moments. I love Esport just to slow down. There's no need for it. And you, if Mighty can find two in the middle of the map, just like that, then maybe something is on the cards. But Soul, big gunfight win. Detain had to win that. 10 to want to finish things off. 1 minute to go.
EMP in the hand of Night Vibes. Kills going their way as well. Looking to slow it down. Aspect trying to get through. Has done. Finds the first kill as well. Not going to find a second, but slowly but surely. Dark Horse now setting up the defenses. They're stacking this one. Night Vibes are ready to go in numbers.
Make sure something happens here. They can take their time, though. Don't rush it, because you might not get another opportunity.
They're just losing players in the middle of the map. That's not what they want. They'll try and get through. And he finds himself here alone again as EMP restored to the center of the map. Does he move back to hold his team?
Yeah. Does he actually go and hold the spawns? That's what you're going to try and decide. Oh, but that's going to be a freebie. You didn't come back. And that will more than likely be that. That's one of those moments you got to stick or you got to twist. And it depends how much you trust your teammates. Charm's going to find 3. It isn't going to matter. Your teammates need to find something. You need to maybe set up for the spawns, or do you wrap back and help them? It's a small map, Scott. And it's a small, slender advantage is all that's needed for Dark Horse. They find themselves back in the lead in this series.
They certainly do. And, well, he took a risk. The risk did not go the way he hoped and ended up being a bit more of a cleaner end to that overload than they would have liked. But that puts that pay to that one. They will go to a map 4. Some of the games have already ended as well. But what we're going to do now is go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. All the action in the Elite Challenges in Europe coming up right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Elite. It is time for us to go deeper into the games that we haven't had on stream. Our alpha game ended in 3-0 with 3-1 Gaming, putting it down very easily done, but this game has gone to a map 4, Rock Esports versus Synes.
Yeah, Rock Esports were, well, pretty much cruising in this one, but losing the overload, we thought that could be a bit of a weakness for them. Mind you, they didn't look like a bit of a weakness against P7 yesterday. Did very, very well, but yeah, over into the hard point. Very, very solid hard point team. It'll be interesting to see how they do here on exposure, but really, really nice spot right now. Outslaying, outgunning, and outpointing right now over that side.
This feels like it should be all them all the way through, but they've count the game out before it ends, and that's a good little bit of a start here for them as well. Synes, if they can get decent chance of time, 40 seconds on this, they will bring this game back into contest. That's what they're looking to do here.
Staying alive up top. We'll just look to get in amongst it. I mean, it's just the worst gunfight to possibly have. It doesn't take into consideration your aim assist when you're in a moving object. Shots coming in from kicks. Doing a nice job there. And a couple. Dom is going to fall though, and all of a sudden a potential break coming through from Synes. 15 seconds to play for though, and it's just not enough right now. You're 100 down, you need to be finding some big hills, and it's just not looking like it.
That's what they're hoping for. They need a really good rotation for it, but
jeez,
they've got to find some kills actually going through. Kicks up top again. Now we're getting even more time onto this one. Over 100 points to the good. Never expecting to find a deluge of time with the P1, but anything you can find is for the benefit.
Domex are going to try and stay alive. Let's fall eventually. Alex doing a really good job to find 2. 3 in a row from him. So this is some good time over towards P1. 30 seconds to go here. Thinking about the rotation pretty shortly, but you take that time all day long, but I mean, it's all very well staying within 100 points, but it's still 100 points, right? Time now going to be accrued here by the side of Rock Esports, and they're looking in a really, really nice spot. Rotation over towards P2 is there for them as well. Synes need to fight back somehow. Rixel pulling off kills like that as well, going to make things very, very difficult. He is running the middle of the map right now, and Rock Esports have got all the time in the world to set up.
Oh, absolutely thrilled by the first and the second. You can see why Kix is doing so well here as well, as Domex not able to win that fight, and well, it's a bit of a silver lining. They still haven't gained control of the hard point yet.
That lead is now rising. Dom trying to get something going, can't quite. Kills coming in from Domex. Rixel finds a way through as well. Everybody slaying on the side of Rock where they need to. Try to move forward and set up a bit of a flank here. I actually really like that play that's coming through from Kix. He doesn't find a great deal with it, but he's trying to set up for the P3 as well. He has spawned one of the players out, yeah, and he has given his team the spawn. Just stuck around enough to spawn the other team out, and well, okay, we're all over the place now. Both teams spawning over towards the backside, closer maybe towards P4. But ultimately, it is going to be Rock in control of the point. Alpha and Co going to try and find a way through, but Synes are very, very far behind right now.
It's the bloodbath going on inside. And once again, Rock Esports do have control, and you see all the bodies of Synes, and they're going up the stairs and they're going in the window. I think they're going to pick both 2 by 2, trying to do something here as they pile in once again, but unfortunately lose out of it as Depa trying to just find the, and he cannot find anybody. Everybody just playing around him.
Finessing. And now they've got them spawning exactly where you want it. Of course, when you do have control out, they're pushing through mid. You still want those close spawns, but if you can sit inside here, this is a nightmare fuel of a break to try and find. Oh, Kicks can't find anything. Oh my god, I say it's a nightmare fuel. They just wiped them cleanly. Are you kidding? And then they spawn them towards the back. That's really nice play from Synes. Zero clue how they won all 4 of those gunfights without even losing anybody. Rotation now belongs to them as well. Set yourself up, get a full 60 here. You're back into the game.
Is there a Cinderella story? Is there hope that comes from this one? Already onto the point here. Depa does step out for a second, trying to find somebody, and now ends up sliding around, hoping for something a little bit better than that.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Kicks is actually towards the back. His depot is moving towards tower. I'm not quite sure why he hasn't spammed to try and help his team out and keep those back spawns relevant of that. They've then lost every single gunfight, so the comeback was maybe short-lived. The 100-point club is maybe en route.
Oh, Dom, just looking very, very clean, but looked like that yesterday as well. Still having a very good time. Bit of a bounce going on. Never the cleanest gunfight, that one. But this looks like game time. I don't see them getting through. In fact, I see the players have actually stopped onto it as well. Rock Esports will take not only that hard point, but the entire series as we do a little jump, hop, and a skip over to Bravo, where another hard point on map 4 is ongoing. Dark Horse Esports 2-1 of the good against Night Vibes.
We're in flow state tonight, Pricey. We are just flying around the gaff. Games going on left, right, and rhubarb. I love to see it. Dark Horse Esports, though, in control here on Colossus. In control over towards P1. 30 seconds to go for Night Vibes, though. It's a hard one to hold, honestly. If anybody's in there without a trophy, you know exactly how it feels. It isn't a nice place to be, and, well, Night Vibes get a real good sample of that. 20 seconds to go. Dark Horse will find a break, and they've got the rotation over towards P2, which can be an almighty hill to try and find a break on. Mind you, if you find 3 kills in the middle over towards P1, it can make it easier, but Detain finds the kill where he needs to. But doors are being opened. Night Vibes trying to walk through them.
Detain trying to dance around a little bit. Can't really stay alive for as long as he would like. But he's going to fall as well, and you can tell they're a little bit worried about holding their position here as Shay just goes to work. Blitzes through what they had for him. This is a good opportunity for Night Vibes to take the lead. However, Aspect slides in, but misses the gunfight. Gets saved by a team nade. And hey, if it works but was sloppy, it still works.
That's a real weird one, though, because Night Vibes did all the hard work to get the rotation. They eventually find the break with, well, not much time gone at all over towards P2. And immediately broken back, and now you're forced away. You don't win the first wave, and all of a sudden you're staring down the barrel of, well, another 20-30 points going by the wayside. Now it's about the rotation over towards the outside of the map, towards P3. You see down low in X-Ray, that's the transition that Night Vibes are starting to make. It's a little bit of an easier hold from there, and Sykes is going to say, well, we'll join you. Finds one on the share, can't find another on the General. That's a big win for him to find, and, well, Charm will follow up with one of his own. So now they need to hold. Are they aware that Detain's still behind them? They should be, and they should be thinking about the spawns on the other side as well. So this is looking like a nice setup from Night Vibes right now. And you know if you lose those gunnies. Pressure comes through. Real Charm deals with it. Sykes will be there to pick up the pieces. And that's one of those moments you just need to kill Detain. You have to kill him there. Doesn't happen. Dark Horse find a break back.
Let's kill Detain. It's a big kill if he can make it, but Shay again with a 2-piece. Trying to break this hill open. Aspect finding nothing but air onto that one as Sykes comes back in. Spraying in all directions, but there's a wild child coming in from Gentle as he finds 2 himself. Sometimes you got to be bold, and bold that play was, but it's certainly paid. And Night Vibes are really not letting this one go. They keep piling in bodies no matter what Dark Horse do.
Right, you're doing a fantastic job just keeping them at bay. They need to be able to push through, and they find the gunfight on a race. So, honestly, I think for Night Vibes, just on occasion, it feels as if, you know, they get into a position, it's the right position, they're doing the right thing, and then maybe just not being as safe with their lives as they were, well, maybe have to be. When it comes down to this map, the 2 to 4 transitions need to be good, they need to be perfect, they need to stay alive, and now you're going to have to fight it from the back foot, and they do a great job at doing so. The Dark Horse, they aren't going to spawn over towards the backside. They actually put the pressure on almost immediately. Mikey trying to survive so he can be the pinch. But the rest of the team are on their way through. Really nice job from Night Vibes to find the break back, but you almost should have been just in control from the get-go.
Well, this is a better hold, though. Shay already going onto that flank here, trying to cut some people down from the middle. Powerful Shay already, and oh, that's been taken back a little bit quicker than I was expecting. That as a full wipe. They had control, but just did not have the slaying to keep it for the full time.
Oh, that is just... I mean, it was the initial hop over the top from Detain, just pulls the angles away, gets everybody looking a little bit higher, and then Mikey comes through, finds 2, and the break is there. Some really good sign. But look, Night Vibes have kept it within, what, 40 or 50 points for quite some time. They need to make sure they make one of these rotations count, though. It was rotation over to 2, rotation over to 3, and rotation over to 4. You were the first ones there. You are still behind.
This game is creeping closer, though. The Night Vibes, if they can just find themselves a little bit of momentum, a little bit of opportunity to get some solid points under their belt, they can tie this up. A little bit of scrap time here. They'll fight for it. It's not going to be the easiest fight, as we all know, on P1 on this map, but the healthy rotation, the potential still lays very much in their hands.
Charm's done well, actually back out of that. Does play his life, but yeah, he just runs the wrong direction. That's a tough one. You want to be down that side. Shay trying to get these deep spawns. He ain't going to get them. I think a lot of people want to come down to Colossus. It's fast and furious, but some of these rotations, the spawns are deep. And they're hard to root out. And that's what Night Vibes are going to have to try and do, but that challenge over the top is just so wonderfully played. If they could hold as well as they break, they'd be the best hardpoint team on the bloody game, Brycey.
Well, now they have the opportunity to do that because they need to hold. Pressure now mounting. They've got a player through the mid here. Gentle finds one. Not going to be the second, but that player goes weak as well. He will now fall 2 versus 3. Dark Horse flying to the point. Shay finds one. Shay finds 2. And they've held. There is the breath they needed. There is the opportunity. And now they can bring this game almost to tied up.
See already Dark Horse starting to transition over towards P3. They'll find a couple of kills to back them down. Nice lobby spawn though from Rauzan. He's not going to get too aggressive. You can see Sykes is want to try and get some control through the middle of the map so you can control X-Ray. Soul's going to go all the way around. That was nearly a crazy gunfight to win. Charm is there for the rebuttal though. Gentle can't find that one. Charm will find another. Can he do it all on his own? Has to go on a 6 spree. Was that the Hellstorm available as well? Potentially. But he has detracted. He has distracted. And Shay's able to find a way through. He can contest. He can do better than that. He can break the hill on his own. It is but a 5-point game right now. Night Vibes may well take the lead.
Oh, Dark Horse, I was going to say, looked a little bit flustered, but Detain finds 3. Surely not like this. You can't fight all the way back, Night Vibes, and then fall at the last second. But Mighty's now left alone onto the point here. They've got enough kills down into the area. Mighty will have to try and find something. Finds one, not the second. And this game will not end here on this point. Neither team can do it, but Night Vibes in control.
It's about the rotation. There's a massive gunfight going on over towards P4. Detain wins it. Gentle gets gunned down. 5 seconds, we're heading over. Night Vibes trying to get that bit of scrap time, but you need to get over to P4 right now. Dark Horse are 16 away. You're going to have probably one opportunity to try and break this, and Sykes is trying to keep them at bay.
Aspect Knife's 1, but player still comes through. Aspect actually finds a second here at the same time.
My God.
And well, that's a wipe. It doesn't end with a boogie in the plant, but it is going to be all over. They are not close enough. And that's how that one ends. That's how that one ends. Dark Horse Esports take the series.
Incredible game between these two, especially that map number 4. Oh no, another map number 4 here between Hybrid Nations and Las Lentejas once again. Cracking series once more, Brycey, here in Europe. Back and forth we go across the board. It feels like a bit of a swing there. Some teams starting to establish themselves. These are big wins to try and find up against opposition who you are more than likely going to be fighting for or against for that top 4 place.
Got to be careful. This is a little bit more of a relaxed hill than the one we just saw. Everybody picking their gunfights a little bit more concisely.
Rotation now coming in. Over towards that back P4 side. Lentejas seem to be the first ones there. Whalers, he can find 2. And that will help the break actually just turn on its head. Hybrid Nations, first ones here now. Opportunity set up and already with the lead as well. Chunk's got a big role to play here now. Needs to try and survive. If he found that, that would have been massive, but the information is gained. Fatal on the flank, and that's a really nice break. Las Lentejas just, honestly, rather easily through the back side. And that is the hold, and that's all they need right now.
They're not even close. They're actually slowing it down as well. I believe there's the Hellstorm incoming. Trying to do everything they can. Whalers trying to thread the needle. Don't think he got anything, but enough information has been done that the kills have gone down onto the minimap here, and they will clear this out for 22 seconds.
That's the thing, as I talk about with the Hellstorms on this map. It's not the easiest thing to really use, but right now, well, he doesn't seem to need it. The gun in hand, the MPC. I mean, the man's got a dog in the back pocket. Maybe don't bring it in. You'll probably get disqualified. Nvidian's there to answer back with 3. But the fact that he has found a streak big enough to find himself a dog in a Hellstorm, and they're only 20 points up, where are things going wrong for Hybrid Nations right now?
Dog in a Hellstorm sounds like something I think people would say about a chaotic situation, but at the moment, this is still a little bit chaos for both teams. P1 up here for them. Hybrid Nation's actually getting a little bit more of a lead onto this as they manage to find the kills over and over again. You would have thought at least one of them would have gone the other way.
Good time once again, though, for Hybrid Nations. And this would be a massive win to try and find. Kind of win you absolutely need to. You need to find wins up against opposition. They're around the same kind of position in the group as you. So important. Scythe's done well to find 2. Not going to find a 3rd when he's reloading his gun, but this is brilliant time for Hybrid Nations. Rotation over towards P2. Will start coming to fruition now. That would have been a big one to win as well, but Chunk will be there to pick up the pieces. Now the break can be formulated, and that's the biggest lead we've seen since we've been on board. Bricey, nice one for Hybrid Nations right now.
They're trying to make a push here, and this is everything for them. If Las Lentejas do not get back into this soon, this could all be over. Big push coming through. They're actually splitting the map here. You can see players going all the way around here, but Chunk finds one down the middle. Looks for the second. Chunk, you've got 11 health. Don't reach out.
He's done enough, though, to keep them at bay. You're 20 seconds away. There's one player on the flank, though. You've got to make sure you're watching that. How has Reedy slipped the net? That's the question they'll be asking in the Hybrid Nations camp right now. Because that could have been game. 15 seconds to go here over towards P2. It's all about the rotation now for Hybrid Nations. Although the contestant will work out nicely as well. Whalers and Scythe will pick up the pieces. No scrap time for Las Lentejas, but they need to get moving over towards New right now.
Fatal doing actually a really good job to not only put bullets in that first player, but stay alive and kill the second. And they have it now. It's going to be a headbutt Nvidian. It's a wonderful setup. Las Lentejas, they have an opportunity here. There's nothing solid about Hybrid Nation's push yet.
Hybrid Nation's a little one by one. Got the spawns they want to. They're just dotting their I's. They're crossing their T's. They're flanking from a couple of positions. They are winning this series. 10 seconds to go. Maybe Synes can get through X-Ray, though. He's the only real one who can cause some problems. He's done more than that. He's found 2. Fail from the other side. There's the clean wipe. And now you need to continue to hold. Hybrid Nations only need 6.
That was maybe a bit of a bold chow there by Scythe. He had nobody out to trade him, and at this stage of the game, he could have waited a heartbeat. Trying to do some more here as well, but that has fallen apart. You cannot go in one by one.
Careful. They've got one player towards the back spawn, but if Las Lentejas can find a break, oh, Scythe, he's held, he's gone, he's waited, he's being patient, and that now might be game as 4 more players fall on down. Hybrid Nations get it done. 3-1 win in the series.
Map ended like that. The same map has ended the same way.
Because it's so rotational dependent. If you don't win that rotation, if you don't find those gunfights towards the back side, these things can happen. Cut Train's still only in the 3rd map. These boys.
What have they been doing?
I have no idea.
They've really been hanging it out. We were talking about some of these teams yesterday doing that and somehow struggling to get into maps time after time, but at the moment, they are in the lead with a minute to go. And it looks like that lead might even increase. I don't really see anybody stopping as he slides across. And that's now 6-3. That should be game.
Yeah, we wouldn't want to break the habit of a lifetime taking time to get in the lobby, though, would we? Resi and Co. doing a really good job. 6-3 up now, and it's just... Well, I mean, even less possible now that Blade is still just trying to stay on the map. You know what? I'm glad to see somebody who plays at a proficient level of Call of Duty do it as well, because it happens to me time and time again.
I just like to think of it as honouring Clayster, and that makes it almost seem romantic in some ways to throw it back to a legend. At least that's what I tell myself every time I pull up.
Yeah, okay. Well, that should be that. Cut Train. 2-0 up in this series, about to be 3, and it's about to be done. For Rauzan, look, it was always going to be tough for them in this one. You're going up against a team who are sitting in #1 in your group. You're currently dead last. You need to find some wins somewhere. It was very unlikely to ever be here. Try and take this one pretty much at a jog. Fantastic work by them. They will stay top of group number A. Number A? You know what that meant.
I wasn't going to pull it up. You could have just let it go. You could have just let that one go and nobody would have said anything.
No, you know what? Somebody in the chat would have, 100%.
Yeah, more than likely, to be fair. But it looks like that one is going to end 3-0 ton for that one as well. And I believe that concludes all of the games from our first set, if I'm right.
I believe so. I haven't seen any. We haven't been paying attention to any of the others, so I presume that they're already done. So, yeah, really nice set, though, to be honest with you. I enjoyed our alpha game. We kind of got a bit of a better lay of the land now, as mentioned. We're kind of starting to understand where some of these teams are sitting, where they are in the pecking order, so to speak. And we're kind of trying to get an understanding where some teams are needing to find wins. It happens very, very quickly, though. There's only 3 days of group play, and then you're pretty much straight into the playoffs. So you need to make sure you are finding these wins nice and early. For some of these teams sitting at 0-3, your elite stage may well be over before it's even started.
Yeah, it certainly could be. I mean, don't get me wrong, some of these have had to play some of the more difficult teams and can certainly mount a significant comeback in the following games, but it becomes less likely as time goes on, as somehow these groups start to settle a little bit, and we start seeing eventually who might get through. I mean, I will say this, if you have at least 2 wins so far into this, you're in a very good position for getting into that top 4.
Yeah, smashing position, to be honest with you. I think if you are sitting at 2 wins, it's more than likely. It definitely feels like there's some teams who are anchoring down towards the lower side of some of these groups. Yeah, Hibernations, well, definitely did just win that game, so they're sitting in a better spot than that. But Rauzan at 0-3, Las Lentejas at 0-3. So for the other teams, it's about really trying to battle as best as you can to try and get yourselves up the leaderboard. But for Group B, I suppose you look at this in Light Unlimited. Some of their games still have to be played out, so that's not kind of concrete, and that's where we're at with that one. Rock Esports now will be sitting at 2-0. Synes, I believe, 2-1. But Rayn, though, very much at the top of the group of it. 3-0 right now from them. And going to be a big fight to see who actually comes in that top 4. It's going to be interesting for that 4th spot.
It certainly is. I think when these teams kind of get down to it as well, they'll start really worrying about where they can get those last few points from. And that's maybe where they need to kind of really lock in on not only the veto system, but what do we need to practice to beat this team either today or next week, right? You have to make sure you get those points, especially in some of the tighter games. Like if you're 3rd, 4th, 5th, no, right, we need to play 3rd, 4th, 5th, or score a massive upset against the top dogs. And it becomes a little bit strategic, especially because you get a week. You get a whole week to prepare basically for those games now. So it's a bit of a benefit for them in this format.
No, absolutely. I think, you have an opportunity to go back to the drawing board, sort of see where you're at, see what is really going wrong, what's going right, what maps are looking good for you up against this kind of opposition. The week break is, it can make or break teams. So let's see how they do when things do unfold. But we still got some more games to go tonight.
No, we certainly do. A lot more games to go tonight, and not just in Europe as well. If you are wondering, we also jump onto the North American side in about an hour and a half. I was going to say 10 p.m., but obviously you might be in a different time zone to me. But yeah, about an hour and a half or so, or a little bit longer, we will find another one. But yeah, we've got even more games to come, Ton.
Yeah, we do. I'm not too sure if we're heading over to another game or if that was us kind of done with this set, to be honest with you. I believe we might have some more coming through. I'm not 100% sure. We'll double check if we are going to another game. But yeah, it's been cool. We've been bouncing around every single time we go somewhere. There has realistically been some fantastic games going on. But this is how things are going to be looking, I believe, for the next set. Synes are going to be taking on Light Unlimited. Hibernations against Project 7. I'm just trying to have a look through. I think Night Vibes against Rayn's interesting. Trinity 1 against Rauzan. A lot of these games are ones where we need some of these teams on the lower side of things to try and cause an upset. Easier said than done, though, when it does come down to challenges elite. Some very, very good teams squaring up against some teams on the lower side of things.
Yeah, they definitely are, and you got to ask yourself, is this crunch time? The second day in, 4th game for many of these. Not everybody. We've got some games to play at the weekend, but you want to see your first 4 games have a positive reaction at the very least, and for them, that's what they're going to be hoping for as we do look at our next game coming up on screen. Synes versus Light Unlimited. Of course, Light Unlimited, we haven't seen much of them because they joined today, and they've got games to play on the weekend as well. For Synes, though, we have seen them a few times. They've not had the greatest of runs so far.
Well, I mean, they're sitting okay. I mean, they've just come in and lost to RC, but that's just today. They were sitting 2-0 otherwise, though, so they're not on too bad of a spot. And it's a game that they would be expecting to win, so Synes setting themselves up for a bit of success. But for Light Unlimited, really the story for me is what can you do with the opportunity that's been presented to you. Were the ones that got knocked out by the team that had a cheater on it, so thankfully they do get that opportunity to try and right the wrong of that. But let's see how they go. Light Unlimited, our brand new team in this one, claims he hasn't cloned himself, but he does have a teammate in Zidix, Aiden, and of course Danny. Let's see how this squad are going to do. Again, though, they've got a couple of solid names on the roster of how, you know, we've seen them in Elite over the past couple of years. They've been doing some solid work. They will do very well to turn it around from the position that they're in. But what can they do? I'm curious.
Yeah, that's the real question here. Obviously, everything to prove to everyone at home with their late entry into the Elite. But we'll see. Hey, maybe they end up becoming a favorite if they can get a hot start going.
I mean, for Synes, though, they've not done too badly. As I kind of mentioned, sitting at 2-1 now, losing to Rock, so that kind of does put them in that conversation, or take them out of the conversation of top 2, you would like to think, unless they can find a win over Project 7. I'm not too sure that they'll be able to do that. But come number 3, they finished 3rd. Qualified nice and solid. So let's see what they can do when it does come down to this matchup. You will expect them to be going through and winning this one. You're going up against a team who have just found their way through. So look, it's going to be tough to really finish in that top 2, but they should be pretty solid for a top 4 finish.
Well, here we go. Let's find out. Synes and Light Unlimited about to go toe-to-toe in our second set of the day. The first hard point for these. Ton, any expectations at all? I mean, there can't be too many because Light Unlimited.
Yeah, I feel like Unlimited it's going to be tough, right? I think Synes are a good team to be going in up against pretty much straight away. So let's see how things are going to go. Okay, so it seems to be a bit of a change up in the roster. Kiwi playing now for them as well. That's ever so slightly different, I believe, to what they had on their qualifications. So it might just have been a case of, well, what roster can you put together? And this is the one they went with. Kiwi not with a bad start, though. Light Unlimited. Try to see if they can get something going. French squad, for the most part. See if we can find something going up against Synes. Another team, actually, based out. France, we've players more recently coming out of that region. We've always historically had a very, very good player base. I mean, not to name a couple of players in Hydra. Gataga, for a one, actually, if we're going to go way, way back. Very, very strong region in Europe are the French.
I'm just curious to see how this game plays out. If anything, I want to see more of Light Unlimited. I want to know if we've thrown a cat amongst the pigeons. Oh, that's just horrible COD timing. That's always
awful.
a little bit bad because we can see it coming, of course, with the benefit of the CODcaster X-ray. Game still feeling pretty even between the two here. No real daylight. Should be an easy break coming in for Synes, though.
Yeah, spawns over towards the backside. If they can win the second wave as well, that's going to set them up for a lot of success. 30 seconds to go here. They should put them in a relatively healthy lead by the time we head over towards the next hill. Nodox has done fantastically well. Lock down the plateau side as we start to wonder about P3 now. 15 seconds to go. They may well just try and contain them here, but you lose these gunfights. Puts you in a bit of a precarious spot, especially if Detmer is frying like this. There's 3 in a row. The player might have just dropped down below him, actually. No, continues to survive, but Detmer can start to get in a bit of an advantageous situation when it comes down to P3. They're going to have the spawns over towards the backside. They may well could take their time, but Detmer is just frying. He's just keeping on moving. Can he find another? He can. 5 in a row from him. Alpha pinches the other way. Wonderful play from Synes.
And that's given them a breathing room. Look how far away they are as well. As Alpha towards the back. They're really picking this up easy. He's gone from what seemed very, very close to a bit of a beat down. He must have been very, very weak. That's all I'll say about that one, as Nodox finds 2 more, and Light Unlimited cannot even get close to this point anymore.
I mean, 5 spree for Deba, 6 spree for Deba, 6 spree for Alpha. Just sitting in really nice spots. I hope that was us that's crashed and it wasn't them.
Oh, well, we will find out very shortly. Looks like we've had a bit of a observer drop out of that game, but we will find out what's going on very shortly. Obviously, once we get told and everything gets fixed on our side. But it was looking really good for Synes.
No, really good. I think, you know, when we talk about that transition from 2 to 3, we've seen for Light Unlimited, they kind of took a bit of a risk by trying to set themselves up a little bit higher on the map. I wouldn't have minded maybe more so mid-map, but it felt as if they were kind of making a bit of a push for P2. And then you kind of rolled the risk, or roll the dice and run the risk, I should say, of then getting yourself pushed back out and just opening up some lanes if you don't win your gunfights, and that's exactly what happened. But Synes looking very good at map number 1.
They certainly are. Well, what we're going to do here is go to a quick break while we get everything sorted and all our ducks back into the rows they need to be in. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Elite. If you are just joining us, we don't know what's happening in Alpha, but something is happening. We haven't been able to get back into it as quickly as we would like, but as soon as we know what's happening, we will update you with the scores and everything else. But we are fortunately in the position to jump into other games as soon as we can. So before we do that though, here's what you have missed. The group standings. As you can see at the moment, Clutch Rayn having a pretty good time in Group A through to 0. On Group B side, we have Rock Esports, the only other flawless team that have done so far. But we are starting to see some separation, Ton.
Yes, we are. We're starting to really figure out who is going to be the top dogs, who's going to be in and amongst it, and who's going to be really fighting tooth and nail to qualify through playoffs, and maybe some teams who are just here for the participation at this moment in time. It's been a struggle for Las Lentejas and Rauzan Esports throughout their qualifiers so far, both sitting at 0-3, and I suppose for Light Unlimited, it's kind of a free throw at this. They're sitting 0-1, they barely played a game, but they're not last, so it's always positive.
More than a little positive, you could say. And hey, when we go down to it, realistically, I always look at the 3rd, 4th, 5th position for this one to see who's really going to make the cut here. And on both sides, obviously, like Unlimited, they're a late joiner here. You got Hybrid Nations and Synes looking for it, but Project 7 not a million miles outside that bundle. Last Lentejas, not a great start. They are going to have a few issues if they do want to get up that table quicker than nothing. On the other side of it, Group A, of course, LewTees, Lions, and Night Vibes looking at 4th and 5th position for both of them. And then you've got Dark Horse and Treaty, both 2 and 1. So easy enough to flip those around a little bit. So nothing is set in stone.
Not quite. Things can change very, very quickly. And for all these teams, of course, you'll play 5 games apiece. So, I mean, for Las Lentejas, you find 2 wins. You probably aren't going to force your way to that 4th spot. But your problem is that you are leaving it very late, and these games are becoming very high pressure. I don't know. It's still a long way to go. I think for a lot of these teams, it's just about qualifying for playoffs and then bringing your A game there. Crown a champion. Well, not next week, but the week after. Interesting time to be a Challengers player. But yeah, we are just nearly getting some Reddit games ready to go. Find out what's going on Alpha. And of course, if you want to keep an eye on what's going on across all the other games, you can do at the Call of Duty Challengers YouTube.
Yeah, you certainly can. There are a deluge of streams you can jump on for as well. And hey, if you want to jump onto those, but also keep us open, that is great because you can hear us. And we do cover all the games, Ton.
We do. We cover plenty, don't we? I mean, we're kind of the red zone in a certain kind of way, aren't we? We just kind of bounce around all over the place. Right now, though, I believe we're going to be heading for another break whilst we're waiting on some of these games starting up and getting ready to go. So we'll be back in just a second with more action from Call of Duty Challengers.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Elite. All right, well, we've managed to get all the gremlins out of the system and things have happened and we're all good to go to map 2. But before we go forward to map 2, let's talk about map number 1, 250 to 140 to Synes. They take that one down in pretty good fashion. As I look at some of the scores that have gone down here, it looks like a big performance from Nadox.
Yep, not a surprise, to be honest with you. Synes were looking very, very good in the 3 hills that we've got a chance to see. And now heading over towards the Search and Destroy. Light Unlimited trying to get something going over towards A, getting very aggressive. And yeah, no trophy, so Deepa just has to back on down. It's nothing to do with that gunfight. Has a little bit of backup. If he can find anything here, that would be massive. Finds nothing. Alex now with a sniper out on round number 1. Has to be careful. Got a teammate through the middle of the map. This is still doable for Synes, but a nice start by Light Unlimited.
Whoa, almost gets caught. Nadox going to try and come in and help here, but now just in a horrible situation. It's going to go straight down as well. Nothing much to be done there, Ton.
No, not really much you can do when you are left in a 1 versus 3 or 4 with a sniper in hand. Nice run, actually, if anything, from Light Unlimited. You take one of those snipers away. Nadox dies with it in hand, and that will be that. We'll see another potentially. Oh, well, of course we will. About the rest of the game, but it's a nice round to find on the attack. Got very, very aggressive, of course. No trophy system available. And Claims will pull out one for Light Unlimited. It's kind of a free roll of the dice, of course. You know they've lost one already. Your opportunity to, well, maybe try and do a little bit better.
This is all they want. A bit of a tie-up here. Kiwi. Gonna get caught, surely. Has been. Nadox takes full advantage. They're going for a fast plant here as well. Fortunately, they are secure enough with the way they split this map up. It's now going to be horizontal. Well, that's another big kill to win.
Yeah, Zedix can find a trade, but to be honest... Oh, hold on. Found another. I think they had a decent read on where they were, but Alpha gets caught sprinting, if anything. Flame's trying to find a way through. He should be caught off guard here, though. Oh, hold on a second. Is he going to manage to find a way out? Only momentarily. Zedix still can answer back 1v1. Zedix is on it. Just doesn't have the time. Just going to challenge it on this one. Delay. If you hit E3, yeah, okay, you're going to lose the gunfight. And that's Zedix 5 in a row. Synes will find the round.
Well, it's good enough for Synes. Obviously, they're going to want to take him off for that streak sooner rather than later. But a win is still going to be a win. The round goes to them. And obviously, the Clock being the biggest opponent there, actually, for the Zedix. But we'll see how they adjust going forward into this next round, of course. The Light Unlimited. A little bit of a redemption here on the S&D after that hard point.
Let's see if you can find something here. It's important for Zedix to keep this one rolling. Flame's losing the sniper throughout that round, so that's one apiece gone. Both these two teams in the Search and Destroy. But really, kind of just want Zedix to be able to find a couple more kills here. You get a Hellstorm. That's almost as good as maybe getting a round here on a raid. They're going to just have to try and back them down. They are enjoying getting a lot of control in and around Laundry. Haven't got enough control, though. You can see Synes just completely overtake that side of the map. But, well, Light Unlimited say, yeah, no problem. Let's just rotate all the way back around and completely control B.
Almost finds a second there, but time against him. Kill's gone down with a sniper as well. Advantage. Oh, Kiwi's going to find this easily, though! And I thought he was going to have the second snap time, but that is not to be as we go down to a 1 versus 2.
How on earth they put themselves in this position? Honestly, I thought Light Unlimited were sitting pretty. Did they see him planting? Well, the answer is no. Bomb goes down. Opportunity here now for Claims. Snap in 2 different directions, though. Not going to happen. Finds 1. Gets shut down. Signs 2 onto the good.
Well, that's what they wanted. He was hoping to get a good enough angle. It wasn't going to happen for him. And, well, for Synes, must feel like they're just starting to really roll into form. Coming off a very big high of that hard point that we unfortunately didn't get to see. You could tell it was a pretty dominant game from the stats that we got at the end of it. And now going to the S&D, they'll be looking to really build on that momentum.
Round number 4 we go. Synes turning this one round ever so slightly. Maddox out with a sniper. Oh, maybe not. Claim's going to pull it out again. Getting these gone nice and early. Looking to try and build a little bit of momentum. He's going to find a pick here. Oh, be careful. Changes his mind, though. I kind of like that, though. You give it a look. If you can find a pick, great. If you can't, put it away. No need. Don't mind it. It's cheeky.
We might find out everything here. And I'll tell you something. I'd say Synes are actually lucky there not to lose 2 players.
And you're not expecting them to be that close either if you're Cleamsy. Oh, that is so tough. Alpha got so aggressive as soon as they found a kill on that outside. And now they're just changing around where they're going once more. I don't think they'll be expecting to play through in the middle of the map. Alpha should be dead to rights and is. 2 versus 2. But that probably give information. The fact that Zidix found that kill of a player transition over towards that side. Yeah, he may well be planting over towards A. Aiden will find that. Seen the player over towards Laundry as well. So D3 now left in a 1 versus 2.
D3 really not happy about this. We just have smoke go down, but he's waiting for the push here. And they were a little bit separated, but he doesn't win that first gunfight, so it's not really going to matter. They called it correctly, but unfortunately, you've got to have lightning fast reflexes to get somebody on the slide.
Yeah, unfortunately, they see him kind of jump into Laundry, don't see him coming out of their side, so you're presuming he's just maybe holding the angle, and that's exactly what he was doing. 2-2 now. Close search and destroy this. Nice to see from Light and Unlimited, though. Going up against one of the better teams in their group. For the most part, in the search and destroy are holding their own. Which way is this round going to go? A topsy-turvy search and destroy so far. Tell you what, the snipers have done absolutely nothing. Cleams did put it away previously, though, so it doesn't count, so to speak. Maddox, smoke down, making a play.
Smoke and run through. You don't get to see it very often nowadays, but it works out that time as well. And Aiden's like, where has he gone? How do we deal with him? They're a bit split here. That bomb is going to go down.
What's the play then? Signs have got somebody on the flank. Yes, you are left in a 3 versus 4, I should say, but Maddox is just kind of be distracting, if anything. Aiden pushes through in the middle of the map, finds plenty. Cleam's there to find Alpha as well. So now a 2 versus 2. But Signs need to try and find a defuse on this bomb at the same time. Oh, Alpha needs to find the pick there. Aiden spins. That's his second of the round. On a 4 spree from him as well. D3, he can shut it down. 1v1.
Oh, he's looking all around.
No time.
Oh, he's guessing.
No
He's going to stay alive.
Oh, Claims a challenge now.
Wasn't the greatest shots. Eventually does get it. Little bit of a wobble.
Just one of those moments there where you have that 4 versus 3 scenario. You're expecting to be able to find a collapse, but honestly, a lot of credit to Light Unlimited. They held their ground really well. And honestly, I think that's really down to Aiden through the middle of the map. Kind of the reflank, if you like. Pinch through and caused all sort of problems. Found, what, 2 or 3 kills there. Claims. Oh, he sees plenty here. I tell you what, nearly lines up the collateral damage, but we'll find one onto Alpha. Alex will find one back onto Aiden, so they get the control, but Claims allowed them to be in a 3 versus 3. Big flank coming through almost immediately, though, so Alpha has to worry about that. Cleams can worry about the bomb carrier. He finds him as well. Light Unlimited looking incredible here in the search.
That's what you call the great equalizer. We've seen it happen a million times. Alpha, almost just doing a little tour of the map here. Maybe looking for a kill, maybe looking to do something. It's just, I mean, there's a lot of time left. You can go for the 1 versus 3. It's just on this map, I just don't expect it.
Yeah, I'm glad you clarified. I wasn't sure if it was just me. Is that like a new...
As you can see, this game is 4-3, and truth being told, you know more than we do. We weren't here for just a second. A little bit of technical issue on the casting side, but don't worry, we are here to warm your eardrums again.
You need to stop chewing through the internet wires in the UK, Bryce. Kiwi trying to find something, but Synes will find the round, and they have turned this one, well, not necessarily around just yet, but they brought it back within contention. 4 apiece now. I get what I'm seeing from Synes, to be honest with you. I think there's 100% some play on words that we're going to be able to make further down the line when we kind of start locking in, Bryce. But at the same time, I really have enjoyed what I've seen from them. Really good play throughout the hard point and some of the search and destroy moments. They are playing it very well. Alpha being on 6 spree is always helping also. You always just seem to have a player who can have a pop-off moment. And Light Unlimited haven't been able to answer that for the past couple of rounds.
See what they can do here. Taking control already of A site.
Yeah, good shots.
Oh, Clemsy. He's going to find at least one. Oh, not the second. I thought he might have it. He had a good angle. But it does go down to a 3 versus 3. Never now watching the push. Oh, timing might be a bit crucial here as well. Did he see it? I think he did see a shoulder. That will be called out. They're worried about this. The plant should go down at A, really. There it is.
And really, if I'm Synes here, I'm baiting for Alpha to try and find a kill at least. If you can then find that, make it a 2 versus 2, you've got some opportunity. But he is a slither away from a Hellstorm. Yeah, okay, you don't want to go 5-4 down, but if you're 5-4 down with a Hellstorm, you'd rather be there. He knows they're all there. Deb will be calling this out. He's done so well to find one. Alpha's on his way. Zidix is there for the trade. D3 will get taken down if I'm Alpha. I'm just trying potentially to play some exits here. Could find a massive kill. Doesn't get it. And Light Unlimited will find themselves around away. And there's no Hellstorm on the other side either.
Wow, that was close. A couple of gunfights could have gone the other way. So that long gunfight just wasn't able to really get the recoil under control. It was almost just bouncing above his head. That long gunfight into Laundry. So this is now a match point, an opportunity for Light Unlimited to score a map win against Synes. There will be Synes on the attack here.
That was such a big opportunity for them. They could have found that round as well as the Hellstorm. Well, that's a different conversation completely to what you're having now. Where you're 5-4 down, you don't have a Hellstorm. Zidix in trouble. Oh, and this is just such an awkward gunfight. We all know it. Nadux will find it. Survives as well. Claims he's not there for the trade. Oh, misses the shot as well. Should be in so much trouble and is. Round 11 beckons. Synes now in a 4 versus 2. Make it a 4 versus 3. Or 3 versus 2. That's how numbers work. But either way, Kiwi's done so well to find another 2v2.
2v1 advantage back to Synes already. Will Aiden be able to find another pick here off the bomb? He just wants a 1v1.
Yeah, I've seen him. I respect the child, but I respect the gunny on the other side even more. Find the kill. 5-5, round 11.
Well. Round 11 between the two of them, and it could very much kind of determine the tempo of this series. Light Unlimited, I feel like they need this more than Synes do.
Here we go. Synes on the attack again. I don't think there'll be a sniper available for either team. That's a big nade. Dovram claims Alpha down to at least half health. Has to just maybe try and back him down, but that's allowed Aiden to put himself in this position. Claims slowed them down. Aiden's going to get aggressive. Oh, Deep is going to kill himself. Oh, and that is just a disaster. Big trade comes through. 3 versus 2, but is the damage already done? How has Deppa found a way into money? How is the bomb down?
Oh, there's going to be a bit of a problem here. He's going to go down into the smoke. Check the bomb as well. Goes for the reach out around the back here, and it leaves Alpha alone in the 1 versus 3, but he is...
That's game.
Yeah, in a word, about as far away as you could possibly be here. I know what he was trying to do, but it's too little, it's too late, and that fell apart off of a death that they caused themselves.
I'm curious how he actually managed to die. I didn't really see it on the map. We seem to kind of come up, but yeah, I mean, to be honest, it's that big name that comes through from Cleams that really puts him in a dangerous position. All of a sudden, you're trying to push through what he's trying to rush, you're trying to get it down, and it's hard to do when all your team are half health. It's hard to want you to commit to that. Cleams had a good game, but so did everybody on Light Unlimited, to be honest with you. Kiwi was the one who did the most damage. 6 non-traded kills. First Blood's department, though, fully on the side of Light Unlimited. At 7-5 in their favor. And a 6-5 win. Really, really good job. 7-4, I want to say it was. Anyway, I mean, it couldn't have been 7-5 even potentially. My brain obviously just not working in that sense. It's still waking up to challenges this year. But a good win for Light Unlimited. Back into this series. Synes will be disappointed with that. They would have liked a 2-0 lead heading into this overload. But we definitely have a game on our hands here, Bryce.
Yeah, we certainly do. And well, we did say it's always the great equalizer. Realistically, we did say in the hard point it was 250 to 140 in favour of Synes, but Light Unlimited have fired back. There was a point about the midway through that you were like, well, Synes have managed to bring it back to 4-4, but those last 2 rounds, well, Light Unlimited just looked a little bit like the better team, really, and this all really fell apart on the retake.
Yeah, it's tough in the position that they were in, but ultimately, here we are. Light Unlimited to find the search and destroy after Synes found map number 1 and Scar Overload on the way. With any luck, we'll get to see the entirety of this map, Brycey. But we got plenty more action going on. Bravo is currently underway. I'm going to jump over towards that one right now. Project 7 going up against Hybrid Nations. It's one of those games you would expect Project 7 to be able to walk away with. They maybe need to right some wrongs of their loss up against ROC, but look to be in a good spot after what is nearly a full rotation of first.
Well, they may have lost this rotation, so they've got to be a bit careful here as, well, Chunk takes him down very, very simply. Already adjusting for this spawn. Just double-checking. As soon as they see all these players in one way, they'll know and come and reinforce it. So just don't be careful, and you can never be too careful with the spawns in this game, let's be honest. Need to make sure they've got it, but there's going to be a couple of kills coming in from Denta. Here it comes as well, though. Mythic's trying to use this to its absolute fullest, and he gets the twist in. He kills Twisted at the same time, and that has opened it up for them to get through.
Yeah, they probably want to force their way through, though, if they can. They need to manage to find a way through towards the other side. Right now, Hybrid Nations are doing a great job of just holding these spawns and holding the hill. 20 seconds to go. These haven't want to try and get a way through. They got some control in the middle of the map. It's a big gunfight going to go down there. I think Lucifer has actually just evaded Willers completely, but it looks like Willers will find him. That should be the spawns and rotation in for Hybrid Nations. Lose a little bit of time at the end of P3, but no problem whatsoever. They've got the rotation, and that is just as important.
Here we go. An F-Dot could be part of this pinch that's going on. Oh, we've just seen Twisted. Is he ready for him as well? No, Twisted wins that gunfight. That's usually going to down. Scythe gets 2 on the other side, and this is almost over before it began. Lucifer towards the back here. Just going to now play his life for as long as possible.
Yeah, but look at the spawn. It's going to happen behind him. Trying to squeeze him, but it's so difficult. You need to be so deep in that spawn. 4 down for Hybrid Nations. They're going to take the lead here, Bryce.
And it really fell apart for Project 7. They're just losing gunfight after gunfight, kill after kill. Chunk is feeling very, very confident on 4. Eventually will fall, but he is so far pushed out that it has delayed Project 7 even more than you thought it would do.
Oh, it's like 5 in a row. Hybrid Nations. Put Project 7 on the back foot here. Now into a 3rd rotation. Which way is this one going to go? Felt like Mythic's had a bit of a slow start. He was 12-12 and calling in a Hellstorm, so he needs to step it up. Project 7 want to walk away with this one. Good shots coming in from Scythe again. Contestation at P1. They want to try and force their way through if they can. Project 7 still keeping hold of those P2 spawns. That's what they would like to do, but they'd like some time as well. Wailers has been frying. Is that mouse and keyboard or something? Look at this guy go.
4 straight down for Wailers, and feeling more than confident as he basically just walks up through the middle of the map. Just very, very steady, and they are doing a significant amount of damage as Twisted just says, all right, I'll take the cleanup. That is more time than we were expecting. This game has flipped completely, Ton.
And there's going to be a spawn out there for Project 7 as well. You've got 1 player towards the back, and Lucifer, he will no doubt hold what he possibly can. Complete spawn out now for the side of P7. Lucifer finds one, gets taken down. Hibernations just about in control now as Chunk finds 2, 3, 4 in a row. Scythe finds the control over towards lobby. And that might well be game.
It almost feels like they accelerated. As soon as we joined the lobby, really, it just all turned on its head. Chunk on a 6th streak. Definitely one of the main catalysts for this. Absolute bullying over the last couple of hills. On an 8th streak to end it. Won't get any more, but doesn't need to as they take map number 1.
That's a big map win for Hibernations. Let's see what they can do in this series. That Project 7 maybe struggling a little bit in this group. We said it could potentially be a close one. I wasn't too sure if it was going to be Hibernations in the mix. They have not necessarily been lighting it up, but they find map number 1 up against P7. That's a really good one to find. You know what it is? It hasn't been clear cut. You've seen so many of these teams kind of going back and forth. I think the only one, I mean, I wouldn't even say convincing. RSC haven't been like 3-0ing everybody. They've been losing maps. Yes, okay, they did beat P7, but it was a, round 11 map number 5? I mean, we've been kind of back and forth between a lot of these teams. Nobody was clear cut above everybody else. But back over towards Alpha we go. Signs taken on Light Unlimited. Over to the Overload we go. One apiece.
Well, let's see how this one continues to roll forward. We've seen this map a couple of times. All about putting yourself in a good position to find those wave of kills, and right now nobody even daring to touch the EMP in the middle.
It's all about that control again. I like this kind of play from Zidix. Especially, I mean, he's unfortunate there that there's another player holding over towards that backside, and it actually may well work out unfortunate for Aiden and Co. That's an awful spot, but they deal with him. And all of a sudden, Signs in a really good position. Stuns up. Dever trying to be the tip of the spear. He's going to get taken down. Bit of bad timing. Alpha, well, can't find a kill, but the rest of his team could not. Nice defense coming through from Light Unlimited.
This is still very much a stalemate game. Nobody really has the advantage yet. Kiwi getting a couple of kills in the kill feed here. They're looking to move it up as well. This is a potential. They should be able to get this one in. Dives in. He's not going to get there quite close enough, and that's always the issue. It's such a close spawn. You can get there and you can stop them very, very quickly, and there was an opportunity, a moment in time that they almost grabbed it, and now they have to really start the hard work again.
Kiwi making the NPC look very, very clean in his hands. I can't use this gun for toffee, mate. It is impossible. I don't have the gunny like that, but Kiwi certainly does. There's 4 in a row from him. Is that going to be an opportunity for them to maybe get one on the board here? The close spawns are going to stop it. They're just trying to force it up. It's just sheer lunacy. It was like a rugby scrum, just trying to force that ball in. Couldn't get it done, and all of a sudden they're now on the back foot. Signs forcing this one forward. And Overload can just change the blink of an eye. Nadox is somehow slipped in net. Does he get this all on his own? How does that happen? Light Unlimited. Millimeters away from scoring themselves, and they'll let that one slip. And potentially, maybe in a bad spot for a relay that could potentially come through. Alpha 5 in a row. Signs looking like they're smelling blood in the water.
Now we're still pushing. We'll find another one as well. And now has to try and make the kill. Oh my goodness! An absolute burn, and that one goes through as well. Starting to dance on them a little bit here. Alpha just making the plays he needed to play, and 2-0 to the good here, and that seems to have lit a fire. The rest of the team are now streaming forward and finding gunfights over and over again, and this one should be in as well. A little bit of a dive, a little bit of a slide, and they are in 3-0. This game in a minute has flipped completely.
Yeah, this is what can happen on this side, though. You lose control, and when you're pushing through Motel, if it starts spawning there or in mid, you can just run it up. And it feels like Light Unlimited have panicked just a little bit. I like that play. They go through mid-map. Kiwi's done brilliantly. And that should stop this tidal wave of points coming through from Signs, but they've got control of the EMP once again. Things looking a little bit defensively better, at least for Light Unlimited. They've been able to find a way out. Cleams is just really struggling, though. 3-11 from him. Hasn't been able to get the gun up. And this could be another point going their way. Depper over the stairs. There's 4-0. We'll slam half-time in early. Nicely done from the side of Signs. It was just one of those cases where as soon as they smelled blood, Bryce, they just never let up. They just kept digging deeper and deeper. But it was just that one moment, right? I mean, you remember when Light Unlimited had their opportunity and they really tried to force it over the line, but that was kind of resulted in a very quick 4 dead. Scar is not a very big map, especially when we're talking about the middle of the map or pushing through towards the motel. Lost complete control of the map and, well, lost 4 points in the blink of an eye after it.
Well, now we'll see. Do Light Unlimited have it in themselves to bring this back? They felt like the stronger team for a while, but this is a completely different level. And Cleans gets taken down again. It's really had a bit of a struggle going on here now. 3 and 12. Well, there's 4. But unfortunately, it's 4 in their own spawn, and that means they have to do it again.
Their opportunity to maybe get something going here. Kiwi going to be maybe just a little bit aggressive. I think there's an opportunity here for Light Unlimited, but I think sometimes it's best to realize the situation you're in and wait for your teammates to be there. But I suppose they're 4-0 down, Bryce. You can't dot your I's and cross your T's. You kind of have to throw everything you have alongside the kitchen sink.
You absolutely do. And they tried it. It's just difficult. There's never a clean one for this one. It's difficult to get that many kills going at one time, and that's why it's so spectacular when it does happen. See here, full defensive, reset of the EMP, and now bodies moving forward. Alpha trying to get, again, in a position where he can make the plays. Because even at this position, they know 4 is very good. But 5 is always going to be better.
5 will almost put this one out of touch. Synes in a good position just to start causing problems and keep them at bay. Aiden's dealt with. And Nadux can just play with this EMP. Doesn't need a child, but he will anyway. 18 HP and a dream. Keeping things rolling. Yeah, just run it around the long side of the map. Waste that time. 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Just an impossible situation for Light Unlimited to get themselves back into. That could be a score, and it is. EMP detonated. 5-0 to Synes now. And they're looking to keep that pressure on. I think that's it. You just got to stay alive in the right positions. Nadux. Maybe looking for the assassination. Using the body shield if he possibly could, but he just needs to keep this pressure on. I just love this play, and this is the problem when you're on this side. You can get a player just finessing inside of Grandma's when you're attacking over towards this side of the map. It's absolute nightmare fuel for Light Unlimited.
And that's exactly what they're doing. I mean, it's almost a more relaxed way to play. Just go for the slay over and over again. Alpha trying to get out once more. In and out the windows. Up and down. In and out the windows. Another kill. Another kill. Alpha is burning them. And they need to move the EMP about, but they're not having any opportunity. Alpha just said, I'll just keep going. I'll just keep going, and narrowly misses out on that one. But it's going in again. They're actually overextending. They're not even really worried about it. There is 6 going into it. And it feels a little bit like Light Unlimited have given up.
Yeah, I think this one has been done for a little while, and we've got 2 more minutes to go potentially, unless Synes can, well, put this one to bed. Nadux looking to keep that pressure on. I just really like how they played this attack, Synes. They've looked really solid. You've kind of just got to flow. And that's what they do. I think that you've just got to cause as much havoc when you're on this side as you can. Just kind of keep them pinned back. If you're on the side where you're attacking through Motel over towards the 18-wheeler, yeah, okay. It's a little easy to kind of get things going. But when you're over towards Guamas, it's not as easy just to solidify that point. It's really quite difficult. And while it is showing, they've really played it well. And with a minute and 24, it's just basically a victory parade at this stage for Synes. They may well stick another one in here, though. It's putting a little bit more pressure in over towards it.
This almost feels like stat padding.
That's exactly what it is.
7-0, but I mean, hey, Light Unlimited are just being bullied here. Oh my god.
I mean, Synes probably showing us why they were 2-1. About to finish this one off by the looks of things. Nadux doing the right thing. He's the tip of the spear. And Deppa is just going to call game. That's 8-0 Synes. The score limit has been reached. The Mercy rule has been...
If anything, probably should have put it in. See how many kills you can get. 36 and 16 is disgraceful, by the way. That is an unbelievable scoreline. Especially for a game that ended early.
Yeah. That was... That was one-sided, to say the least. Really nice work from Synes there on the overload, showing what they're made of. But plenty of other games still ongoing, Bryce.
They are none quite as far forward as that one. FOXTROT seem to have started a little bit late again. As you can see, they're in their first hard point. Looks like the Lentejas have actually, yeah, down 1-0.
Are we sure?
We'll just get confirmation here because that will be a surprise.
I have a theory. Do you have a theory? Oh, okay. Yeah, no. So the colors are the wrong way around. So I presume that it does mean that ROC did win map number 1, but we'll get that double checked. 5-2 right now to them.
Series score is correct. Okay.
Is correct. I have a theory, Bryce, but
okay.
Do you want me to divulge?
No, it's okay.
Okay.
We'll wait to see how this game plays out.
Yeah, we'll wait. ROC seemingly very much in control of this one. What's Lentejas, though? They're currently 0-3, by the way. And I did, again, I'm going to use my knowledge of having one of my good friends in the scene being their coach, but having a chat with him about it is just... ROC lack a bit of consistency at times. He kind of explained it in their cup results, like going on to win one, finishing top 12 and one, finishing top 16 to one. Like, you know, these kind of results kind of show what ROC are at this moment in time. They've got gunny, they've got fundamentals. They've got the mechanics. Fundamentals sometimes can be lacking, and consistency has been a problem for them. He said it's very much a case of, okay, yeah, you can beat P7, but lose to Los Lentejas. That's kind of ROC.
I'm just playing around here. And, well, this is going to be completely uncontested. Can they get enough map control, though, to not be squeezed? That's the key for them. I'll tell you something, they're actually going to get a big benefit of a lot of time. Already down to 34 seconds before they even get close.
And this is a sniper round as well for ROC. Yeah, they're about to lose their lives very, very quickly. Dom X swapped so quickly, but it doesn't matter. That's going to be a round over to Los Lentejas once again. Lentejas, even. I'll get it right at one stage. We found out what it meant, didn't we?
Yeah, lentils, apparently.
Yeah, the lentils. That was the translation that Google told me. If it's something different, you speak Spanish, please inform me.
Problem is, people can just tell you anything now, and you wouldn't know whether or not they were lied to you.
Very true.
But I tell you something, hope's still alive. 5-3, they can't afford to make a mistake. But Esports will be looking to move this forward, and that is a mistake. Or a misfortune, I should say, as Dom X gets 2, and this goes down to a 1 versus 3 very rapidly in what should be the last round, and is in that series.
Really good job from ROC. They'll find the map and, well, tie things up there after losing the hard point. But, I believe... Oh, beautifully timed. Actually perfectly timed, if anything. Synes going up against Light Unlimited. They're 2-1 up in this series and into the hard point where they were just so comfortable and on a map. They were just so comfortable on Alpha. Finds the headshot on the claims. If that had been a 4-piece to kick things off, choke the game, 3-1 Synes. Oh my word.
Well, the game got started quickly. He's got some momentum behind him. Has been shot a little bit in the foot though. A wonderful start, but technically they actually find themselves on the bad end of points.
Claims now. Trying to, well, I was going to say re-establish something for Light Unlimited, but even off the back of Alpha going God mode to kick things off there, it hasn't resulted in anything for Synes at all, apart from 5 points. Things over towards his backside now, trying to set up for a rotation over towards Motel, which is incoming now. 3 seconds to go over towards P1. Really nice start for Light Unlimited here.
Okay, we're going to go down. And Light Unlimited onto a different respawn. Seem to have found their feet here, but nobody really on the point. Yeah, they may have burned a few seconds for it, but it's fine in the position they are currently in, especially since they are now making the kills. Aiden staying alive, and nobody putting a bullet in to stop that regen either. And they are in a commanding position.
That bad. Don't want to find the break there, though. Fantastic lurk with a knife. Should be able to find the kill in the middle of the map. They can't. So Zidix will keep the pressure on there. They kind of want to get rid of him, but that's not a gunfight Nadux wants to take on. He gets taken down, and all of a sudden it's falling apart. High Unlimited find a way back through. Rotation over towards P3 might well be theirs as well. Synes are going to have to contest that. Right now, D3 well, does eventually get his first kill off the map. We're nearly over towards P3. Gets a second as well, so scrap time will be theirs. Rotation, not quite. Damn.
Unlimited are looking like a very good team here. And I was wondering if this would be a bit one-sided after Alpha's first 5 seconds on, so maybe a bit of a premature judging coming through. But so far, the fight is still ongoing between these two squads. At the moment, it's going to be Synes in the better position here. And that nade was basically pixel perfect from Cleams. And another one straight in.
And they find a way. Find a break right now. Kiwi finding the pinch, but it only slows them down momentarily. Zidix left on his own. Wouldn't have been too far away from a streak ongoing there with Zidix. He had a really nice start to on the back end of P2 and a nice start to P3, I should say. But now you've got to try and force your way through, but Synes could do with this time. I know that these spawns over towards this backside, they're useful to have, but they are not necessarily that sticky. Zidix, another outrageous gunfight. D3 is going to be on his own momentarily here. Needs some backup. And slow it down. Does the right thing. That should be a spawn out. No, it's not. Never mind me talking about them not being that sticky. He's literally spawned next to him.
Still, can flip very, very easily, but they're just not winning the gunfights where they need to. And Alpha get something going, but it is just a little tickle. It's just a few points here as they try to break through the front here. Cleans is not able to stop them. But still, that close spawn, as they should be able to get straight back into it almost. Now the parallels come in. Still very much up to these next couple of gunfights as everybody goes for it at the same time. Alpha getting in to reinforce his teammate as well, but nobody feeling secure.
Been back and forth, hasn't it? Play Unlimited just seem to be taking their opportunities when they can. And Synes, all struggling to find some breaks right now. Zedix really is being a right pain. There's only 17 and 10 from him. A big reason as to why Lion Unlimited now find themselves in about a 30 or 40 point lead by the time we head over towards P5. Setting up over towards the church, and the pressure's starting to come in from field. Can't get that plane set up that you want, so you're going to have to watch it from the mid-cut. You find nothing if you're D3, who seems to be a little bit lost in the sauce in this one. Depper and Koda are just about going to hold on. It's a close spawn from them. Lion Unlimited not far away.
Still being careful. Both teams really trying to find that daylight between them, Tan, and neither quite able to. Back once again into this one. Light Unlimited onto the point already as Alpha flies out the window, and that's good enough because they have the trades in their favor as well. Potential lead change coming in here, but Kiwi has a lot to say about it. He won't go down. Nobody can shut him out of this fight so far. Still alive until that very moment. And Synes have felt like they are on the cusp of losing this hardpoint for about 20 seconds and eventually do.
Just about, but they did well to hold on to it as long as they did, to be honest with you. D3 found, what, 3 or 4 in a row after a slow start from him. Just seems like they can't get a hold on exactly where Light Unlimited are and Claims. It's had an odd moment here or there in this series, but that's a lot better. Starting to gain some control now. Never looking for, well, just some kills to ease this pressure. Going to try and get them off P1. Should be able to do so with this flank, and does so. Really patient. Nice play coming through from Depper on Synes, and that's going to be the break they needed. P2 beckoning in 35, but some time on offer here over towards P1.
Good more kills coming through. Alpha going to work again. They've pushed this really far out. I think we're on the cusp of a lead change, especially with Nadux trying to just take down reinforcements as quickly as possible. Doesn't even need to see the player. Pixel perfect on the shots through the woods. And yet somehow they're still losing P1.
Every single time we watch a POV on the opposite side to a Zidix gunfight or Zidix's POV itself, guy is absolutely frying for Light Unlimited. Kiwi going to have to back on down as a P2 rotation is once again going to belong to our newly promoted team into Challengers Elite. They're going to lose a couple of gunfights, though. They're going to lose control. This is an opportunity now for Synes to start to get a bit of a lead now. Well, it has been them on the back foot all the way through, Bricey, but somehow they're still in contention. Not just that, they're in the lead.
Yeah, I think the tide has been turning a little bit around some of these kills. I mean, last time you remember, didn't have a great time getting into P2. This time they're here first. Starting to rack up the points here as well, but they're just a little bit too far out, and the kills go down against them. Scrap time here for Light Unlimited will actually put them right back onto even Stevens. Zidix, you are right. Absolutely frying. I don't understand how many bullets went into that guy, but it didn't feel like enough.
No, that's not what my M15 does or has done, to be honest with you. Now hunting over towards his backside, he's feeling it, isn't he? Delusional confidence, looking for those kind of kills. You want to try and get a bit of church control, not going to get it. Nadok's in a good position to find that pinch, and now he can get a read on it, but it's Zidix, so you're losing the gunfight. Zidix the kind of guy, if I'm in a lobby against him, I'm choking it. I'm running in the opposite direction. And that's exactly what Synes have had to do, because they're being wiped out. Good pressure now from Light Unlimited. They can retake a lead here, and should do.
Or trying to just continue this. And there's the lead change. Light Unlimited back in control for now. This push a little bit mistimed, but it's working out. They do manage to get all of the kills going down. Key will get back onto the point here. And surely, after winning the trades initially, they won't get the time. Now look, staying alive, but everybody just piling forward. It'll be Alpha that gets that final kill on that flurry. The benefit is here they are holding the spawn ready for next.
Oh.
So while they are currently behind, they should get it back, and with a wipe that's even more likely. Although that is a close spawn. They're in the close spawn. Oh. They're already going to be here. They got rotated for them.
Oh, that's one of those moments where if you're Synes, you're like, what more can we do? Well, I mean, you would have had to have somebody back here, and Alpha is now there. They found the gunfight stone. Oh, well, okay, we don't need the spawns. We'll just break it back. But Light Unlimited, very, very close by already. 10-point game between these two teams. Alpha, there's no way he should have won that gunfight, especially up against Zidix, but that was 6 in a row. With the pressure starting to come in, you got to win these gunfights where your back's up against the wall, and you do so. Really good job from Synes. And that could be the straw that, well, maybe breaks the camel's back yet. In a good position, but then Zidix just finds 2 out of nothing. Here comes the pressure. Zidix gets shut down. Can Nadox do the same? 4 in a row. Both these teams just taking their turns of popping off. Depper and Co surviving and somehow get the scrap time. This has been a mental game of Hardpoint.
Well, here it goes again. At the moment, Light Unlimited will be in control of this rotation. Their battle line is now set. They have bodies everywhere. Aiden's got to be careful. Plaz already coming close. Doesn't matter. He finds the first. Cuts down one avenue. Kills about to erupt on the other side as well. Second for Zidix. A third for Clemsy. D3 finds a trade, but that's only one player left alive on that time, and they're going to have to reset and try again.
Light Unlimited in control. Pressure over towards the backside. The gunfights are being won, though, here by Synes. Kiwi can't do it all on his own, and the break will come through. 30 seconds to play for. This one's going to go right down to the wire. Maddox should clean up and does. Good kills coming in the middle of the map. That'll just relent that pressure just a little bit. D3 can't win that gunfight. Zidix has been ridiculous here for Light Unlimited. He's 37 and 27. His team might lose this game, but he's just trying to do it all. How is he fighting all of these gunfights? Are you joking? 4 in a row. 5th isn't there. D3 shuts him down. My word.
And yet the game keeps rolling. The game keeps on going. Everybody piling into P1. Everybody trying to get the advantage here as well as players stay alive as Zidix goes on in an Overwatch. He is pushing this further and further. Zidix now the point. Looking for even more. There's another one. There's another one for Zidix, but no. Taken down by Alpha before he can do any more. This is really a nail-biting fight between these two teams. They know it could still end here for Light Unlimited. I don't think they're going to be allowed to do so, though. This might come down to a P2 as Zidix really tries to open the throttle again.
Signs are going to get them off, though. Nadox can find 2, 3. Doesn't find the 4th, but he's got them off. He now can't win it here over towards P1. It's all about the rotation over towards P2, and that's what Synes should probably be concentrating on now, but they're going to get some time at P1 as well as the spawns over towards P2. Alpha, big win, and finds it. 38 and 28 will now start to get himself in a good position. Depper will try and hold on the cross and has done so well, finding 3. 4 in a row from Depper. He might have called game from Synes. They're now in control. P2 is theirs. Light Unlimited have to find a break in.
Well, there goes the first trade. They're going to try and get around the back as well at the same time. I don't know if it'll work out for them. Kiwi puts a little bit of a distraction in, but not enough. As Synes goes into the point of the well. He finds one out of nothing. Cleams finds the second. Still alive. Still burning. The rest of the team are now going to be here at the same time. Nades now flying in. Nadax goes for his own flank. He's got one onto Kiwi. He finds a kill at the same time. Now nobody's in the point. Alpha back into it with a two-piece. And that should be the game. They cannot get here into time. Synes win it with just a hair of breath between them. And they will take the series.
What a map between those two. I can't wait to have a look at the stats there. There was multiple 40 bombs across the board. And it didn't feel like wonderful fundamental hard point. It just felt like, let's throw everything at every single hill. One of our players is going to pop off and find 3 or 4. And that's exactly what happened. Hill after hill after hill. It was all about the plays that were being made. Not necessarily about, as I call it quite often, the dotting your I's and crossing your T's and making sure you're doing everything right on each hill. It was just raw horsepower. 45 from Zidix for the L, Alpha with 41, Nadax with 40. Just multiple different... I mean, what was it? Zidix nearly dropped 5k damage. Oh my word.
Yeah, the interactions were quite high in that game. Very, very high interactions. So this is going to come down to the end here, and they were just massive plays all around. From flanks, I think Kiwi could have had a little bit more when he went for the flank here, but good position for Synes to kick things off, and then, all hell erupted.
Yeah, this is that bad. I mean, he's sitting at, what, 13? He was sitting really low. He was 18 and 30, but then finds 4 kills in a row like that. That sets his team up for success. Puts him in such a good position. I mean, it's difficult because it's going to spawn close over towards that backside. There's still work to do. But is the damage done at this stage? Not necessarily. Kiwi finds the flank, and it's only a distraction at least to let Zidix in. Claims is there to help him out. Does a really good job getting inside of the point, but where does it break down? Big nade from Deppa. Claims finds another. Nodax with the flank. Yeah, finds one, but there's another one up. Alpha is there to pick up one, finds the second. Teammate there to find another. Calls game. Yeah, it's Nodax with the flank, to be honest. That's kind of what just turns it.
I was going to say, yeah, I think that was maybe one of the key moments, really. He just managed to get enough damage in as well. But there are games in abundance still going on. See, Clutch Rayn look like they're possibly about to win their S&D. They're 3 against 2 into that one. 1-1, Rocky Esports and Lentejas. I think I've got that completely wrong, but it doesn't matter.
You've got it wrong, yeah.
Yeah. Dark Horse are 2-0 up, though.
Dark Horse 2-0. This one, very, very close. 3-3 in the overload. I mean, I'm presuming we're in round number 2. Yeah, we got to be. Look at the kills that are on the board. And for Lentejas, now they're on the, well, better side, you would say. Rocky Esports, what can you do about it? Going down. Now the pressure can start to come through. The MP is going to be there a little late. Shots coming in from the other side as well. Lentejas somehow finding shots there. This should be a score, though. There you go. Rocky Esports will get one down. And with 1:55 to go, that could be a massive moment in this one.
Still going to try and move this needle, though. They're staying up for it. They know the EMP is close. Can they find the kills that they need, though? Rock trying to make sure they can, and, well, that's enough kills going down. They now have an opportunity to move forward themselves. And Kix is going to take it, unless there's a bunch more kills made very, very quickly. He's just kind of got on Overwatch. It's actually more of a passive play from them. Eventually it will be picked up.
Still, I mean, for them, it's a fine position to have it in. You can probably wrap it around field now if you want. Dumex in a little bit of a tough spot. It's going to get shut down. Synes can actually get aggressive here, and he's got a lead blocker in front of him. Big kill comes through from Rixel. Khaled has to find it and does. Good work from Kix. They can run this field. You've got to be running this field. Surely we're running this field. Are we just allowing it to reset? That's a risky move in that position. Synes has found 2. Synes has found 3. You should have run it field. Synes doing it all, and he's on. There's 4 from him. Doesn't get the score, though, it resets. Are you kidding? Oh, my word.
Overload giveth and overload taketh away. And they did so much effort to get that one across the line. Got to be careful, though. Still live. Synes here one more time. Kills already go down the middle of the map. So I'm just going to move forward here. Doesn't have the EMP. Somebody's got to grab it. Synes is going to go for the kills off the rip here. He finds 2 as well. Kix is going to find them though before he can do any more here. And Synes' play was brilliant, but so was Kix's. And that is going to be heartbreak for them. You just cannot imagine getting through, killing them off the respawn, and somebody pops up from behind.
Right, look, fair enough that Kix has put himself in that position there, Brycey, to be able to make that play. But we are playing a very risky game. Like, I mean, at one stage they have 3 down and like, yeah, just let the ball reset. We'll just stay here. Run it field. Get it as far away as possible from your point as you possibly can. Don't just sit there and hope that you're going to win gunfights, and then all of a sudden you don't, and it puts you in an even worse position. You somehow get away with it. I'm not gonna lie, Steve Vortex ain't happy with that one. I don't care. There's no way. He's losing his mind watching the back end of that. He has to be. They'll get the win, but I mean that's a risky way to get it. A very, very risky way. Just get as far away as possible, boys. Come on.
Yeah, it is a risk. It is a risk. But hey, sometimes if you win, you're gonna forget about it. But I think you're right. I think that's probably a VOD review thing of maybe we should just pick it up and move it somewhere else, anywhere else, really. If anything, behind the point would actually probably be better. You know, actually run it around the other side, somewhere away that they can't just get it almost by accident.
If you have the EMP, you are in control. That's the point, right? You are the ones in control. If you have that, you can dictate where it goes. If you are letting it sit, and then you lose a couple of gunfights, it's suddenly become a very, very nervy position. But that is going to be that for now. I believe we're going to go to a very quick break, Brycey.
We certainly are. Well, we'll see you right after this for a little bit more action on Call of Duty Challengers Elite. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Elite 2026. We have many games gracing our streams here at the moment. All of them potentially on the cusp of ending after this map ton.
Yeah, there's plenty of games going on, but the one that we're jumping into, Project 7. Also map number 4 here up against Hybrid Nations, looking to try and get the better of them here in the hardpoint. Struggled in map number 1, but since then, I turned it around. Scythe though, on a 7 spree, trying to get something going. Just have the Hellstone, but well, there is a big building in the way, sadly for you, on this map. But Hybrid Nations looking relatively solid here.
It really is. Oh, nice kills going down between them. Hybrid Nations looking to just continue to put this pressure on, but they are worried about the player in the backfield who they all know is there.
Sound the rotation though. Oh, there's a gunfight here. Either just don't want to take or have to win. Oh my word, and then you just get peeled off like that. If you're losing to that, is just not a good spot to be in. Rotation over now towards P2. Chunk and Whale has done a really good job. Hybrid Nations though, honestly, every time we watch them, look like a solid outfit. I'm curious to see how they're going to get on. Maybe need to brush up on their overload and search and destroy, but hard point for the most part when we've been on board with them hasn't looked too bad.
And Hybrid Nations take the lead here. This is a really good opportunity. Couple more kills will stagger them, and there's the couple. That's all they really needed. This is now going to put Project 7 on the back foot here. It means every single corner will need to be checked again. Time will burn while they do this. If a Hybrid Nations perfect opportunity to just take as many points as they can grab in their fists.
Twisted and Cut looking to try and get as much as they possibly can. Good challenge over the top from Lucifer and F. But Whalers again, 2 kills, falls. He's throwing back the airs on occasion, isn't he?
You're not wrong. You're definitely not wrong with that one. And this has been a team that I feel should be doing very, very well against basically everybody. And, well, that's looking like the case in this hard point. Already calling in the Hellstorm, ready to stop any more progress from Project 7. Got to really twist it, though.
Yeah, got to be the long route, slow it down, doesn't need to, gets around. It just gives them so much time, and then they can just get some control on the inside. F.Dot's done well, Whalers has done better. Incredible break going to come through. Trophy system down, Hybrid Nations in a good spot. Not just to control this, but already on the score line across the map. Everybody trying to find this push on the outer side. The Whalers cannot do much more. Denzer and F.Dot finding a way in. Chunk's going to have to try and do this on his own, but yeah, Hybrid Nations holding well. Could do with finding this gunfight. Oh god, it's over. It's horrible, and it's not worked out. Project 7 have found a way through and on the right side of the spawns for in 20 seconds time while we head over towards P4. This might be the moment that turns the game.
Yeah, Denzer knows his life is a little bit limited here. He will be chowed because they will push through this hard point. Can he get anything out of it? No, not going to. Even F.Dot can't really turn the tide of that one, and now they've got to be a bit careful. That spawn is not as close as they would like. Mythic's trying to hold this down. He's on a 4 streak already. Pistol going to be out, but Chunk already ready for him. Denzer now flying through. Again, another big gunfight for them. It gives them a better position as they try to put the squeeze onto this one. You can now see Hybrid Nations are spawning out because of it.
Oh, F.Dot doing well on the front side. This is what can happen over towards P4. Dan's going to get caught on the middle of the map, so they've got a pretty decent idea where somebody is at least pushing from. Willers will get caught out, but Chunk would have been cold as well. They know the pressure's going to come in from the middle of the map, and it just feels a little bit slow and staggered from Hybrid Nations. And Project 7 going to roll back into this game. Maybe another hit over towards the front side, but F.Dot might just have shut that down. Scythe is potentially the one that could get himself through, and he's shut down as well. One last effort here over towards P4, but it's looking like a nearly 460 from Project 7 Esports. And they are pretty much going to be within spitting distance by the time we go to a third rotation.
I've already set up into this next one as well. Obviously, going to be a little bit difficult with the split spawns that we've just seen. Trying to fight both angles here, and well, that's caused them to go down a little bit quicker than they would like to. A full wipe here. Hybrid Nations into P1.
This has been a problem, hasn't it? 30 and 18. Here with the MPC in hand. It's so deadly up close, isn't it? He's really starting to fry, and now P2 is on the horizon. And, well, 35 seconds time, you got the CP1 to contend with. And Scythe, well, he's just flowing right now. 5 spree for him. A little bit of control. Things not going well for Project 7. It was a really good holdover towards the last hill, but Scythe is lighting them up. 7 in a row from him. Control at P1. You breach 200 points of your Hybrid Nations. You want to force that map number 5.
All the work Project 7 have done to bring this back. And Scythe is trying to put an end to it as quickly as possible. Whalers now taking even more time. They're waiting for the double travel to come through. They need to actually make a bit of a move here. They're a little bit off the pace as they try to get players into positions to actually deal with it. P1 was bad for them. Will P2 be any better? They are on it at the moment, but this is a tenuous hold at best.
Scythe's going to have to back on down. The pressure is here, though, from Project 7, but they need to make sure the pressure turns into something. Ring around the Rosie, and it's Whalers who comes out on top, not that dizzy. Mythics finds one over towards the backside, just trying to find a way through. Twisted, he misses needs to win this, and does just about. Pressure coming from Project 7 once again, but Hybrid Nations can win it here over towards P2. Oh, they're in though.
Just trying to stop this over and over again, and they're back in once again. Now going to have to look towards the back. Trophy, but it's paid to it for a second, and it's actually doing an awful lot of damage against Project 7. Mythics is just pumping bullets in the doorway, but fortunately backed up by his teammate. 10 seconds left to go. They're wondering whether or not they should really fight for this scrap time or move. Turns out they're going to do both.
Yep, Lucifer finding 4 in a row, and I believe they have a Hellstorm to help them out here, but so does Scythe. So that's coming in. F-Dot's got one of his own too, so that might be used for the breakback, but it has to be brought in almost imminently as soon as F-Dot is up. Inside of the point now, Lucifer will fall, but Scythe's going to bring in the Hellstorm. Does find enough, gets rid of F-Dot, and everybody else from the side of Pressure 7 starting to fall. 15 seconds away from Hybrid Nations, but Mythics finding 3 and the 4. Are you kidding me, Mythics? How on earth has he pulled that one out? And Project 7 in the driving seat once again. 35 seconds remaining here, over towards P3. You've got the control of P4. Hybrid Nations, though, they only need 16 seconds.
All underneath Mythics. Not going to get his 6, but it's going to be more than enough, surely. They go back into this one. They are still behind here, Project 7's. Hybrid Nations just trying to contest this as much as possible. They know nobody is going to win here at this juncture.
Can't win it.
And Lucifer just putting down 2 as well. Tries to take down Whalers. They know they're only going to have a couple of points in this. Whalers takes down 2. Well, Project 7, the gamble is on. It's all over to P4. Can we go flawless? Can we hold everything? Mythics is already going to be here as well.
Huge. Taking
down Whalers. There's the wipe. But it's still an age to go. Bringing in the Hellstorm. This is going to try and slow them down. They're all going to have to go through P1. Oh, it's not coming in time.
Through. Yeah, I know it's going to be difficult, though. You're going to have to just slam it in. Who does it find? Well, yourself and Chunk and Whalers. It's done well, but Hybrid Nations are 2 seconds away. They need one more good push, or Project 7 are going to close it out.
Mythics was sweating hard when that one came in. Desperately worried, but here's a 4-man push. Everybody in, everybody boogie. Players going round everywhere. Everybody throw the bullets, and Mythics again. The hero for them has found 2. And Project 7 pull this one out of the bag and take the series. That should not have happened.
Oh, my word. We have had some absolute banging hardpoint maps tonight. It's been so back and forth. And that was an absolute cracker. Mythics popping off. It was the 4-piece over towards P3 that really opened things up. And then we go over towards P4. The Hellstorm is a risky player to play when it does come down to and to bring it in there, just so close to the front of the point as well. We're going to have to run it back and have another look again because that was insane. But it was Mythics who found 4. I believe it might be just before this to find that break to stop them from winning there. And then all of a sudden, okay, yeah, we're keeping them off. They're not going to be able to win here. Hybrid Nations, look, find themselves. What, 2, 4, 8. Get the take. But I love that kill. That kill from Denza was massive. To find that jump up, and then Whalers has to turn around. Mythics finds one. Scythe has the freebie on Whalers because he's looking for Denza. And then we call in the artillery. This is risky. Because he pops it as well. Pops it early. Finds one on the front. That is, I'm not joking, the other side of the wall, and Denza dies. Yeah, and all of a sudden, you maybe don't find those fights.
Nothing feels longer than that animation to call in a Hellstorm in that scenario, by the way. It had been sitting there absolutely panicking that they're getting closer and closer, and he cannot get it down, but it was just enough. He took the damage. He went down himself, but he found 2. And they walk away with a 250-248, with Synes dropping 41 and 28 for the L. Almost 5k damage. But they take the series, and that's all we'll remember.
Oh, I'll tell you what. I know last night we went to some map 5s, but I feel like the maps have been so tight tonight. Incredible work from both these two teams. Hybrid Nations showing they are very much here to play and maybe brush up on some of their other game modes. Their hardpoint looks pretty solid, though. Just need to try and piece it together on the other side of things. I think they haven't necessarily been together for too long, so maybe they can get something going, but they really do push Project 7 all the way in the hard point, but can't find the win. Project 7 still looking good in their group, but I think we've still got other games going on, Bryce. Yeah, I'd imagine we'll be jumping around.
Yeah, I think so as well. I'm kind of curious of how they've all panned out. Technically, they could have all ended. I was watching, there was a lot of 2-1s and 2-0s, I think was Clutch Rayn. We'll find out how those all start tickling forward, Ton, but we haven't seen a Game 5 yet. Oh, we did see a Game 5 earlier, actually, but nowhere near as many as yesterday, which had like 7.
No, there was quite a few yesterday, in absolute fairness. It just felt like every game we're going to, it's by the way, it's like around 10 and map number 5. So many close games between some of these teams, but yeah, it's been really fun. Honestly, we haven't really seen too many blowouts. It really has been entertaining series after entertaining series, but hey, Bryce, I think we've got more games to go, but we're taking a pause for a second.
We certainly are. We're going to go to a quick break where we find out exactly what has been happening in the world of Challengers Elite. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challenge Elite. Yes, we've had confirmation. Games are still ongoing. There is more Call of Duty for us to watch ton as we do jump into more of these. Of course, they are some of the most important ones.
Yeah, massive games when it is coming down to the wire here. And, well, I mean, look, this is going to be their second to last day going through groups. And then we got playoffs across 3 days. One being next week, of course. And then the next two being the week after. We have plenty to play for here, though, in this group stage. And some of these teams need to find some wins. Some of these teams need to solidify their self in the top four. And there's been some interesting results across the board, to be honest, though, Bryce. I believe we're heading into a game 5 between Dark Horse and LewTees squads. I mean, that is not what I would have expected, realistically. I thought Dark Horse would run away with that nice and easily, but it has been difficult for them. I believe that's where we're going, and that's exactly where we're going. Over to a map number 5 between Dark Horse Esports and LewTees Lions.
Right, well, let's have a little gander at this then. Baby Connor in a 1 versus 3 isn't going to do much. So there we go, round 1 to Dark Horse. And we'll see how the rest of this plays out. But you are right. I did feel like Dark Horse were, in my opinion, probably the better team coming into this one. But it's definitely anyone's game.
Feels that way. Surprising to see it this close, to be honest, though. I really would have thought and expected Dark Horse to be able to crack on. But maybe it has been a bit of a struggle for them. Their hardpoint looked fantastic up against Rayn yesterday. Maybe their other modes just not quite hitting the ground running in the same respects. I mean, Faisal, that is just a freebie. Your new aspect was there. The call that would have been there from your teammate. And he gets taken down, so Dark Horse will take that one all day long. 4 versus 3.
There's enough bullets going through there. They managed to get the kill. Looking to pick this bomb back up. Just checking there's no one there, and does manage to do it. Quick movement has allowed him to stay alive. And this will be a rotation away.
Gonna make the way over towards A now. Dark Horse Esports just happy to sit back. Don't want to put too much pressure on. They've got somebody over towards field. They know there's nobody coming over towards B. Somebody covering mid, and Almighty just having a little peek. They don't really have too much coverage over towards A, although Top Church will at least have eyes on. I think Mighty will be the one springing into action when he needs to. Has to be careful here, though. Shot control now over towards Disarray. He's going to be the one that tries to get something moving here. Yusuf moves forward. Disarray doesn't find anything. Aspect does. The trade should go the way of Dark Horse. 1 versus 1. He didn't chal it if you're Aspect.
He never saw him. Connor tried to check. He thought he would be up top, and he was right. It was just off screen.
Ugh.
That is actually really unlucky. He made the right call to give it a bit of a bounce check up top, but the player was just to his left. That is a horrible way to end up losing a round.
Two to 0 now at the Dark Horse. Small margin in that one. Not so much in round number 1. Great day of COD here in Europe. North America coming up right after this as well. Some surprise results there yesterday. Some unwanted guests as well that I heard about as well. But, you know, that's thankfully in Europe not my problem. Maybe I've jinxed us now. You watch.
Yeah, I don't know why you've gone there. Well, everything's quiet in this S&D so far. It's all about the positioning. Connor is trying to just see what he can find, but not give his life away. Knows he's got support to his left, so nobody's coming there. This Ray coming to have a little look and says, Connor, are you sure? They slowly start to move up here. They might try and wrap this site. They don't have eyes on it. When this bomb goes down, everybody will swing into action.
If you're Sykes, do you try and get out? Yeah, you do. And Scott free of that as well. So LewTees Lions, what's the plan? Position on the map says, well, shocking all straight through the front door. Mighty finds one, though. Aspect is going to kick it a gear. Yeah, just perfect timing. Nelly finds the second. Faisal will take him down, but the damage is done. Faisal left in a 1v3.
Oh, he's going to have a little bit of an opportunity there, but he actually put bullets both sides of the sniper. had an opportunity to take that off the board for them. But no, Dark Horse rolling forward, and they just didn't find that first initial pick. And you thought maybe there would be a bit more pressure when that bomb went down, but they weren't really able to do it. I was expecting more of a barrage of any nades they had left, but not as many as they would have liked to have had.
Three-0 Dark Horse now. Starting to really pull away. Look at this aggression that they've actually went with. Over through B. They've completely controlled it. Now the map is theirs. I mean, you're just in between a rock and a hard place. If you're Yusuf, you have to fight your way out, and you've got a sniper in your hand. Oh, that is a disaster. And now Mighty over towards the other side. He's actually whiffed with a sniper by the looks of things, and Disarray's in a tough spot. I love that from Dark Horse. They get aggressive, and LewTees Lions get punished for it massively.
Oh, Mighty's gone down with a sniper.
Yeah, that's a positive at least for Connor, but still.
Oh, he's being hammered with stuns.
Very dead.
Potentially, if he made another one, he could have maybe found a gap, but wasn't going to happen. And they're really just running this S&D now.
It's always the worst way, isn't it? When you've had an unexpected map 5, and Dark Horse are just, as said, absolutely stomping through this one right now. LewTees Lions, let's bring it back. Let's show me something.
Do they have anything? And they've gone for a heavy A hit. A very, very heavy A hit, and nobody's home. So now it's everybody scramble. Two are going to push the flank. One's going to try and maybe watch the mid-map, but they're going to go back onto the bomb site. Faisal was found to take.
Yeah.
I'll be perfectly clear. That should not have happened.
I think he was just on the lower side of the box, though, and it's just a freebie. For LewTees Lions to hit that like that, well, it gives you so much more information that you cut off half of the map. It's not going to be that site, so, well, it has to be the other one. Now in a 4 versus 2, looking like either or walking them, Bricey. Sykes finds Faisal, Yusuf. Not going to be able to find Sykes, so he's left in a 1 versus 2. Would be a 1v3 with an ace.
Are they going to pick this correctly? Realistically, they should probably wait this out. Let him plant and go for the retake. Get some information on where he's gone. That's what they're going to do. This is why they've gone slow here. Gone up top for the pressure. Gone back down. Problem is, Sykes has no idea where they are. They're looking for him.
And they're probably top. Oh, terrible timing. Yeah, terrible timing. He was holding it for such a long time. Gets caught in the back as he turns around. Around the LewTees Lions.
Well, that's what they needed. That round had to go towards them. And maybe it's the start. Maybe it's the first pebble in a rock slide. But they will need to be consistent. It's the first time that we've believed.
Can they string it together? There has been some close rounds. I mean, you think that 1v1 goes the opposite direction. We're a 3-2 scoreline, and our thoughts, and obviously the team's thoughts of the search and destroy are probably entirely different. Information gained with that trophy that's there. Mighty. Careful. Connor sends a couple of warning shots, and he has to back on down, but D10 can answer back with 1. Backs down at the right time, but Faisal still finds him. The Dravik up close and personal, doing what it needs to, and now a really nice position for LewTees Lions over towards A. Sykes has to back down because he's still on his own. Aspect and Detail are on their way, but the Lions, you have control of that site. The bomb could be going down here.
Faisal watching what he knows with this initial potion. 10 finds one, but Faisal does manage to get his own kill.
2v1.
Connor, I was going to say, left alone, he was hoping to get something, but they weren't going to allow him to get out of there. And LewTees Lions almost had that. If Connor had found one, maybe he could have got away or got the second, but it wasn't to be. And now Dark Horse find themselves not only on map point, but match point.
In a really nice position. The Search and Destroy has been brilliant for them here on Scar specifically. Well, here we are. 5-1 to the good. LewTees Lions. What can you do to potentially bring this one back? Been convincing from Dark Horse. Just being a little bit more aggressive. They've been willing to take a couple more risks. LewTees Lions risks might all just be a 4-man down mid. The smoke's down. It's chaos. Is this going to work out in their favor? Well, it hasn't done so far. Detained for one. Aspect can't find another. Gets super aggressive here, and Detained's going to get shut down. They're all in the middle of the map, and I don't think they expected that. So they get away with it. If you are LewTees Lions, you got the numbers advantage.
Now they're prowling through the middle of the map, hunting for any glimmer of a kill that will bring them back to even.
I mean, if they knew the positioning of these players on LewTees Lions over towards A, Dark Horse, I want 0 to do with that. But I tell you what, we're going to leave it, and Sykes is going to catch you off guard. 2v2.
Oh, they're putting it back to 2 versus 1. Surely it's not going to end like this. Connor finds himself in the clutch position one more time. Finds the first. And now destiny for him. Was that bad timing? I don't think he saw it. He's going to be in a good position anyway. Connor clutches up eventually, and LewTees Lions stay alive. It is not going to go down like that. They will march forward to another round.
Oh, they are living by their hair on their chinny chin right now, Bryce. Got aggressive through the middle of the map, got the number advantage. Just about got away with it. Now, I mean just. Here we go. It's round number 8. Snipers out again. Connor's 9-4, and they're 5-2 down. He's found another, but Mighty has found Yusuf 3v3.
Hear that sniper banging. They're going to have to be careful and play around it now. Detain in a position to try and make a trade here. But he's not going to see anyone unless Disarray moves. So what might happen now is this bomb will go down once they feel secure enough for it. And at this point, somebody will move. But Disarray, will he find the kill or will he be found first?
Do you ring any bullets through there? Yeah, you think about it. Oh, Connor, head down, son. Waiting for the player to make the move on the flank. Disarray trying to find a pick. Has to be careful. Mighty rings the sniper bullet. Doesn't hit. Disarray does. Nearly finds a second, but Aspect can pick that up. 2v2.
Here we go. One fight by the bomb site, one fight on the other side of the map. 20 seconds to go here. Dark Horse Esports really do not have the time to play. And Faisal says, thank you very much for the easy one. LewTees Lions now dominant in this position. They shouldn't be able to lose it from here. Bomb will be checked. It's not going to matter if Connor goes down. He cannot defuse, and LewTees Lions get another one back in this S&D.
Honestly, when you look at it, it's just a really good play from Faisal. He stays alive over towards the backside, and because he puts the shots in, he just backs them down. He knows they have to search him. They can't leave him there because they want to push through from the flank. They want to push through into the site. So Faisal staying alive. A wonderful position to do so, and forces them into making a decision they cannot make quick enough. 5-3. Back into the realms of possibility.
Well, here we go. LewTees Lions still in this S&D. Massive hit from them over towards 8. But this time they're not backing down here, but Faisal finds Mighty.
Uh-oh.
And those trophies are saving them here, but Sykes will find Connor. Bandit in a 3 versus 3, but the stuns throw off his aim. A 2 versus 3. LewTees Lions in control once again on this S&D.
Dark Horse have an opportunity to plant though. Faisal on the flank, a bit of info, but that makes you tetchy and it makes you make bad decisions. And that's one from Sykes. Detains dead the rights. This is 5-4. And that is 3 rounds in a row. LewTees Lions are screaming back into this one.
Well, well, well. It is not over at all here. And for Dark Horse Esports, what was feeling like a bit of a stroll toward the end of this series is now anything but. Anxiety will be creeping into the fingertips.
Oh, I'm anxious, Bricey.
I have no idea which way this is going to go, Ton, but I am here for it.
A bit of a different setup for both two teams, to be honest, though, Bricey. Both of them playing a little more passively than they have been in the past few rounds.
I'll say I think Dark Horse have probably got a little bit more map control here, but LewTees Lions, you are right. This is about as passive as you can be. It's a time burner, hoping to get the information, and it can work for you, but it can also remove all your advantage with the clock. They're still burning. They're still burning time. They're going to have to make a play towards A here. I don't think they have any other options. Connor is trying now to clear out space at this bomb site. There are 3 players of Dark Horse ready. An aspect overlooking. More pre-firing.
Sykes is going to be the one. Yeah, he's going to be watching the cross. Faisal guns him. Number advantage here to LewTees Lions, but they don't have a lot of time. Big nade in from Mighty. They may be able to keep them off.
Connor's going to have to go for this plant. I don't know if anyone's going to be able to find it. There are still fighting going on the map. 3 versus 3. Bomb will go down. Advantage to LewTees Lions, but on the back foot, Detain finds him. It's now a 1 versus 2. Detain will call game before anything else can happen. And they burned the clock. They burnt their opportunities. And unfortunately, this series has slipped them by. Dark Horse Esports with the win.
Really nice work from Dark Horse Esports to get it done. It got a bit scary in the end, but they get it done either way. Map number 5 does go their way. That got scary though, didn't it? I mean, what, you're 4-0 up and all of a sudden you're 5-4 up. It happens in the blink of an eye. Really nice play though from the side of LewTees Lions, who they're shoving teams, but they're not quite getting the job done. And you need to start finding some wins. They've got next week to potentially do that, but they're running out of time, Brett.
They certainly are. And I mean, it was a good showing. I would say it was a very, very good showing. There was certainly some aspects of it. I feel like BB Connor was left alive quite a few times there, and obviously he got the clutch one time around, but that's not the position you want to be in when you've just got a player and you're outnumbered over and over again. So maybe something they need to work on and where they're setting up for some of these sites or the way they're playing around it. But hey, the games keep on rolling. We're on board. And this is going to be Treaty versus Rauzan, and I believe this is map 4.
Map number 4. Treaty. Well, making hard work of this one. Losing out somewhere along the line. I'm not 100% sure where, but I expect them to be able to deal with Rauzan, who have a really, really tough start to their time here in European Challenges. Blade and Coco are just trying to keep them at bay as best as they possibly can. They got the right side of the map, though, for a rotation over towards P3. Treaty trying to get themselves in a better spot, but right now, Rauzan getting some time at P2.
Trying to go back and forth. Kez trying to rip some ankles away. Doesn't actually get a single one onto him. It's actually up to a teammate to clear that one out as they get back onto the point here. A little bit clustered together as they just try to clear out the angles they need to. Already you see the rotation coming in.
Henry making the rotation, trying to find something here. And he's definitely slipped the net, but he needs the rest of his team to be alive. He'll take a freebie here. He wants to take his time as long as he can. Oh, maybe a little too long. They're all fine. Treaty one still in the lead. Spawns towards the back door. That's all because Henry makes the move round. And now you've got to try and deal with it from this backside. It's not the easiest push from this side, though. Yes, okay, you want these spawns, but you need somebody else pinch from the other side. Going in with a pistol will find you one. Won't find a great deal else, though.
Yeah, it wasn't a lot of follow-up as well, so the trade was a bit more difficult as they can continue to use that choke point to their advantage. Yaz are up top now as well. Player going to go in. Just needs to delay. Let these teammates get through and get some guns into this one as well, but it's not going to work out. It's too much of a bottleneck, and while Henry gets a kill, there are too many guns aiming at him.
It's just a really hard break. You want these spawns, but you have to be able to find the kills after that. Didn't find the kills in the mid-map. All of a sudden, it's a one-dimensional push, and now you're kind of not where you want to be at all. Overlay and Rush doing well, and this is where you can maybe try and find something from the other side. Suddenly they have to turn around, keep an eye on window, and that's where your break comes from. But for what? 10 seconds. Yeah, okay, you've got the other team spawning over towards the backside instead of you now. Maybe make it a little bit easier for this transition that was going to be map long. At the same time, it doesn't seem as difficult when they're all spawning next to you as well. You can find those kills, and Rauzan Esports don't necessarily have the time or the resources to set up how they thought they would, especially if Kez has got something to do with it. They can force them back there. Treaty 1 Gaming, not too far away.
Oh, Henry just trying to stay alive around the back here, but he's going to be weakened. He's going to be picked up as well. Rauzan doing a fantastic job, and they are really just clearing house every time they need to. You think maybe they're on the cusp of losing control. They find just enough of the trades to keep them in the points.
Doing well here, Rauzan. So many surprise results today, and this will be a big one if they can find this hard point and force this map number 5, but they're being forced away. But again, for what? The past 2 hills have been wonderful for Rauzan Esports. Now we head over towards P5. They're going to be spawned all the way towards this backside, but they've got a bit of a split going on here, so it's all about this mid-map control. Blade's going to try and find it. He will. Needs a little bit of a hand. He's got it. So now Treaty 1 Gaming, sometimes being down here like this with no mid-map control, like being a fish in a barrel. Kind of got an idea which way they're pushing from, but it's not an easy hold.
No, it's not. Their angles are being reduced over and over again, but here comes the flood. Bodies flying in at the same time. Now there are going to be more nades flying out as well from Treaty 1, and they've got the trade so far, and Henry will clear it up, and that's the benefit. If you can hold it and force them all one direction, you can get even more, and Henry says, all right, I'll take him down off of the spawn, and he is calling his shots here, because he floats around, floats like a butterfly, sting like Henry, not going to get the third though, but it will be enough to just delay them for a few more seconds.
It's been a really good hold though. It looked like a difficult position to be able to do it from, but they manage it. They manage it well. Now find themselves in the lead. Heading over towards P1 now, but come from that lower side a little bit easier for Rauzan Esports, who are already set up over towards the middle of the map. Zero and Kodo did a lot of damage in that first rotation. They probably feel a little bit disappointed to find themselves behind, to be honest with you. They did so well over the course of 2 different hills. Right now, are fighting tooth and nail to try and get some sort of control over towards P1, and they may well have done that.
Yeah, Rush still holding down. Eventually will go as well. And there it is, Rauzan Esports. Get onto the point and start getting a few of those points back as well. Gabron taking a bit of a nade to the face there, but still alive and calls it perfectly for the wall jump. Will go down. It's a dangerous position being in that hill.
20 seconds to go. Kez really does want to try and push through if he can, but P2 spawns. Well, control is going to be there for the side of Treaty 1 Gaming, and they're going to find the gunfights on the initial as well. Big kills to be found. 10 seconds to go over towards P1. They need a little bit more mid-map control. You can see it's going to be there. Blade will get taken down. Nice rotation from Treaty 1. They may well have lost a little bit of that lead that they had after that first rotation of hills, but heading over towards P2 in control, they'll take that all day long.
You can see them just trying to hold their battle lines here. They do not know. Zero is in the backfield. Because they don't need to. Olo take care of it. Now comes the push from the front though. They might have enough guns to just deflect this for a second as Rush gets the kill he needs. Still have the advantage. It is a failed push for Rauzan. Treaty 1 Gaming in the driving seat.
And we're going to push forward here as well. They smell a little bit of blood. They want more from this push if they can get it. Fabron is able to find one, but he's the only one who can, and he gets slain for his efforts as well. Rush on 5 in a row. They want to try and push through, and that's Kez what he's trying to do there. One spawn out here for the side of Rauzan. Where do you spawn if you're Treaty 1? Well, still over towards this back side. But still, that's a hell of an amount of time to pick up over towards P2 especially. It's not necessarily what I would call a money hill, but they do a really good job at holding it down. Maybe a little one-dimensional from Rauzan there. Can they answer back with a good hold of P3 like they did last time?
Well, they need it. They know they're good at it. Even now, Treaty 1 are not treating this lightly. Splits everywhere. Guns all around, spawns all around, but they've got to win some gunfights to get this one done. Henry will find the first here, but again, it's this same choke point. It stymied them the first time. The second time needs to be different if they don't want that lead to disappear.
The problem is that the flank feels so long that you just don't want to push it. You just keep putting yourself into the blender unless you can win these gunfights. How's Fabron being caught there? Oh, they found a way through. Zero, can he find it? 1 versus 1, but the contestant's fine. You spawn a lot closer. Treaty 1 Gaming should have a hold of this and do, but it's only for 12 seconds. They're still spawning towards the back. Rauzan need to get, their tails between their legs and go back to the new hill.
You gotta say Treaty 1 did just enough there. Kez was a key factor, although he did get a team kill. Staying alive and finding kills through the doorway is never going to be easy. We're into the next point first. A bit of a split coming forward. They need to identify this. Rauzan are going to look to squeeze at the same time. Fibron, massive kill into the point. Not finding the second as Overlay goes to work as well. So they have broken the back of this.
Find themselves in a good position now. No, one player left remaining for now. Can you do anything if your player just to waste a little bit of time? But it's a big break for Treaty 1. Now putting themselves in a position where they can break 200 points and then some. Have to be careful of this flank that's coming through, though. They don't really have control yet, to be honest with you. Rauzan Esports are very much on their way, very much finding the kills, and are likely to find this break and do. Treaty 1 just never got set up. They got themselves inside of the point, but never really got themselves in a position to defend it. Henry, though, causing as much chaos as he possibly can. Into the point. Scrap time, not going to go his way. A rotation, though, is Treaty 1 Gaming already over towards P5.
Hellstorm incoming. You saw the pause coming in there from Rush. Try and find everything you can. Finds nothing but information. They're actually going to lose the point here potentially, but no, Overlay turned them to row. And now they're over the 200-point mark, and more kills go towards them. For Rauzan, this is do or die time. They're going to have to find a way up the map here as they are being punished for it, but Blade finds both. And now they are moving forward with numbers. They know they have the advantage going into this point.
They're finding a way of Brightsea. They're finding a way of keeping this game going. Every single time it looks like Treaty 1 are just going to call it. Rauzan just somehow find a way to get something going, but that's a big nade from Kez. To be asking where's the trophies? Well, we might not need it because Blade in yours will shut it down again. 15 seconds to play for Treaty 1. Don't get a great deal of time over towards P5. We go to another rotation.
Still alive, still fighting. Overlay looking for the player he knows is going to be here. He wants to try and take this chow at some point. Shoulders and shoulders. But no heads and no toes. And you can see who really has the medal of this game crawls ever closer to its finale. P1 is unlikely to be its end unless Rauzan really mess up.
And they look to get aggressive. Just cutting the head of the snake off as best as he can. They do trade, looking to try and find a way in if you are Rauzan, though, because you're the one that needs the time. Not quite desperately yet, but it's getting to that stage. Treaty still only 23 around, and you remember P2 last time they held a full 60. Rauzan need a bit of time here, and they need the rotation.
At the moment, they're really playing quite passive around P1. They haven't got any time here, and Rauzan are quite happy to soak it up. Get themselves in a little bit of contest for these next hills if they can make it that far. Even still, doing a good job cleaning them off over and over again. You are right, though. Treaty 1, they're choosing to make their bed at P2. Have they got enough? For Brone here might have found timing. It's not going to be perfect timing, though, as he goes down, and more players from Rauzan are falling.
Gotta do it. Gotta find this push through mid. Zero can find something, but not quite enough. 15 seconds away here for Treaty 1 Gaming. One last roll of the dice for Rauzan.
Overlay staying alive, waiting for reinforcements to come through as the kill feed, it fills with yellow. The right team are dropping, and Rauzan couldn't find enough onto that. Get back into the point! Too overzealous. 5 seconds to go. They have to make a dive for it. It's not going to be enough, and this game is going to end. Treaty 1 Gaming get the hard point and the series. Another
really nice game. But Dark Horse will... sorry, we've watched so many games at this stage, Brightsea. I completely lost with where we are at. But a really, really good performance coming through from Treaty 1 Gaming there. Eventually getting it over the line. But honestly, Rauzan, I think they're sitting at 0-4 right now. And you see them in every single map that we get a chance to look at them. They're creating chances. They're getting opportunities. Can't quite get it over the line. I think that's been the case for a few teams in some of these series here today. It's just been a case of trying to get it over the line. They haven't been able to do so.
Yeah, and that's the bit that's really going to suck long term. You're like, we were so close to qualifying. You've got to play all of these matches, and if you end up out of it by like one game or a tiebreaker or anything like that, you'd be like, we could have won this, but we just missed out. But let's find out who has had a good day, who's had a bad day, and who's just okay. At the moment, Clutch Rayn sitting pretty 4-0. Rock Esports 3-0 themselves as well. Then we got Dark Horse Esports in Group A, and Treaty 1 Gaming both on 3-1. Project 7 and Synes 3-1 in Group B. There is some separation from the top 3 to the bottom 3, Tom.
Yeah, both groups, to be honest with you. Hybrid Nations obviously yet to finish off one of their games. They have another game to play as well, so they'll be looking to try and separate themselves between Light Unlimited and Lentejas, who, I mean, look, they showed a little bit of life in their game up against Rock Esports, but couldn't quite get it over the line again. They're sitting at 0-4. I just don't believe they can do it. They need to be 1-4. Hibernations would have to fall all the way down, but I presume they lost to them. I think lost Lentejas, so pretty much guaranteed to not be making playoffs. Same. Can't quite be said just yet for Rauzan, I don't think. I mean, they've got one. It depends who they're going up against next week, to be honest with you, but it might be too little too late for them as well. Here's me trying to be an admin again, but it's very clear who's at the top, though, for both these two groups. Two teams currently undefeated. That's Rayn and Rock Esports.
Well, that's a big fight that we may expect to see in the bracket a little bit later as well. But it's been a wonderful day of EU Call of Duty Ton, and fortunately for everybody watching, there's even more afoot. North America is coming to your screens in just a short little while, so don't go anywhere if you want more Challengers Elite action. We're flying across the pond, but we will see you next time. So see you in a little bit.
What's good, COD fam, Challengers fans, watch partiers, and just general COD enthusiasts? We're back for our second day of Elite #1 in North America. My whole ship with me, I got my brother from another mother, probably a very distant mother. I've got Jay Study with my bro. I will say, just like flat out, I feel like, again, I say this intro every single year we do Challengers. This year's gearing up to be one of the most insane years for Challengers. We already got subs being locked in by pro teams. We've got a number of new names to the table, but also a lot of veterans trying to make it back into the league, and there is no more important time than right now for these cats.
Oh, yeah, without question, man. Like you said, there's so much talent this year in Challengers. So that's why they added an extra elite stage, because the Mercules effect. We can't allow one of these guys to be a difference maker in the amateur scene. We got to be able to see these guys play. So an extra elite, let's add it to the mix. More new talents added to the mix. I'm just excited for a phenomenal season of Call of Duty because, like you said, man, a lot of these CDL pros, they're going to be watching their backs because they know there's people right behind them now.
Absolutely. I think obviously with all of the recency that comes with not just the Mercules effect, as you've called it, but really the Stallions effect. Now we've got teams like Huntsmen, we've got teams like Telluride Bush, we've got all these guys coming in, putting together these monster squads with a lot of known names, but I think most importantly, a lot of new names that we're really starting to really open our eyes up to. Of course, you also have a lot of guys from the Halo scene that are coming in and shaking things up a touch. I mean, it's just such a healthy mix this year, and we're pumped to see it. But as mentioned, this is day number 2. If you missed yesterday, woo, you missed yesterday. I'll tell you what. We had a number of squads stop up and really step their games with High Treason in Group A starting off 2-0. That is a team that I wouldn't have expected by just roster alone to be 2-0, but those boys put out. Telluride Bush, 5 Fierce, Omit Brooklyn for Fun Esports, all at 1-1. Next threat looking to get on the board. But take me through Group B here, Jay, because we're going to be watching the Huntsmen and Project Notorious. But honestly, the rest of that group is still very competitive, even though there are a couple of teams at 0-2.
Yeah, the 0-2 teams are the ones I really want to focus on, because if you're the Stallions back or Falcons Academy White, like, you can't be sitting 0-2 after day 1, because you know how difficult it is to even try to potentially make the playoffs after starting 0-2. You need to be playing perfect Call of Duty from this point on. But like you said, at the top side, Huntsmen take care of business yesterday, regardless of everything that was happening. Shout out to, Halo Gamer, everybody that was ruining the games. They were still able to take care of business, clean 3-0 versus Stallions, and the same thing can be said for Project Notorious. That's a bunch of vets on that squad. So basically a battle for first overall in Group B is off the rip for us. It's going to be a banger.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolute banger. And I like that we're getting this idea of some newer names, so to speak, going up against some of the big dogs. But let's take a check in to see what's going on with Stallions Black. This team 0-2. I know there's obviously a lot of eyes that follow along with the Stallions name. They really kind of put themselves in the map at the beginning of the Elite stage last year, obviously. Unless you're, newly watching, you'd be kind of remiss to miss that overall, because hey, 3 of the 4 players who started on that Stallions roster beginning of the year now in the league, so the expectations are pretty high. But who are you kind of looking at on this roster? Because I know there were a lot of scrims being obviously watched and streamed. The roster's gone through some mix-ups with Swag and Okus now in the mix. Where's your thoughts on this 4-man roster?
Yeah, I've known quite some time about Rayn. He's always been a straight shooter for like the last couple of years. Finds himself on a situation on Stallions Spec where he can showcase his ability, and the same thing could be said for Symbols. He's a guy who is obviously last year was alongside the Stallions, was just growing himself individually to put himself in this position. But I'm going to talk about the other 2 guys, Swagcheck and Okus, who I was just recently being able to meet these guys in Stuff M8s. Like, they both played in my tournament. I just watched Swagcheck play against us in D-Row Sub Wars, and these guys are absolute shooters. So I'm just excited for the new guys to come in here and showcase their talent, because I know the other guys. Let me see what the new guys got.
I'm here for that. But hey, those guys need to find a way to get a win because they're 0-2 right now.
Yeah.
Well, let's take a look over at some of the other squads that have a lot of eyes surrounding them, in particular the Huntsmen. Of course, if you missed out on the announcement, huge to see that an Optic-based franchise and team brand is now back into the mix, challenging the rest of the known names here in Challengers. But I gotta say, we've seen some special stuff out of Neum, a lot of news surrounding him and his potential prospect, but he has really showed up and showed out for this Huntsman squad.
Yeah, he's definitely showed up. That's why he got picked up to LAT as a substitute player, just in case anything ever goes wrong. You got a shooter ready to spawn on in, but he's alongside another couple of shooters, Kips and Rispy. Every time I watch these guys scrim, it's like those guys with SMGs in their hand are just making play after play. And then when you add in a guy from Halo, who's a world champion, by the way, in Renegade, who just started playing competitive Call of Duty this season, already finds itself in a really good form under a really good organization. So excited for these guys to continue to compete. Obviously, we know Niam's call could potentially be called up at any given moment, but with this roster right now, they're looking in final form.
Yeah, and you know, the roster has a lot of hype surrounding it, but
yeah,
I kind of want to go into the story of Rispy just a touch, because he's a guy that got his first taste of challengers playing in Modern Warfare 2, didn't break past the top 32 anywhere at any time until near the end of the year. It was a Pup Cup, he finished top 8, but I remember watching this guy when he was playing in the AGN leagues, like back in Modern Warfare. Those were a number of local things that I was involved with. So to see him kind of get his chance to become eligible to play and grind his way through Black Ops 6 in particular, to where, again, the results were not necessarily great. Now you're in a position to be a part of one of the top teams in Challengers, at least as of now. But here's your schedule for today. Again, on the mainstream, we're going to be taking a look at that P7 Notorious mix-up going up against Huntsmen. That's a battle for the first seed in Group B. But if you're looking for more streams, you can find them by heading over to youtube.com/COD Challengers, because Bravo, Charlie, Delta, Echo, and Foxtrot are all going to be streaming simultaneously. So if you're trying to watch Stallions, check them out on Charlie. If you're trying to watch the Bush Gaming guys, check them out on Delta. And of course, right here on the mainstream, we will be dancing into those other broadcasts as they are happening, and our main matches on a bit of a break. Speaking of, though, Jay, let's take a look at our best of 5 series layout. Den to start us off with a hardpoint double dose of Scar. I mean, it's early to tell in terms of where the team's pros or cons or vulnerabilities or strengths happen to be, but what's your thought process and like who you kind of looking at here in this best of 5?
I think definitely for this map, number 1, opening up on a map like Den, where it's basically right in front of you. Like, it's textbook Call of Duty on this map. You win your rotations, you dominate the power spots, put your ARs in those power spots. You're going to most likely find a lot of success here. So I think, without question, Project Notorious, with the experience that they have, they're not going to be able to let this one slip. On the opposite side, for the Huntsmen, they have the aggressive SMG players. If they get caught out on some bad timings on a map like that, it could come back to bite them. But that's why you make up for it on the middle half with the Scar Search and Destroy, the Scar Overload, where those SMGs can be impactful. And if they manage to get it to that game 4, that's where you will see Kips and Rispy really start to take over.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. Huntsmen found themselves a 3-1 and a 3-0 yesterday in their 2 matchups, playing up against Falcons White and Stallions Black. So they're looking to try to keep that domination in play against a more formidable opponent here, at least based on how the standings have shaken to this point. For Project Notorious, they survived a map 5 of Fair versus Falcons Green, and they were able to beat the other Falcons Academy team 3-0. So that's kind of the history. Let's get into the present. We got Huntsmen and Project Notorious on Den. Let's get it on.
Battle for the number 1 seed here in Group B. All of the teammates connecting for that opening kill, but the ARs, like we said, for Project Notorious, not making it easy for them to get to the objective. But Kips flies on in, finds a double, and Huntsman so far holding down this P1 to the T. Not a single player from Project Notorious have worked their way out to set up a pinch or anything.
And this is one of the things that we've seen out of Niam, changing the map by hitting early routes. Gets on a bit of a flake, and the shot's perfect as Rispy's able to get credit for the kill, but a huge assist over to Niam as Rispy will still lock down more time. We got 20 seconds left in. You're already looking at Project Notorious setting up a rotation.
Yeah, Rispy is a big one-on-one. Almost has a second one onto Geo, but doesn't connect any bullets. But you will definitely take at least 35 seconds off of a P1 to start the battle now for the back spawns. Geo know that he's gonna have pressure on him, but Neil is able to find an angle. Rispy already finds the second, and now Yuli's got his hands tied. Multiple players surrounding him.
Yeah, spawns are out right now for Project Notorious. Yuli just fighting from inside the garage. Good for 2. Back into the hard point. Finds his 3rd. Knows he needs to keep his eye on the back. Has to YY the reload in tough straights here and will be dealt with. Spawns will move, but inside the hard point, Project Notorious still holding on. Numbers now reinforcing from the front.
Yeah, no need to worry. You have them trapped in towards the backside, but now this is what Huntsman can start to set the tone. Rispy opens up with a double. Now Kip switches to that SMG. Finds kill number 3, but Yuli again finds a double to secure the time here. Final 25 here at the P2. You're going to start to force a couple teammates from the Huntsman off the rotation because you just keep owning the trade fights. If you're Notorious, you're going to have a slight lead, but later over to New.
Great moment highlighted there for Yuli. Deals with the spawn flip situation for the Huntsman. Keeps him out of the hard point. And more so, he is able to make sure that Project Notorious get the scrap time, and now the lead. Over to P3. Huntsman with numbers, trying to chase down Rispy, who very wisely is able to get a little bit further out, but eventually tracked down, and Huntsman will open up the hard point in their name.
Yeah, Huntsmen at least have the positionings early on towards the new HP, but you're going to just stall some time out for Renegade to set up on this bench. The trigger discipline on point, lines up the double. Now all your focus is over towards Dojo side. Kip's already strikes for 3. Huntsmen have a lead, and Huntsmen have full control.
Yeah, scrappy moments from Huntsmen trying to hold on to this hard point, but they've done a nice job pushing back Project Notorious. Really forced them to have to try to break again from the front, not where you want to be. Renegade and Kips working on clearing out Dojo. Good tags coming through, but Yuli once again able to counteract onto 1. Awakening from mid-map, able to hit the cut, but whoa, shut down by Renegade. Woo, hot shot, 7 in a row, and Huntsmen will hold.
Still 15 seconds here. You know that Project Notorious are going to play a little bit safer, but now with that kill with the wall bang, 8 in a row for Renegade. Hellstorm in the back pocket. Pressure already in the backside of Doji. You just got to peek the right corner. Too at least gets the better of him for now. He's finessing, stalls out time, at least for his teammates to assist them, and that's a beautiful play by Too Real. Secures the spawns for his teammates, allows them to stabilize on this moment. All focus on now the front.
There we go, Too Real, a little pinch, doesn't expect the third, so Renegade will get the trade, allows Huntsman to at least stay somewhat forward to attack the front. More importantly, it allows Neum to take this long route around the back, able to find 1, snaps over for the second, but Geo denies. Crispy, tagged, but in the hard point, has help. Huntsman largely just trying to figure out where they're spawning at. Neum spawns in Narnia, so you've really got to lock things down, play your corners here. If you're Huntsman, they're not able to. Project Notorious with a quick counter break.
Yeah, too many angles to watch. Not too many bodies to watch them. Leads to a clean break there for Notorious, keeping themselves into the mix. Basically a tie game as we end the first set of the hard points. Huntsman now just trying to play keep away. Keep them on that side of the map and set up properly over towards the new HP. You got Renegade pushed out towards Dojo. He's going to have a freebie. On to Geo. Everybody else is locking down mid-map, but like I said, tie game. Here we go, second set.
Kip's head on a swivel, has to watch his own pinch and hope that Neum can help out from the front, but he's not able to lock down where exactly Notorious are coming from. Long route from Rispy, around the back, able to find the first, cannot track down the second immediately, goes up top, but not able to equal Too Real's pressure, and it'll still be a neutral affair over the top of P1. Contest is in as Huntsmen are trying to regain.
Yeah, but Geo does find a double, so now you have the numbers advantage. You can instantly fly away on through. The break is good enough to secure this time. And now Huntsman playing from the back foot. Looking for an opening. You don't get it through mid-cut. Now Too Real's going to take some space away from you from couches. Potentially going to spawn a couple players across the map, but it keeps them at least set up here at the new HP. This is all of Notorious time. And now you just can allow Too Real to break you down on the opposite side. He finds a double. You hit the go button.
Yeah, this is a huge moment right now for Project Notorious, trying to stray the scrap time and connect it into the initial at P2. And it's looking really good. Every gunfight win going their way. Too Real on 6 in a row, hoping for streaks. And he's got eyes on 1 through mid. Transmits that information over to his teammates, and it forces Huntsman to have to hit from the front, and there it is. Kill number 7 for Too Real. He's got himself the missile and a chance to do more damage from the front. He's on 8 in a row, 20 and 9. Too Real on a swivel, wants more, doesn't need to get more as Geo takes down 2. Too Real for 9, waits, values his life, and Yuli will finish off the kill.
Yeah, he's just finessing his life so well. 1 minute and 10 already in the HP, 20 and 9 stat line on 8 in a row. And he's just not taking any shots to the body. He is always full health. Finally, he's going to fall to the hands of Renegade. But at what cost? You're giving up a full 60 at P2. Notorious having able to chain the P1 to the P2 and grow an 80-point lead. And just keep in mind, Too Real still has his Hellstorm in the back pocket.
This is looking good right now for Project Notorious, rotating over to 3. They may even just do a 2-2 split here with the
streak. He called it an EMP.
Oops. You know, I had a feeling that might happen. EMP is out. We'll talk about that later, but here's the Hellstorm. And yep, that sounds about right.
Oh, man. All right.
That's the most unfortunate thing I think I've ever seen in just full-on locked in. I was like, dude, I didn't want to talk about the fact that you earned the EMP too, because like you just hope he moves his cursor down, but whoops.
That's a setting we got to change, Al. I promise you. It's a setting. Can we just eliminate having 2 extra score streaks in the mix if we're only allowing the Hellstorm? Because it's an issue. Obviously, you got to waste time to go to either one of those slots to even use the Hellstorm. And unfortunately, comes back to bite you there. But as we now jump over to Echo Stream, Omen Brooklyn versus 5 Fear, 10-point difference. Okay, a Luca on 9 in a row. This is the guy I wanted to see yesterday.
Yes, sir. Had a little bit of a slower start to his debut in Elite after, again, the recent news surrounding his potential future in the CDL. 27-20, but a tie game, 5 fears. A long-standing org inside of Challengers, represented in DWC last year, but not with this roster. Eric Boom in some trouble. Comes out to the gunfight, not able to beat Aluka. Darkside also in some trouble, right up top of the jump wall, waiting for help. Good first. How about the NPC? Want to talk about something new? Oh, mercy. Almost gets 3, but Eric Boom for the trade has 5 fears with their numbers.
Yeah, the NPC is unbelievable on maps like Blackheart and Colossus, and you just saw a little taste of it there from Darkside. He just rips them as they try to jump up in towards the P4, but a 30-point lead is going to allow 5 fears some time now to think about this rotation over towards New. Going to push your way through the backside of P3. There's 2 players on the side of Omen Brooklyn set up on the crossfire. The first gunfight is all you are looking for. Darkside sets the tone. Teammates there for the trade. The pressure's on.
Yeah, great moment from KB. You want to talk about another player that has had some recent success in the prior year, now showing some flexibility. As Eric will lock down mid-map, and what a rotation here for 5 fears. That may just put the game out of reach here, Jay.
Yeah, that's GG. You're gonna have Omen, Brooklyn, everyone, all 4 dead, spawning out towards the middle of the map. You got your last hoorah push. You gotta go aggressively through mid doors and through the wall run. Stuns are connecting. Dylan Rex strikes first. Aluka and Nate combine for 2, but it's still a battle for this time. 1v1, Brack comes out on top.
Spawns are still close, though, for 5 fears. Brack still holding on as the reinforcements are making their way forward. Actually, split spawn situation here. Does this get read by Amit Brooklyn? Here comes the pinch through mid-map. KB
That's
turns,
beautiful.
finds himself 2. Can you hold from inside the hard point? Fell's got himself 3, but not the rest. And they still, I believe, will get the final tick here just barely. So you got to touch, you got to contest. Darkside shuts it down, and it'll be a 250 to 211 map 1.
That was beautifully played right there for 5 fears on that break attempt. You know, you take your time on the split setup. You take a little bit of space to the middle of the map, find that opening kill, and then you send it with the numbers advantage. So 5 fears take map number 1 over there on Echo, but as we're getting ready to hop back into Alpha, how do you think Project Notorious are feeling right now, Al? Because they were whooping them. They were whooping them back.
Yeah, brother. It's just one of those. It's so tough. Like, I think you're absolutely right. Like, we're on a handful of years where it's just like we only use 1 score streak, and
yeah,
sometimes, I mean, he's frying too much. Like, he's going too nuclear. But such is life. So now you find yourself back in the map once again. But I think if Project Notorious, to answer your question, Jay, you just keep on doing what you're doing. Let 2 Real do what he's up to. But he's on a 1-4 start, so maybe not.
Yeah, this time they didn't give up 35 points to Huntsmen off the early P1, and they go split on that duel. But now off the rotation over towards P2. Look how much space Rispy's already taking over towards rooftops. He clears out Awakening. Now he's able to read the pressure coming in from the backside, but just turns his back at the wrong time. Yuli lines up a double. Huntsmen all the way across the map, and the break is good enough there for Notorious.
Now Yuli off the regen. Yeah, really well done. I'll tell you, we talk about Yuli a lot over the last couple of years. I still maintain that he was kind of victim to being picked up onto a miserable roster when he was playing in the league, and he's shown us his individual ability to finesse and be a game changer. He's on 5 in a row. Now make it 6. He's looking to pick up another Hellstorm. Just make sure, you don't pull anything beyond that, as Yuli finds himself to a 10-2 start, and Project Notorious are ripping at the beginning of this map.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure with this final 10 seconds going in his favor, he's going to earn himself a Hellstorm just based off of the score. So Yuli off to a perfect start there. And now he's just going to take his chance to just locate 1 kill. So taking the long route while his teammates are approaching it on the opposite side. Is going to be able to spot out 1 player, but on 7 in a row, he knows how impactful this Hellstorm could be.
Well, the race is on over to P3. Already
Love
some action
this.
towards the front of the hard point. Yuli able to cut in from the middle and almost gets a full turn and burn. But it will be Huntsman with the read, with the retaliation, and now a chance to regain the lead.
Man, I'm pretty sure I just saw that Geo actually had a Hellstorm, so. All right, we'll absolutely take it. Score streaks are one thing that you can definitely rely on by just sitting in the objective, but Huntsmen are making this one a little bit scrappy. So far here at the P3, they have dominated over towards Dojo's side. Yuli initially was trying to disregard that player on the backside of Dojo. The team shot his way into the HP, but Huntsman was still able to hold, and they are going to hold this basically for a fall at 60, but are going to be late over towards New. So how do they set up this break?
Yeah. Well, looks like for
Great
the moment,
stun.
Yep, it's just all about reading the information, then making the move. Trophy system is down to try to keep the setup for Project Notorious safe. but all you do is just slide in if you're Kips. He finds a really important first. Pistol off for Neo! Oh my goodness, for a double. Geo will be traded by Rispy, and that's the answer to your question, Jay. Quick hit from the front. The Huntsmen able to find a way to break.
Hey, let's just slide on in. They're not going to be ready for it. You catch players with their pants down, throwing stuns and nades, so you find that opening kill, and you win the trade fights. But instantly, as soon as you say that, now Notorious are flying their way through the front side. 2-2 split. Awakening, can you get anything done? Here comes Turia to keep you alive. Give me kill number 3. Swans do not flip. Huntsmen can try to contest this for the final 20, but it's a tie game basically again.
Yeah, it is, and you have to try to figure out what you want to do with this split spawn situation, because a couple of Huntsmen did spawn behind, the others spawning over towards P2, and yeah, they just get picked apart one by one. So good reads by Project Notorious. Yuli now guarding the front door, not fooled by Rispy's dead slide. A couple of shots over to Kips as well, has Huntsman kind of at arm's reach before P1 really gets activated.
But Tura does let his teammate die from mid-cut, so that's going to force Tura to not be a little bit more aggressive towards mid-alley. His teammates with the ARs lining down the long distance. Tura now on 5 in a row, just picking up exactly where his left off. Notorious soaking up P1 time, but Huntsman setting up pinches.
Okay, here we go. Just comes down to who finds the kills, and so far it's just Project Notorious once more. Just dealing with the split setup from the Huntsmen. And they find not just 1, they find 3 kills with no trades. So now you can really get forward, set the tone as 2 reels back onto 7 in a row again.
Hello.
Just don't hit the EMP if you earn it. That's the only thing you need to worry about, as Rispy's able to find the shutdown. Little bounce off the middle, but Yuli's there for his trade, and things still staying in control for Project Notorious.
And this is the same turning point of the game, last game before the restart, was that P1 to P2 chain. Notorious was a little bit funky in the first P1, but they make the adjustments in this one, and now you're fully set up here at P2 with a 40-point lead. Awakening already locking down the front. You're getting aggressive through the front, and you are already aware that they're going to be split spawning as well. So Renegade needs to get a couple more done with his life. He pops a double, gives his team a chance.
Now Yuli, good shots, followed up by the rest of his team. About a 50-point game now as we head back over towards P2. Nice moment from Rispy. Yuli, this is where he thrived in the most recent matchup on this map before the EMP was called. Can he provide again? 20-8. Just finessing. Snaps over to Kips, but not enough damage to find the kill, and that'll be enough for Kips to actually turn that into 3. Rispy finishes things off, and Huntsman will have some clearance to breathe.
Yeah, it's big time now. You're going to basically forfeit this if you are Notorious. Everyone early off the rotation towards P3, because that's where Huntsman kept himself into the game. We got to get some dojo control. The only one we got to get through is going to be Rispy. Knocked down to 7 HP in a dream. Just trying to stall out time, but the teammates are here to assist him. Now he can be the aggressor, but you're still looking for 1. What can Gio get done through 10? Finds the first, tries to find the second, but Kips with the movement. Too much to handle.
Okay, 20-point game. Huntsman going to open up P3 to their name. Set up for Project Notorious is split across the map, but once again, they're still coming away with all the individual gunfight wins. They don't even need to use any of these Hellstorms to break. So now you've got extra tools in the toolbox to use later down in this map. 35 seconds to fight, and Huntsman trying to gather as they try to split hit. Some through mid, some through the front. And again, it's read and largely dealt with by Project Notorious. Good reads.
Great reads. They already have the power positions that they want. Awakening finds 3 in a row. Does get shut down before going on 5, but if you are Notorious, you've been able to manage this, make it scrappy. You just don't have the spawns that you currently want. You're looking for the opening kill. Trades are abound. Yuli lines up another double. This is where you get aggressive, so you can have the numbers advantage potentially for the rotation fights. At least you got yourself into 3v2.
Release from the high ground. Drops right into the lap of Renegade. No problems there. But Huntsman once more. We've talked about this a couple of times. They rotate. They get set up quickly. Can they hold? That's the other question, because here's 2 real from behind, able to find 1 more. That may make this job from the front a tad easier, but a stray nade hits at the perfect time. Project Notorious cannot break. Huntsman will hold.
And no trophy system down there for Project Notorious. Huntsmen were banking on a tight setup from the HP, and the tax give them another lifeline. 30 seconds left here at the P4. Look at the flank route being developed from Yuli. Drops down from the top window, finds the opening double, finds the opening triple. Kips last man standing, all 4 dead. The break is good, and now it's Yuli just taking over.
And why not? 27-13, give him the freedom to go off leash. Oh, nice shots onto Neum. Oh, my goodness. Kip's going to come back, look for the trade, and find it, but it comes at the cost of a little bit of embarrassment to his teammate. 2 real picking up where he left off. Trying to find some sort of a surround towards P1 trophy system, setting things up on the P2 side of the map. But the Huntsmen will spawn onto the left. Do Project Notorious get a read on this? Not initially by the look of it, as Yuli's caught by surprise. So now it's on a 2-real once again to hold the front door, and here come the Huntsmen.
Split spawns after split spawns. Huntsmen need to try to find an opening. 2 to split in the fight. Gibbs does find one, but it's Yuli again lining up a double to shut down that push. A 60-point lead. Still, keep in mind, Geo has that Hellstorm in his back pocket just in case they think they need to use it. But they breached the 200-point mark. Just need the spawns for next to close it out.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The combination between 2Real and Yuli has been setting the tone. Renegade trying to keep up. Nice moment there. Shuts down 2. That gives the Huntsmen a lot of freedom to lock down the rest of this time on P1. And, of course, allow Neum to step a little bit further forward to build a line of scrimmage in front of P2. But he drops, and now all of a sudden, Renegade and Rispy have to move quickly just to try to get in and deal with this next hit where Yuli is shut down. Geo trying to do what he can from the outside, but with the AR, it's a tricky battle. Awakening and 2Real will get in, but the Huntsmen will have spawns.
And now they got to take their time on this break opportunity because it needs to work on your first hoorah. Still 40 seconds to fight for here, but every single second you give up allows Notorious to get closer and closer towards the finish line. Yuli just putting down cover fire, holding down couches. That player's one shot. Don't worry, I'll clean it up. They can still close it out here, but Gio with that teammate gives them a man disadvantage.
Awakening. SMG now in hand. Finds one. Off the
No
reload.
way.
Gets 2.
No way.
Does he get the full wipe? No. DM's still alive and kicking, but Yuli trying to spray him down will finally get the kill. 13 seconds of scrap time. You still have to contest this if you're Huntsman. Gio's able to find one more, but it will ultimately be time for the team in green. Now over to 3, 2v2. This is an important moment in this map. Awakening has shut it down for the first. Rispy gets 2 in response, though, and the Huntsman can now sprint to try to help.
That's a big double. It alleviates some of that pressure over to his new HP. Gives you a chance to try to win this rotation. Kips through mid-cut, trying to get it done with the AR, but he knows he's going to be overwhelmed. Everyone from Project Notorious camping in towards 10. Nades, stuns, everything bombarding into that building. A clean 3 dead. Huntsmen are still fighting out.
Hanging, but they need to find a way to dominate this hill and push back to get the rotation to new. And all of a sudden, you're starting to see the streaks, I believe, being called in. Renegade hanging inside the middle hut. Awakening drops it over the top. Doesn't find any eliminations with it, but gives some information to his teammates. 2Real trying to follow up on that intel. Does well to at least get some damage to allow Yuli for one, but Huntsmen are holding nicely. And now you're watching Awakening essentially just by himself trying to make some mess of this rotation. He gets the first. I believe he knows that Rispy's nearby somewhere, just doesn't know exactly where until eventually he finds them, and Notorious can put the game away here.
Yeah, it's a GG. Awakening just reads that to perfection. You're going to have the numbers to fight the first wave. You have the advantage in Project Notorious. Come out of the gates, even off the reset, and still take care of business. It was 2Real to go crazy the first go around, but this time it was Yuli. So many clutch double kills with that Dravik in hand. The ARs, all they had to do was just hold down their lanes because the SMGs were shooting their SMGs like ARs at the time. Yuli was just on point, map point.
Yeah, dude, I mean, that was just a straight-up Dravik masterclass from 2Real and Yuli at so many different moments. Even in the first iteration of the game until the EMP got called in, we just saw the survivability of Yuli and the takeover moments of 2Real. That continued to be the case at a number of moments here in the reset. So no reset cheese here, but how about Awakening? I won't say quietly, but 32 and 21, 17 assists, and 4,000 damage. I mean, you want to talk about just negating the ability for the Huntsmen to go anywhere. Awakening, a big part of the problem.
Yeah, you even saw it in that final ending of that game. Like, Awakening just reads it to perfection. Understands, okay, we're not going to get any time at P3. Let me just sneak my way through bottom server and see if I can catch the timing. Wins the first skyfire, beats the second one. Spawns flip. Awakening just making big-time plays in the big moments. So they take map number 1. But into another series we go where Falcons Academy Green are looking for a win. Currently up 3-0.
Yep. QK came through, I think, last year and really showed up that, yeah, you know, hey, there is more than just, you know, the initial Falcons roster to be, I'd say, respected out of Saudi Arabia. And we are hearing that Stallions Black also lost map number 1 as well. So a 3-0 start here in the Search and Destroy. Not boding well for Stallions, who are already 0-2 in this group.
Yeah, they only have 1 map win underneath their belt as well, so Map count isn't helping you, but you need some W's, and it has to start right now. Swag check with bomb in hand. Symbols holding down mid deli. But all of Falcons Academy green just stacking over towards B's side. They're more than willing to play a retake at A with Tax.
Well, Symbols finding some intel at mid. Doesn't like the look of it. Backs away. Trying to be responsible for the flank, but gets caught by Rupert. So Swag is going to try to force the bomb down to put the clock in the favor of Stallions in this 3v4, but the whole map is in possession of Falcons green.
Yeah, now Ryan's going to have his hands full in this pinch. So many different angles you have to try to be aware of. At least reads the player on the first one. There's still two trying to isolate him. Doesn't spot the guy behind you. QK's going to have a freebie. Swag check does make it a 2v2, though, with 25.
Yeah, just comes down to can this duo, survive the multiple angles that are being won by Falcons green. Swag in some major trouble. Yeah, he's just getting shot from everywhere. Good patience from Falcons green. Break down the 4v3, survive with 2, and put it to a 4-0 tally.
Yeah, that's just one of those plays right there if you're the Stallions. If you're Ryan, you make it a 3v3 on the back end, but you get information on at least another player working on the pinch. Instead of, forcing him to be in that 1v3 scenario, let's just try to push out the opposite way. Once he falls, you turn it into a 2v2, but then Okus is just stuck behind the generator, gives up his life for free. Swag check already found a kill on a round, so you knew he was sitting at top motel. Just not reacting. There's the positioning of the opponents. Leads the Falcons quickly up 4-0. They are dominating the search and destroy. And it's got to be off the back of the first blood, because these are easy rounds once they pick them off.
It feels that way, doesn't it? Especially looking at just the numbers and the scoreboard on the right-hand side. It doesn't really feel like Stallions have gotten many first bloods. Snipe out for QK works. Nade also, as a part of that, drops right on the head of Symbols. So the value of a first blood turns into 2 for free. And if Asim can see a shoelace of Swag check, which I think he may just have done, yeah, it very well could be a third, but maybe he just over-aggressively chows it out and gives a lifeline here to Stallions.
Yeah, that's just one of those gunfights that I'm mind blown about. So I know Asim is thinking the same exact thing. How do I lose that? But still in a man advantage is going to be Falcons. 5 in a row for QK. Boomstick in hand. Bomb slowly edging its way up towards the A site. Swag check the only player in a position to potentially contest this because Ryan's going to take a little bit of time working his deep pinch.
Well, QK will just hard scope the angle. Ryan gives away his position, and Rupert's on the hunt. Yeah, he's not going to drop this one. Nowhere to go, as the other kill on the other side of the map is also cleanly found. So 5-0, and it's one of those maps that just, again, we haven't seen a lot of it, but in the rounds that have seen, it just feels bad because Stallions haven't had a chance to really play yet, especially in a 4v2 of this last one.
Yeah, it's just scar, search, and destroy. Like, the way that this map plays for S&D specifically, if you're giving up a first blood, it's very difficult to either hold down sites or retake sites. So the battle of first bloods has to be your main focus. And for right now, for Stallions, you're dying in the first 5 seconds to either a sniper or a nade in hand. Let's just try to slow down the game, let the game come to us. But with the confidence right now from Falcons Academy Green, they currently think that they can do no wrong. Screw it. Let's just hit up mid.
Yeah, why not? Why not? Rupert, some trouble here, able to find some damage. 2 for 1 the exchange until Okus turns this into a convincing affair now for Stallions. 3v1, Roxas calls in the Hellstormers, and we're going to get caught by this? Wait, he may be able to clutch this back up again, but no, 2 members will survive by getting into the top side of Broken. But Roxas has now made this a 1v2.
And he has the information as well. If they decide to push through, they're going to play right into his hand. Roxas is going to be ready for it. Lines up the shots, but yeah, that's what you're talking about. When 2 players just cross your screen, that auto-aim drags all over the place. Yeah, couldn't get either one. It's all right. Stallions, they get one on the board.
Yeah, also tough because he kind of gives up that cover as well, looking for the angle.
Yeah.
But would have been a tough gunfight regardless. We've all been there. We've all experienced it. Doesn't feel great, but okay. Now you've gotten at least the Hellstorm out of the picture if you are Stallions black, but that is one in a long line of dominoes that need to fall if we want to start talking about around 11.
Yeah, just make them work for this objective. Don't really know if QK is going to be whipping out the boomstick on this round. But just force them to get the palm planted for you to lose this round. They're going to be the aggressors. It worked for them the last go around on the attack right through B, so let's just not allow them to have a bomb. You're going to continuously try to push through. QK gets the information. You're prepared for the push through, but you're still going.
First blood goes the way of Roxas. Symbols will drop. And Stallions are now committed on this play. Ocus will find one. Asim still playing in the middle of the map. Pistol out for QK, who gets the perfect read into Rayn. Now he's got a secondary weapon to play with if he wants to. Roxas may not need the help, though. Good transfer. Beautiful double. And Falcons green. 2-0 up in that series versus the Stallions, but a 6-1 tally in the search. Mercy me. You can also take a look to see what else is going on right now. 3-1, the search and destroy affair for a bit. Brooklyn up top, but for us, we're going to head over and get back into the main match as we are jumping fresh into a Scar search of our own here for map number 2.
All right, and already first blood goes to Kips with that boomstick onto Geo. And they're going to be on the attack, so you best believe Notorious are going to take their sweet time on this approach. Kips is just going to be scouting out for info, spotting a couple players jumping on the backside of White Wall, but Tura on the other side has a response, 3v3.
Okay, that will slow things down a little bit for Huntsman's defense, respecting that 2-reel is going to create some space with this scope. Renegade looking for a backup towards B. Yeah, just as 2-reel goes at the angle, Kips peeks and finds him trying to cross to make a move happen. Nice shots from Neum, but overwhelmed as 2 members were still in the middle of the map. Follow-up from Renegade is beautiful, though, for the trade, and leaves Yuli left in 1v2 with no bomb.
Gets information on the Renegade. Bomb all the way across the map. 35 seconds on the game clock. Yeah, we're probably looking for both gunfights instead of thinking about the OBJ. Still able to spot out Renegade, but time is starting to tick. They're not giving him anything.
No, why would you? So Yuli will force it, drops in, finds one cleanly, but timing the clock will likely not allow him to even find Kips. Although, okay, Kips still wanted to try to find the shot. Gave Yuli a couple of hit markers, but there's just no way he gets the bomb, nor does he get a chance to fight again. So Project Notorious will bounce back after the opening snipe, but ultimately come up short.
Yeah, good place to start it off from Kips to find that opening first blood. 2-reel picks up the boomstick to make it a 3v3, but then gets the better timing play. Is going to be Kips from top green. Finds 2 on the round. Gets the bomb down in a position that Yuli can't even retrieve it. And that's just a free one there for the Huntsmen on the defense. Now their approach on attack.
Geo going to be playing up top in tower. 2-reel down low. Yuli over the top of the A site, kind of floating as the smoke will actually give Rispy a chance to create a little bit of separation here at A. Not comfortable enough to plant, though, as Renegade will find the first blood, but 2-reel. Route comes through as he follows up onto 2. Yuli, oh, just no chance for Rispy. Catches him by surprise, and it's all down to Neum, who was looking for a route to come back to the play.
Oh, he might have found perfect timing. Is he going to be ready for the first? He was, but Geo was even more ready. We saw that all last season in the CDL. With the AR in hand, you're thinking Geo has a disadvantage. For some reason, this kind of gunfight for Geo boosts him 10%. He's just so good with the AR up close and personal. And secures the round there for Project Notorious.
Clean. All right, 1-1 the count. Not a lot between these two teams in terms of what we've seen to this moment. Just a couple of individual moments with scopes and then following up on just aggressive routes in the most recent round. Nade over the top for Kip. See if he gets any info. No, he's also not sniping this round. Keep that in the back of your mind as a smoke embellishes mid. That actually has the Huntsman pretty focused on what that play could mean.
Smoke just use that as a decoy. You get the information. They're already aggressive up towards A site. So you got your crossfire being set up, but they were prepared for that setup. Yuli now on the pitch, finds kill number 2. You get the info to sitting on the backside of Motel. 4v2. Screw the plant. Let's fight.
Yeah, really smart timing right there from Yuli, who threw that initial smoke, I believe, at mid. So you've got Huntsman looking one way. You pull their attention another, and then the initial play off the smoke allows an extra route to be taken, and now it's split the Huntsman completely up, and Neum has got nowhere to go for this 1v4.
Yeah, he's thinking he's got to be surrounded, right? Like, they have to be on my side of the map, but with that kill going down top green, you know 100% the bomb's going down at B, so 1v4 potentially on the cards for Neum.
But no info on where these other 3 members are. He will be seen now on the cross. Turns, gives himself a chance, finds Geo. No immediate trade and has some separation, but cannot fully mantle up top. So Project Notorious will not drop their numbers advantage, but just a really smart play out of the playbook. The fake smoke, you turn the attention back to the other side of the map, and then the person who threw the smoke comes out and essentially gives you the win condition.
Yeah, you called it to perfection, my friend. Fake smoke, draw the attention, force them out of the positionings to set up at that A site. You take that space away. You know what the crossfire setup looks like to protect the bomb. So you find the first blood. Force them all to look that way, and then set up Yuli on the late pinch for the instant second kill. Just a clean setup round there from Project Notorious to take the advantage. Kip's now back with the boomstick on offense.
Looking for that long cross,
What
but
a
instead
nade.
it's Project Notorious who have the set nades right to the front side of blue. Yuli, knowing he's got some separation, will try to find something else, but Huntsmen will gain some respect, push Project Notorious back, and continue the rest of this round 3v4.
Yeah, that only wastes time, because once Turo invests that nade, you know that they were trying to be aggressive over towards A. We find the first blood. We back them down from that positioning. It's very difficult to get this bomb down at B, so time is only going to tick on down. You have to force them to make a play. One shot mid-cut. Yuli's giving the
Good
calm.
call.
I'm sending it.
Oh, and Risky shuts it down. Follow-up from Neum is good. I love the idea from Yuli to kind of block the cross angle with the smoke to isolate the 1v1, but it ultimately turns into a 2v2 after the plan goes a bit awry. Problem is, Two Real had eyes on the bomb the entire time, finds Neum, leaving Kips by himself, who it looks like may be known that he's playing behind the play here.
And they have the information that the bomb is going to be down as well. Two Real just keeping the cover fire. Awakening knows that he's top green, don't want to give up his life for free. Just stalling out the game clock. You're going to drop down and get out of dodge, but he is spotted.
Yeah. Tries to play for a kill first. Doesn't find anything. And, well, you can respect the idea, but Kips will have nowhere to go. No time to plant. And Project Notorious now gain themselves a little bit of space, a little bit of cushion here on the scoreboard, up 3-1.
Hey, off the first blood, man. Kobe over the top. Followed up by the aggressive play to shut down that instant pressure over towards the motel. On a map like Scar, if you're not going to find instant success on that side of the map, it's very difficult to work on the opposite. So you play right into their hands. Even though it got a little bit mixy once those smoke grenades go down and Risby gets the better of Yuli, you were still able to manage the map control, reposition yourself, have the bomb down as well. And don't give them an opportunity to take that round from you. Notorious 3-1.
This time we're waiting for nades. Quick stun check over the top of the plane crash. And Risby will defend A by standing right on top of it. Doesn't work out. Nope. But trades go back and forth. Pinstripe the kill feed. 2v2 from here.
Yeah, Kips does have a sniper, though. So going to try to locate himself another gun, potentially, if he can. But a minute left on the game clock. You know they have to be working this pinch. And look at the positioning already from Awakening. Kips finds one, but it's an instant 1v1.
On the hunt is Renegade. He's going to play a corner to see if Awakening crosses by him. Awakening on the attack. Has the freedom to make a call. Finds Renegade, who backs down. That'll reset everything. 30 seconds on the clock. Awakening still hunting. Right by one another, but Renegade beats the timing. Heads back up top. It brings us back to within one.
Well played out of Renegade to disengage, reposition himself, and just keep Awakening's head on a swivel. Was not going to be able to read this play because he really didn't have an opportunity to think of anything else. If he couldn't find him in the next 5 seconds, I have to run all the way across the map to retrieve the bomb and try to get it down and win this round. Because he's not going to force this gunfight knowing that I'm still trying to locate him, but just catches the better timing there. Kips with some good shots with that snipe. Gives them another lifeline on that round. I'm pretty sure he was able to locate another 2 in that one. But Renegade puts the finishing touches on it for Huntsmen to only be down 1 now.
Nades once again over the top. Oh, delayed though. Awakening's able to find Risby and actually tag a couple of other Huntsmen. But no movement up the map for Project Notorious, except for Two Real, who's gained some significant space here at shops. Nothing completely out of the ordinary, though. It's Yuli who will get the intel. Read this is an A hit for now.
Yeah, these nades off the rip of these rounds for Project Notorious are just setting the tone of the round. You first shut it down over towards the A rush. Now you know that they're probably not going to go for the A rush. Have to work through mid. You find that with a team nade over the top. Awakening already takes space. Too finds a second. Kip's left on a 1v4. Yeah, he's done. This is beautiful, Al. It doesn't get any easier than this. And this is what Scar looks like when you're finding success with those opening nades. You can tell what the setup is initially going to be like. We have no problem of getting that first blood mid-tank and giving up motel control with the man advantage, because that's how easy a retake is. It's just too much to watch when you have the man up. And Project Notorious is taking advantage every single time they find that first kill.
Yeah, that's insane. I mean, it really is. It's just the first blood control, like dictating what part of the maps we're going to allow the Huntsmen to be, has been pretty pristine for Project Notorious. So it does feel like for Huntsmen, we need to just survive a little bit longer in these opening moments when the nades are being exchanged. This time it's going to be full-on aggression for the Huntsmen defense over through and to A. And Yuli may hear some of this. He's going to call over, it looks like Geo, who's going to get into a safe spot behind this pinch. But do they know how far Rispy's already gotten? It looks like no for now, but Geo still finds first blood. Just comes down to, do they get a read in this Huntsman pressure?
Now they know. Rispy just finds a kill, so Geo's going to locate him. 1v3 now left up to Neum. You still have Yuli, who's been completely silent over towards Motel's side. You spot him towards top green. Yuli's going to take that space away. You spot him, and you're going to go for the gunfight. Knocked down at 38 HP. Neum 1v3.
Yeah. Okay. Tall ass, but yeah, I was going to say maybe you can get a look at one. Sees Awakening. Not sure which battle he wants to take, though. In that indecision, that's where Project Notorious can overwhelm him. And it's a 5-2 affair. Huntsman down bad, trying to make a bounce back here.
And it was Geo finding the first blood from top blue. You instantly find the trade by taking that space away, getting aggressive through Motel. But then you just have no idea what the rest of Project Notorious are doing on the map, because they instantly trade both of those players, making a 1v3 for Neum. It's just textbook search and destroy right now for some vets. Picking them apart. Not throwing away advantages. And just making the game look easy now at game point. Though he better not get another first blood nade. Yeah, throw that damn trophy.
I'll say. Well, here we go. Huntsman going to get some success to get onto A. Two-Real, delayed trophy system. Works out. Cancels out a deep stun or smoke. Hard to say what that was, but Two-Real up top. Now needs to make a decision. Does he want to challenge? Does he want to try to wait for help? Awakening, taking away the map again. Finds first blood. Two-Real traded, but the numbers just too significant for Project Notorious. Kip's the last one left, and he's stuck on Motel Stairs with nowhere to go. I mean, it's just the manipulation of space on the map for Project Notorious has been chef's kiss, my guy.
Yeah, it don't get any better than that, Al. And that's based off of what happened in the last two offensive rounds, is why they decided to make that play call in that round. Because, okay, you think about it. The first offensive round, we're trying to get aggressive over towards A. We get naded for the first blood. They instantly read out push. Second time we try to do it, we go through mid-tank, we get naded. All right, so this time we're going to get a trophy down to get over towards A, and that gives up all of mid-map control, gives up all that positioning on the pinch, and by the time Neum rats back, they're already in your base. They just dictated that map from start to finish. That's way too easy there for Project Notorious.
So that's 2 maps to the good if you're a Project Notorious fan. And this is coming again, just if you're joining us late. Huntsman had a great day yesterday, only dropping a single map. But these are 2 teams battling for the top of Group B, and so far it's all Project Notorious. Not, I would say, not beating down Huntsman on hard points, but it felt like it after watching that map twice. And then, of course, the significant score there has us now switching over to watch the other Falcons Academy team, the White Squad, taking on CABAL. I'll say this CABAL team is exciting, man. I watched a little bit of their gameplay, you know, kind of leading up to the Elite and wasn't sure what we were going to get, but Glowfrosty always finds a way.
Always.
And he's on 5 in a row, but at the moment, it's a tie game here in the Overload where Falcons Academy White are up 2-0 in the series.
Man, King of Body with the SMG, already realizing the reset is going to be on the opposite side of the map, so I got to get into the play. But it's a battle for this map control, a 3v3. You win the 2 initial fights. Last guy is the guy with the EMP. Locate him, and this is where we should retrieve it and rotate it over towards the left, but who cares? Let's keep on vibing.
Yeah, this is the we are better than you strategy.
Yeah,
Just keep
yeah,
head
yeah.
bashing. Keep head bashing. Keep head bashing. Priesta for 2. Able to recollect the device and make a move to swing it back, like you mentioned, at least in some regard, over towards B. That's exactly where the spawns are, though, for CABAL's defense. And that has Falcons Academy White saying, maybe not. Let's back up a little bit. Paul on 3. Priesta continuing his streak as well. Now has CABAL on the back foot trying to defend A, and Katsi has to do something incredible here. Finds the first, but nothing more. RCD's with the device in some trouble, finds one with the pistol, but can't finish the second, and that'll be a reclaim for CABAL.
Yeah, now CABAL have an opportunity on their preferred side to, if they find these opening gunfights, get a score, another one on the board. 240 in counting. EMP retrieved. Opening kill goes to Priesta with the SMG. Low Frosty effective on the trade, but you cannot go back and forth. You need to try to come out on top in these battles if you want to try to get this EMP on in, but time's still ticking, and they're still just waiting for someone to make a mistake.
Well, RCD's Priesta trying to reclaim the device. Actually have the defense a little bit weak now. Kotze, nade cooked. Has a little bit of a self-sacrifice from a teammate.
Wow.
Dives on forward and gets there just before RCD's gets his double. So 2-1 the count now. Still 2 minutes to play, though, in the half. And you've already got Kikabati making his move up the map, trying to push back CABAL, but shut down, leaving now an opportunity for CABAL to try to claim the device at mid.
Yeah, and Arabic wins a big gunfight over towards Couches, but Priesta and RCD's already respond with 3, so maintaining the map control is going to be Falcons Academy. RCD's already pushed out through Dojo's side, knowing that they have to want to go over towards B. Can we just retrieve this EMP? I'm trying to stall out time. He's only able to get 1. Everybody else just needs to slay around the min map. Paulix wins his one-on-1. But look at the mini-map. Priesta clearing space over towards B. Third guy up. Grab that EMP. Let's go.
That Paul will fall.
Priesta.
Overwhelmed, but Kikabati tries to make the move over. Again, following off of the damage that had been done by Priesta. Oh! Gets another double, has the device, has to go to the pistol, but a stun locks him into place. So Nejra will clear and have an opportunity for CABAL to try to reset things with a minute on the clock.
Yeah, now wrapping it back over to their power side. It's going to fall into the hands of Priesta, who found a double last go around, but this time he's only able to take down 1. But last guy's EMP, we have the map control as well to go with it. Paulix, hands full, give me a double, can't get anything.
Pistol out, Aristides doesn't even bother with the trigger, just dives through, finds the score. It leaves Priesta to try to pick up the pieces. We'll only find 1. Quick counterattack here for CABAL with the time starting to slip away just a touch. RCD's in trouble. Still comes back to find 1 more. That'll soften up the defense just a touch. As Priesta is surprised, Manny's able to find himself onto his second. The knife is a little bit too long, but Nejra and Glowfrosty find the kills they need to keep the device forward. Just not enough clearance to try to find a way to score yet.
Yeah, but Nera does die on that pinch, so cannot commit over towards this 8 point. Just gonna try to hold until we find an opportunity to go somewhere else. But Katsy, now your hands are full. Only able to take down 1. Final 10 seconds on the round. You were giving Falcons Academy one last hoorah, and they're going towards their power side at B. Overtime. Here we go.
Keep your eye on number 1 in white. Paulix trying to cut things off at mid. If he could find a kill, it could lead to an opportunity to pick and choose where you want to go, but he will drop. RCD's meanwhile shuts down 1 through small. EMP now starting to rotate back, but RCD's is shut down. It leaves Priesta working with Kikabati. Little pinch from Priesta. Can you find more than 1? No. And it looks like the shutdown did come through for halftime to start to come out.
The EMP player just got to slow down a little bit. Just get caught off guard thinking, all right, we cleared out all of computers. We should be good to go, but they are camping on the backside. Allows them to keep that score at halftime, 2-2. The ball trying to fight back. They're currently down 0-2 in this series. But they did have a lot of opportunities, and they made the most of them.
Yeah, I'll say. Okay. Is that 3 and 11 accurate?
Yeah, for Kikabati, yeah. It's okay, though. Priesta's 18 and 12. RCD's 18 and 12. It's just that kills can't go to everybody. You know what I'm saying now?
Well,
that's yeah, it's bad luck.
Oh, the caster curse is real. But
they're going. They're going.
They have a free pathway, too, unless Kikabati can get himself his 4th kill. Priesta trying to save the game, not going to work out. Manny gets him with the pistol, slides forward for the score, and it's already a quick 3-2 edge for CABAL in the second half.
And Cassie already has the cutoff, knowing that everybody's going to be weak on a rotation back over towards this B point. Manny's just playing off angle and potentially line up a double, but Arsenal's knocked down to half HP. Paulix, your turn to down to half HP. Just stall a lot of time for your teammates to get back into the play, but that EMP isn't moving, so Falcons, no need to worry.
Kotze. Well, damage over to Paulix, but receives almost as much. Backs down for a moment. Everything comes to a bit of a pause. Now off the regen. Second chance. Paulix this time finishes off the kill. Manny waiting to get some information from his co-pilot with the SMG. Now can step forward. 3 down. Just need to find the last one, which they do. Spawns are going to be pretty close here, though, still. Priesta trying to get on in. Nade holding off the front doors. Manny finds himself 2 in a row, looking for 3. King of Body able to shut down the device, but not enough to stop the rest of the play, and Cabal will go up by 2.
Yeah, they're just overwhelming them with pressure over towards rooftops. But the same exact situation that you did on that end, it can happen to you if you don't play yourself the reset correctly. Thankfully, you're winning the fights. You already have mid-cut. All the map control still in favor of Cabal. They are just continuously trying to run up that score. Let me get another touchdown.
All Glow Frosty starts things off with 1. Katsi seems to be looking for a bit of a pinch play. Watching, that would be King of Body. But Glow Frosty has caused a nuisance from the front. No, can't finish the last on the Priesta, but Manny frisky enough to find himself, I think, his 5th in a row before being shut down, and that'll be enough for Paul to collect the device and reset.
Yeah, now EMP gonna wrap his way over towards rooftop side. You're just hoping that King of Body can get something done in their base, but find the rest of this match on the Bravo team as we go back over to Alpha. Project Notorious looking to close us out potentially in the 3-0 fashion, and this is the guy that I want to see. Mr. Yuli walking high level already finds an opening, but Huntsmen have the numbers now.
Oh, but look at this. Spidey senses were tingling for a moment for Neum. Doesn't commit to it, though, as 2 reels pinch. Finds him 1. Defense from the front has to respond, though, because it's just a straight-out push from Huntsman, which has been received, dealt with, and 4 down has 2 reels stepping further to try to keep these spawns in Narnia. Rispy found in the cut. It would have to be Kips. If you were to find him up top, maybe there's a chance to recover, but he's got to survive, and there will be no chance for it. Good spawn manipulation for Project Notorious as they claim the first points.
Oh, Awakening should have took his time, though, on that capture right there, because now no one's in a position to play the reset over towards plane. You're just banking on your gunny off this rotation. At least 2 of your teammates win gunfights, and Awakening strikes for kill number 3. All map control still in favor of Project Notorious. You're just flying the hell out of Delhi, finding kills. You have the EMP control. Huntsmen have yet to leave the spawn.
Dude, 2 reels is another one of those players, man.
Hello.
Reminds me a lot of like a Neptune style. When they were both in challengers at the same time, you see very similar things from their gameplay.
Stop.
2Real has really showed up here. That EMP does not get over the finish line as Huntsman some way, somehow can hold. But you got to keep a leash on 2Real because he has been let loose so far this series.
Yeah, it's like both SMGs are just getting lost and just making play after play. It's like we've seen them do that over the last couple of years, you know? These guys have been around the block once or twice. 3 minutes and 15 seconds left to go, though, on the game clock. They already find 2, making 3 in their favor. EMP going to be down over towards Motel side. Neum is stuck between a rock and a hard place, but the movement good enough for at least 1, but his team is 3 dead.
Renegade, opportunity here at mid-map. Takes care of 1. Think he saw information on Yuli as well on that cross. He'll trust the rest of the Huntsmen to flush him out of position. And the device will just be held for the time being, but it just feels like in every critical moment where we've got like a neutral 4v4, it's Notorious who find the first bloods, and now you've got a Hellstorm to follow behind us, but Kips' double holds off this offense for a time.
Yeah, they withstand that Hellstorm from coming on in. Kips finds a double through top window. Now you're able to instantly force it onto the player holding the EMP. And at least a 3 dead. Only player here to contest them is going to be Geo through mid-cut. Lines up the first, has the second guy knocked down to half HP, but this should be a score for Huntsman.
Just barely. Kips gets it over the finish line. Renegade still holding. Back patio. Shut down. 3 dead. And Rispy has to play his life.
Yep.
Project Notorious look like they know where he's at, though. Double. Oh! Lined up on, and Rispy's double. Now as Huntsman streaking across the map, cutting through mid, looking for another pickup.
And Geo's just trying to find this kill on the Kips. Finally an angle, wins the gunfight, tries to set up for kill number 2. Sets up 2-0 there for the trade. EMP still going to be on the reset spawn over towards Motel. But now you cleared out your base. 2-0 already on the opposite side is doing the same exact thing in the opponent's side. Finds kill number 1. Gets info on the kill number 2. But he should set up his teammate for the trade. And here comes Yuli to put the finishing touches. Another one on the board there for Project Notorious.
Yeah, it's just, again, Project Notorious is good fundamental understanding of how the map is working. We saw it in the Search and Destroy. When they had numbers, we saw it on 2 different instances at the Den hard point, trying to manipulate Huntsmen to have to play inside the hill or rotate in the worst possible position. They're just dominating on the map right now. And that will lead to It's just a narrow edge right now. Huntsmen with some kills, trying to find a way to collect, but Yuli again, just a thorn in their side, slows them down to let the defense set up.
That's all he wants to do is just find one kill. Keep the EMP in the middle of the map. Stall time for your teammates to get back into the play as they rotate back over towards B. Awakening with the big one-on-one. Neum there for the trade, but Yuli again, the showstopper, lines up another double. Single-handedly shuts down that play, but Huntsmen still have a play here to work with.
Nah, until Awakening gets something to say. Huntsmen will collect for now, just trying to get to overtime. Yuli, the first one in their way up top. Has TwoReal working with him down low. Clean shots from Yuli. Now he's looking for a little bit more blood. This may be Project Notorious saying if we can collect the device, maybe we can get the overtime for us. But trades back and forth. Has the final 10 seconds. Kips. Seen. Spins. Finds the kill into Geo with some help from Rispy. But will drop. Rispy's going to have to pick this up if they want to have an overtime. Instead, it's Yuli who finds it. Extra 30 seconds, but can't win the final gunfight till he could potentially run forward.
So 2-1 at the half out. Project Notorious just seem to have a good understanding of how they need to play this game, how they need to set up proper plays regardless of wherever the EMP is spawning. Farthest player push out consistently, play your base, value your life, play for a one-on-one gunfight, and just be a nuisance behind enemy lines. You have yet to allow Huntsmen one clean push. Even when they get 3 dead and they're trying to locate the last player, that last player is always clutching up and killing the ball carrier. So Project Notorious clutching up what they need to. But now only 5 minutes separate them from another 3-0.
Well, Neum, ooh, lots of damage, but can't get out of there. And how about it, once again, map being flipped as Project Notorious come around through the backs, find themselves some clearance at mid. And that's now TwoReal possessing the device with a world of options in front of them.
First kill goes in favor of Yuli. Even stunned, he still finds the gunfight. Make it a 3v3. Here comes the pressure through mid. Cut, instantly going to get traded by Awakening. Just keeping them on their toes right now. You would much rather be the team dominating the time of possession of the EMP than not having it. Yep. All the map control still in favor of Project Notorious, but Huntsmen slaying their way on out.
Yeah, at least giving them a chance to spawn. That's the biggest thing about it. Device will reset just as Huntsmen clear the field. Renegade moving forward. Good shots to Awakening. Keeps the top side of that back awning at A safe. But he's got a lot more to deal with. And actually just a stray shot lands at a TwoReal who was low. Locks down Geo up top, but misses Awakening. That's all of a sudden 4 dead in the blink of an eye. And here come Project Notorious sprinting ahead with the Hellstorm to support.
And Neum's got to get something done. The only player to spawn over towards Motel side. Everyone's going to be cornered up, camping in towards top green. So can you get something done if you're Yuli? Can you curve it in towards the building? You curve it onto your teammate. But it don't matter. You stole a lot of time for Awakening to get the score on in. Up 2 is Project Notorious with 3:20 to go.
Yeah, this is another moment where post that Hellstorm mishap, still the extra gunfights continue to go the way of Project Notorious. 23 and 18 for Yuli. He's having himself a heck of a series. TwoReal not to be discredited is right behind him. Tough shots, though, as Renegade was pulling over towards stairs. A couple of tags from Awakening, but can't quite find Renegade. And that's enough time for Rispy to save the day. Moment here for the Huntsmen, but they need to find this next wave, and looks like they may get an opportunity to touch the device and make a move.
Yeah, but now you got to take care of TwoReal, who's already working this pinch through Motel. Again, the only player who was out making a play. Finds a one-on-one gunfight, instantly going to get traded. So you have the numbers if you are Huntsmen. You just got to get past Awakening and Yuli, and that's not going to be easy. EMP carrier is going to be dropped. Mid-map crosses being watched, and you have no issue if you're Notorious to just keep on having that EMP on the ground.
Yep, absolutely the case. 2:20 on the clock. EMP resets back over to the top side of the map. Couple of kills for the Huntsmen, but TwoReal's got an angle and finds Kips before he can retract the device towards safety. And off of that, Neum's tagged. Here comes the quick counterattack. Huntsmen are spawning deep. They need to find this next set of kills. Awakening gets locked into place by stuns. TwoReal still trying to keep the play alive, though. Can't quite find Kips. That'll be a chance for the Huntsmen to now kind of try to counterattack. And nice from Kips with a pistol. Blows 2-Real out of the way. And now it's motion towards A, but Yuli in front of him. At least holds off Kips for now.
Yeah, Kips just has to back on up. Retreat to his teammates. They're trying to create a layer through the middle of the map. The only player they got to take care of is going to be 2-Real. First job already done. Renegade on the bottom side of blue gets nothing through Yuli's gunfight. Now everyone's starting to drop like flies. Neon whips out the SMG, knowing that time is starting to tick. We got to start to get a little bit more aggressive on the map. But every single time you get one, Notorious are responding with two. You never have a full team push going.
Yeah, good patience there from Geo. Gets the read on Neum trying to finesse underneath him. Huntsman will get the device for now. Minute on the clock. You have to score on this possession, but 2-Real's in your way. 3v3 for now. Route being hit by Yuli over the top of the map. Just making sure the device stays on the ground. Does better than that. Helps collect a couple of kills for his teammates. And this may be one of those last chance scenarios here for Huntsman coming off spawn.
Yeah, they're just looking for one good opportunity. Two dead in their feed. You know, the last two players are going to be sitting over towards plane, so this is what you're looking for. We quickly have to trade Yuli. Do not allow this guy to finesse us, and he finesses to the T. Lines up a double. 35 seconds to go. This is basically Huntsman. You don't score here, you lose.
Tough gunfight there for Neum. Stun keeps him low at 50 HP. Rispy trying to follow up. Got Geo in the sights. Yuli there for one trade. Yuli there for a second. Awakening off the back angle. Able to find one more. Just down to Renegade. And he's only got a pistol to fight with. No teammates immediately near him, but he's able to find at least some kills from his teammates at front map. But no, it has to be this moment right here. This last 1v1. Not going to happen. Not enough time to get back over to the device. And it's going to be a 3-0 for Project Notorious to take the top spot in Group B. What a battle, though.
Yeah, it was definitely a battle, but Project Notorious has sometimes in that series just made it look too damn easy. The homework on the back end, the practice on the back end definitely showed. Throughout this entire one, a clean 3-0 from the vets. Take care of the Young Bucks. They were just in control of every single map. Al, you dominate rotations in map number one. You're getting gunfights off the rotation, so they fully never set up. When you think that you had it, and then the search and destroy, you're getting picked off by the first floods, and that final overload is just every single time. You can never get a good team push. So shout out to Project Notorious for getting the first 3-0 on the NA side today.
All right, well, let's take a look. This is another one of our matchups here in this first block. Next threat taking on Telluride Bush. And at the moment, it is Bush looking to clean out this series. They have looked good in the opening cups and in the opening day of the Elite. Tough moment here, though. 3-man hit through mid-cut. As we get to 200, playing 231. Fire just trying to find an angle, but shut down as Diamond Constanti, Yeez, Johnny, all able to clear space, and now have a position to lock down Dojo and maybe just keep Bush too far away. They may have to consider just not chalking and rotating, but trying to stretch the map here.
Yeah, and you can't win it here. So now you're just banking on your teammates to win all the gunfights over towards Dojo, because now with Prola being the only one alive, spawns now flip. You can win it here if you are the Bush, and that's why you got a Prola to still give you a fighting chance. But next threat, trying to avoid going 0-3 to start off this Elite stage, are fighting their way back into the mix. But you fight too much. Split spawns give Bush another opportunity here.
Caps trying to finesse. And Standy in front of him. Over the top.
Hello.
Nice help from his own nade. Trade's looking good for next threat. They get themselves on towards Tree Patio first. Spart, little bounce pass off the side. Doesn't land. He gets stunned in effect. DC wants to channel him out. Really good push out there from next threat. But here comes the rest of the hit. Still split in motion from the side of Telluride Bush. But it's all individual. That's the problem. Fire gets one, but you gotta go. You gotta find a way to break this thing, and it's all individual efforts.
They found two gunfights though, Al. Now you have pressure from the front and the back, and the only player on the hard point is going to be Standy. You got the pinch being covered. Telluride Bush is still making this mixy. They got the back spawn. This is their game.
You have to find a way to break if you're Standy. You got to get there to touch. 247 wins the first, but you can't stop here. You can't stop. He gets a stick, but it doesn't matter. We get to 250 before he can get there to touch. Oh, no. Oh, no. Looked like it was going to be solid there for a moment. It's just all individual fights for Bush, but I don't know. It just felt like next threat didn't get a full read on what was happening. It's must have been chaos in the comms. Like, Oh, they're hitting the back. No, they're hitting the front. And it's just everyone gets a little bit lost, and the setup gets kind of broken down. And, hey, that's what happens when you win a couple of individual gunfights.
They were just thinking, all right, the last player towards the back is going to be smart. Now we clear out all 4. Everyone's got to be working their way through front side. But one player edges his way through bottom comm, sets up that crossfire. I think it had to be Capsule. Gets a couple players weak, stalls out time for his teammates to get back into the play. And then just having that angle on bottom server doesn't give Next Threat those back spawns anymore. 2 kills go their way, Bush take back, and that's just a throwaway, in my opinion, if you are Next Threat. They were trying to avoid the 0-3, but it came back to bite you.
Holy Spart, 5,200 damage, minute 40 in the hill. 20 assists on top of his 34 kills. A monster game there, as it's just about an even battle from top to bottom. I mean, legitimately, that is about as close as it gets there, friends. But Next Threat, like you mentioned, 0-3 now with only 1 map win. That's not what I would have guessed with that team, but based on how they qualified, based on the roster. But here we are, kind of do or die territory for Next Threat from here on out. They've got to win their next game if they want to have a chance to see playoffs, as we jump on in to watch Manny on 7 in a row, 24-16. CABAL did win that overload we tuned into, by the way, 4-2. So they find themselves an extended life in the series and are making the most of it here in map 4.
Oh, yeah, this is the best ideal setup that you want. Going from the P3 ending to P4. You're creating so much space to the map. You have a house on to work with just in case if you are Manny. But now your main focus is just holding that push through that right side at White Wall. King of Body finds a trade through the mid side, but just being so aggressive up the map, if you are Manny, allows that back spawns for RCD, so Falcons are here.
Okay, but Manny still streaking. 10 in a row. He's looking for more. Okay, gets it. Now off the reset and the reload, he's got help. And wow. I mean, this is just the Manny show right here. This is the easiest job in an observer's career. Just put yourself on the guy in 11 and let him sit there. But still, CABAL going to be tested on this next effort. Katsu off the respawn, deals with Paul, shuts down that high ground play. With 20 seconds remaining, Falcons White essentially just have to hit this from the front. That doesn't feel comfortable. They get pushed out, and now we're on rotation.
Yeah, and you see already what it's doing to the minimap. At least one player is going to spawn behind enemy lines. That dude took Paul finding kills at that moment, but 2 kills already in favor of CABAL. Smallens now flipping. Everyone from Falcons playing from the back foot. Great trigger discipline there from King of Body to choose the timing well when to shoot Manny, because you gift now that back spawn to RCDs. Even when you're late at the rotation, you're still here.
Yep. So Manny's going to call the Hellstorm in. Try to open up the front door here on Falcons White setup, who are now pushing across the map. There's the Semtex of the clusters from the Hellstorm. It connects onto 1. You get a read on 2 players inside a top rocket. But those players survive. They find the kills they need. And all of a sudden, Falcons White are in control.
And now, if you're CABAL, you have to break this to a very different angle. Stuns and nades need to connect. You need to hope that trophies aren't down. But Manny finding so much success even with the nades. Lines up a double, creates an opening for his team. Now the floodgates right through the front side leads to a break for CABAL.
Wow, I mean, that is, we saw it from his hand. It just thrown up, sky-high Hail Mary, comes away with 2. CABAL will break for some of the scrap, but the exit kills for Falcons White are flawless. So now you go back over to P1. The only question mark here is, how do you read the split spawns with the timing of this hit? Priestess will jump into the hard point, but shut down. Only gets to see the 200 points. And it's on to RCDs to pick things up. Good read, finds himself a second. Now there's a trophy system down for Falcons to build more time.
And now you got CABAL isolated, just consistently spawning over towards Green. Green about it. Your job is to not allow anyone into Deli with full HP. Doesn't find that kill on the Glow Frosty, but does give the info to the teammates. Lead change now in favor of Falcons Academy White, but kills in favor of Manny. He is lighting up the kill feed, and he has to do it again because he's the last man standing. Spawns in favor of CABAL over towards Blue, but we can't allow Falcons to keep soaking up this P1 time.
Good damage for King of Body, but cannot secure the kill onto Manny. He's too low. So now it's just contest from Paul X. Timing not ideal. CABAL's going to hold the scrap time. We look over to the minimap. Look who's already on rotation. It's Katsu for 1. King of Body trying to find the trade. Katsu off the reset. Waits for help brilliantly. And CABAL will be the first team in. Nice shots from Paul, though. Gives an early chance for Falcons to spawn and try to break.
CABAL gonna have the lead, but now you are just waiting. Now, if you are Falcons Academy on this late pinch from Priesta, you know all of your teammates are gonna be over towards Green, but what can Priesta get done on this angle? Puts down shots, positioning now, giving up. And this is where your teammates got to go through the front, but all the gunfights being won by CABAL.
Yeah, Ursides just has to essentially sacrifice his life to try to contest. King Abadi trying to shut down Katsi, who's still alive and kicking. Taking the focus of all the nades, leads to Manny's double. Glow Frosty behind him, nowhere else to go except for map 5. What a little bounce back this has been for CABAL. Down 0-2 in this series, keep in mind. But survived through that map 4. They, I would say, did a really nice job controlling the pace of the overload when we jumped into it. So now we find ourselves in one map territory for those two.
Hey, they're fighting, man, in reverse sweep fashion. That's how you get the blood flowing early on. Now, you know, versus some vets, you know, some world champions on the other side. We don't want to go down in an 0-3 fashion. No, show some fight, and they do it definitely in back-to-back maps to force that game number 5. Manny is on one. Manny's on one. That guy is popping 2-piece with the AR, 2-piece across the map with the nades. I know Bose is very happy to see that one, but wow, so far it's been great call, dude. We got a game 5 in that one now.
Yes, we do, and I believe that's the only game that's still going on right now. So we will head off to just a brief break and likely join that one as it jumps into map number 5 as well. We still have a whole second block of matches to go here in North America for day 2 of our first Elite of the Black Ops 7 year. Don't go far. We'll be right back. Welcome out there, all you crazy COD fans. We are back. A couple of map 5s still to come. Of course, the one we just witnessed, CABAL trying to pull a reverse sweep against Falcons White. Otherwise, Mid Brooklyn, 5 Fears have been going back and forth. They will also be on a Den, map number 5. Other results, though, this is the surprising one, I think, just generally. For fun, Esports 3-0 High Treason. That's a Group A matchup that had High Treason at the top of the group. So that's been interesting. Of course, we saw Falcons Green close out the 3-0 versus Stallions Black. Project Notorious, our main match, 3-0ing Huntsmen. And Bush Gaming closing out Next Threat most recently. So those are your results at this point. Let's jump on into the action. Still looking for a first blood here in map 5 between CABAL and Falcons White.
Yeah, but that bomb is getting down right underneath the nose of RCD. So knocked down to 2 HP. Can't instantly contest this. But the nade is good enough for the first blood. So now the man advantage. How do you retake it? King of Body finds bullets connecting through a smoke. Man advantage still in favor of Falcons.
Glow Frosty trying to get a read, hold off the trigger discipline to find one more, but not going to work. It, yeah, just the no aim assist in the smoke. You saw it right there live and in 4K. Just a little windshield wiper through it, not able to connect, and Falcons will find the regain and the defuse.
Yeah, that's so devastating. You knock down RCD's 2 HP, and you're expecting that guy. Obviously, he's not going to chow. But the fact that his frag is felt on that round for that first blood when he was supposed to be dead to rights, initiates the retake. King of Body through the smoke, like you said, curving bullets for the second. Just an easy retake, but it all starts with RCD just playing his life and connecting with that first blood.
Well, stun check. Takatsi will land. Priesta cooking a nade. They'll be a little bit too deep. But information for the offense. They need to keep their attention on the potential long pinch. Nice nades over to Nezra, but he will just be back down. Leaves Manny for a bit of a shoulder check, and he almost actually finds first blood onto Arcides, who's lucky to be alive, and that'll lead to a reset.
Already 30 seconds wiped off the game clock, though. The battle of tug-of-war for this map control right now, but Priesta is going to be spotted at mid-tank. Stuns are connecting, and Nade trying to connect. Not able to find him, but now you're going to force Priesta to reposition. 45 seconds to go. Bomb slowly edging its way on up, but even with that smoke grenade, you're still using it as a decoy.
Arcides, yeah, just knows that Manny's going to be holding over towards Market. Eventually finds the kill. Over the top. Good damage on the measure as well, but can't find the kill. Trophy systems down, keeping the offense safe. Arcee's now going to commit for the plant with Paul watching over the top of him for another elimination. King of Body in some trouble here, just kind of lost in the mix. But the bomb gets planted, but in that response, Glow Frosty provides an opportunity for an isolated 1v2. This would be a 1v3 in total. Finds himself the first, looking for the other, but Priesta stops him from finding the reset, and Falcons find the win.
Yeah, good plays out of Falcons to just be patient. You know, you go for the spread map setup, get a feel of what their defensive approach is looking like. And, you know, eventually, they're going to have to come check this A site. So you stall out the game clock as long as you possibly can. You even invest the smoke grenade to be a decoy. And that's what allows RCDs to find his second first blood of the map. Once you find that kill, CABAL gets a read. The play is obviously going to be at A, but like I said, if you're first blooded on Scar, there's just way too much to watch. That opens up that mid lane for Paul X to find kill number 2, and then you trap them towards the backside of Motel. Falcons cleaning up house so far, up 2-0.
Yeah, looking good. Nade will land, shuts down Priesta. So early first blood gives extra time, and you would think extra space to work with for CABAL, but Arcides is able to take down Glow Frosty, just feeling things out at A by himself. So now we have a 3v3, and if you're CABAL, you're still looking for an opening somewhere.
Yeah, because you don't really want to force one-on-one gunfights, especially when you find that first blood, but
awkward.
now it's a battle of the crawlers, and Arcides gets caught by 2 players, not 1. Nara knocked down to 11 HP in the dream, but Paul X is holding down this angle, trying to spot the bomb carrier. Does get caught 1v3, 1v none. CABAL get on the board.
Yeah, just really awkward moment there with both players crawling up top on Motel steps. Arcides looking for the timing, gets shut down as he runs into 2. But, yeah, all in all, great stuff from CABAL, not just to get the first blood, to continue to use that field side of the map that allows that free kill onto Paul is what really kind of mixes things up. So, decent response, good adjustments. We're back to within 1.
Paul X keeping out the boomstick. Gonna look for early information around that mid map. slowing down the game, see if they're going to try to be aggressive over towards plane. But even though he doesn't spot anyone, CABAL is still going to be here, so Priestess hands are full.
Yeah. Yeah, this is too much to deal with right there. And how about it? Paul was trying to follow up on the damage, but it gets shut down, so now CABAL find themselves in a 4v2. Arcitys has to push out this kill into Glowfrog.
Oh!
He gets punished. King of Body. Oh! No! Absolutely not. I mean, help was on the way, but that's just got to be a trade on the Glowfrost. You're in isolation, not even a trade, really. But it doesn't work out. Yeah, Manny's going to get credit for this final kill, but that wasn't pretty from King of Body's screen.
Okay, Glowfrost was just valuing his life so well on the backside of Motel, but that round is instantly chalked in the first 5 seconds. Paul X whips out the sniper to watch that crossover towards plane, but doesn't spot anyone. If he spots someone, Priest probably repositions himself, doesn't play that tight corner towards white wall. Just once 3-player turned that corner, he was just not prepared for it. Neither was Paul X, so you instantly lose 2. CABAL tied the game up at 2. And Manny's on 5 in a row.
And looking for some pace here onto A. Nope. Stun, couple of the shots, backs it down, defense now alert. Good delayed nade, pushing him further back, but it's not combined well. You heard a second nade exploding behind this, but Manny's able to survive, so CABAL are pushed back, but with no defenders over the top of A, they could just re-clear this.
Yeah, they have no problem. All right, we already withstood the nades and stuns coming over the top, so we might as well try to do it again this time and don't have to worry about it. Glowfrosty edging his way on up. I don't know if he got wallbang. He did once.
Yeah.
So you have some information. He already is going to be towards top painting, but 40 seconds to go. We got to get the OBJ down.
Yeah, what other utility does the defense have here? The Arcitys is just bouncing off mid-truck, trying to look for intel. Gets to the corner. Manny's still going to stick for the plant. Arcitys can't find the angle. Kotzi will drop behind this play. Priesta right there to follow as well. So it's down to the 2v4 for CABAL with those eliminations for Falcons. Waiting for the smoke to dissipate, and the defense will crunch. Glowfrosty catches one. Shut down. Last player left will be Manny, and there's nowhere to go.
Just picking them apart one by one. Didn't matter if they had stuns or nades. Just CABAL really just played a little too safe there. Like, once the bomb carrier is edging his way on up, you got to obviously protect him. Arcitys didn't have an angle from the outside of yellow. But then the fact that King of Body just walks up the steps to find that first blood on a player who is bringing the steps just gives them the instant advantage, because now the player who's sitting at white wall tries to make a play through mid. You don't give up on that positioning if you're Priesta. Instantly turn it into a 4v2. Easy for the retake.
3-2 the count. Falcons onto the offense. Paul's going to snipe this round. He's not going to go for the crossing angle over to B. Instead, he's going to try to find something through mid. I don't believe he saw the slide over from Nezra nor any of those other players who have pushed up through Motel. So it leaves Arcitys to try to deal with it. He's getting pushed back. And yeah, trophy system is fine, but you don't expect the aggression out of Nezra. So that's going to be enough now for 3v2. Paul did find one, but the map is flipped on its head, and the defense now own the attacking spawn.
Yeah, and I'm curious if Nezra gained that information that the bomb is going to be down, because, like you said, we can just flip the map on its head. Now we're the team on defense with the bomb down. And the man-up advantage. Just don't force any one-on-one gunfights, but Katsy gets caught. Now in the 2v2.
Yeah. Still some work to be done here, though, for Falcons White. Priesta, just a Hail Mary doesn't land. But you've got to clear out this building. Oh, and as Glowfrosty's seen this, Kotzi's backed off the awning of this building, comes back to the fight. Priesta's able to find one before dropping. Now to the 1v1. Advantage to Paul X with those hit markers. But Glowfrosty's in and out, throwing shoulders. We're not even playing for the bomb anymore. This is just a flat-out TDM 1v1. Both players back to 100 health. Paul looking for the angle. Glowfrosty's still staying covered. They find each other in the corner! How does he win that gunfight? Flat out, he was late to it. But doesn't make a difference. Paul gets the snap and defeats Glowfrosty, who had the first 3 shots on him.
Just the movement, the camera angle allows Paul X to have the advantage in the gunfight, even after taking the first bullet to the chest. But that all comes back to Katsy just forcing that one-on-one versus Priesta, man. You can't get caught out like that in a man advantage. You know they have to retrieve the bomb right in front of you. But when you force one-on-ones, When you don't need to force one-on-ones, that's when they come back to bite you. Falcons take advantage of it, up by 2. And now CABAL instantly need a response, man, because that's a round that you were definitely going to be thinking about.
What a difference that kill makes. 4-2 now the score instead of 3-3. But Kotzi's first blood is essentially denied by Arcides with the wallbang. 3v3. Paul up top. Pushed off the angle from top tower. And feels like he needs to assist in the middle of the map. Priesta looking to create something through A, but nothing there. Advantage now to CABAL for the 3v2.
Well, Pollux does pick up a gun, though, so he has an SMG as well as a sniper to work with. 2v2. So he locates Manny, and I don't know if he has that info that the bomb is going to be down, but now him and Arcides just going to clear out Motel together. Be the army of 2, but you don't spot out Katsi. It doesn't matter. The movement good enough to finesse your life, but another 1v1 between Paul and
Redemption
Glow.
time for Glow Frosty. Redemption time. Shoes on the other foot, though, because now Glow Frosty is the one who has to make a move. And Paul is just going to wait to play the retake by the look of it. Glow Frosty will commit. Here comes Paul. Does he catch an angle before Glow Frosty can exit? May not have seen each other, but they may be still over the top of shops. And once again, Paul's able to find him. Gets the better of Glow Frosty in 2 straight 1v1s. Puts him on 5 in a row plus the defuse. He's going to be inching up towards that Hellstorm.
Back-to-back 2v3 clutches from the vets on the side of Falcons Academy White. Puts them now at game point. Paul X has been the finisher in both of these rounds versus Glow. I think the first one I would have gave a little bit more of a chance to Glow Frosty, but that one Paul X was just playing the 50-50 chance and was just able to spot him as soon as that bomb gets down. So now at game point, Paul X does not have a Hellstorm to work with, but if you're CABAL, you cannot afford any mistakes anymore.
Yeah. Man, 2 critical 1v1s. What a difference this can make in terms of this group as well. Paul looking for a delayed snipe over the middle. Stun, lands. Now he's looking for some pixels. But Kotzi, who was affected by the stun, hasn't moved an inch, at least not as of yet. Now starting to inch to clear out some of these windows. And he may have just beat the timing. Paul's in some trouble. Backs away, has the pistol out. A couple of tags are in. Now he's got Priesta scrambling to try to help him to find this kill. And it's all about just who finds who first. Kotzi gets first blood, but a team kill thanks to the damage from Priest is good. And Paul, yeah, still able to find the shots at a Kotzi. We're doing 2v1.
Nezra left to try to clutch on up. 35 seconds to go. Is on the defense, spots both players, knocked down to 3 HP and just got to value his life, but you know where the play is coming in.
Yeah. Couple of shots to Priesta. But you're going to have to take down Priesta and stop the bomb from being planted. Damage is in. He may get to Paul in time, but no. Priesta's backed up, finds the free angle, and Falcons White able to take the round, and with that, the series 6-2. They stop the potential reverse sweep. And now all of a sudden, CABAL is in some trouble in terms of how the rest of this group stage goes, just due to the fact that, yeah, I mean, once you put a second loss on the board in a tight group, you're dealing with, we have to kind of clutch up and win the rest of our games now.
Hey, man, they showed fight, though. Like, it's not like they rolled over and died, got 3-0. They were attempting the reverse sweep. It's just a couple of these rounds where you had the man advantage, we're forcing one-on-ones. We don't need to do that because then you put our teammates left in a one-on-one situation and they just get bad timing not once but twice versus Paul X. The vets just make better plays at those crunch time moments. And that's exactly what it comes down to for Falcons Academy White, to not allow the reverse sweep to happen, to get their second series on the board. And now CABAL, like you said, sitting at 1-2 in a very tight group. Oh, it's actually tight between both. I think that was Academy White's first win, too? Okay,
first win,
it's very tight.
Yeah, they needed that. They needed that bad. And here's a look at it. Speaking of Jay, perfect segue. Next threat, Stallions Black, both sitting at 0-3, are in must-win territory from here on out if they want to have a chance. Top of Group B, Project Notorious in that head-to-head battle with Huntsmen came out 3-0 victorious, so they are now leading the charge in Group B, which is a bit up for grabs still in terms of what happens for the rest of the teams that are fighting for playoffs. On the other side, though, Group A, the whole group is up for grabs with that recent win where High Treason dropped their first match of the day today. They now find themselves in the mix of a 4-man 2-1 tie. Amid Brooklyn down, but certainly not out. And actually, with 4 teams at 2-1, Next Threat are also not out of this picture either. But just like Stallions Black, they also have to win out everywhere they go.
Yeah, you have only one map win for both Next Threat and Stallions Black. You got to get some other stuff underneath your belt. We can't come out here and just roll over and die. Our next series needs to be a W for both of those teams.
Yeah.
We want to have a chance at making it into playoffs. But I don't think we got the chance to see the Five Fears Omid Brooklyn game. It did go to a game 5, and Five Fears were able to dominate them there. So you send Omid Brooklyn, another loss into that tally. And now they're not really in a comfortable position when all of last season, they won every elite as an organization.
Yep. It's a good point, but it's a new year. Literally. Happy New Year, everybody. Happy 2026. Happy New Year. But I just love when we get into these mixes after 1.5 days worth of elite action, because as we start to deal with the last match of this week and then your last group match afterwards, like, you have to finish 2 and 3 if you find yourself at the bottom. You put yourself in 4-loss territory. You're hoping for a multi-team tiebreaker situation. It's out of your hands. So yeah, it's kind of do or die time for a number of squads. On the other front, you talk about, Project Notorious. Hey, you're flawless. You're feeling comfortable at 3-0. You pretty much guaranteed yourself at worst a playoff spot. Now it's just time to finish off business, keep working on things, and put yourself into a high seed position. So that's what we're kind of looking at. We'll see how things unfold as we head off to just a quick break. When we come back, it's our second set of matches here for day 2 of our opening elite for North America. Don't go far. We'll be right back. Welcome back. We're getting ready for our second slate of matches here in North America for Challengers Elite. Big shout out for you guys out there who, let's be honest, are helping create all this buzz that's surrounding Challengers.
Oh, yeah.
Because, wow, I don't know if we've ever had this many eyes on Challengers, just generally speaking. Thrilled to be a part of it. And now we get a chance to really kind of break up these groups just a touch. Like we mentioned before the break, a couple of teams at 0-3 or 1-2 that are going to feel like they're in must-win territory for the next handful of matches. Others that can essentially just control their own destiny, put yourself on 4 wins, and put everything essentially out of question. Project Notorious in particular can do that here today, but a number of teams that can create some separation by going 3-1. Of course, Group A is pretty much up for grabs, but you also got Huntsmen and Falcons Academy that are both looking to try to set themselves up for success going into next week in our final slate of games then. Otherwise, if your name is Falcons White, Stallions Black, Omit Brooklyn, or Next Threat, you feel like you have to win this next matchup. And as you kind of saw on our overlay, Omit Brooklyn will be taking on High Treason for our primary matchup. That one's going to be a touch delayed since Omit Brooklyn are coming off of a map 5. But other than that, Jay, I mean, the shakeup happens now. I mean, all these big tiebreakers are going to start to really kind of grace our screens here in the next hour and a half.
Oh, yeah, without question. I already think there was a shakeup in our first set of matches, and that was for For Fun Esports to beat High Treason the way that they did. High Treason came in yesterday. Dimensions was on point. So was Icons. And those guys made easy work of both of their matches. But today, just losing that match for Forefront Esports, when probably a couple of these guys, a couple of these teams in here were thinking they should be at the bottom of this group, they are showing fight. Now, they have a chance at making it into playoffs. And teams like Omid Brooklyn, on the other hand, backs against the wall, have to be playing, like you said, some of their best Call of Duty, potentially in a must-win series versus this High Treason squad. But like I said, with Nemi on that end, with Icons, they were on point. But in the opposite side, you got the vets mixed with the young guns. Fellow always finds a way. Alongside Brack, you bring in the new 18-year-old in Nate and the new face of the Omid Brooklyn in Aluka, who I cannot wait to watch.
Yeah, we're going to have, I think, a lot of hands-on experience with both those guys. We know what we get out of Brack and Fellow. I know that there's been a lot of, moments in the league where they haven't necessarily lived up to the bar that's been set in terms of especially the roles that they fulfill. But I'll give them this. Both players are extremely consistent. So you know what you're going to get out of those two. And mostly it is, especially at this level, pretty incredible. But mixed with the new bloods, like you mentioned, it's an exciting matchup to try to see how the veterancy of those two can help lead the recency and the newbie of these, very hyped up players. But I'll look back over the schedule, a couple other games to really kind of keep your eye on. Stallions Black have to get a win, like we mentioned, but they're playing Project Notorious. That's not going to be fun. CABAL, after dropping that series, will have a chance at redemption playing up against Huntsmen. But in particular, how about that one in the middle? Falcons Academy Green playing up against the white team in what very well may lead to like a switch up in the overall standings, because both teams are desperate necessarily to kind of, beat the other one, obviously, but also set themselves up for possible playoff success.
Yeah, if you're Falcons Academy White, obviously your last series, you thought you were going to win it a 3-0. You get it done all the way into game number 5, and your brethren squad in Falcons Academy Green is sitting nice and comfy at a 2-1 lead. They're probably sitting right next to each other as well, too, Al. Like, they'll be throwing out fist bumps, GGs. They're sitting in the same facility, but if you are Falcons Academy White, this is a must-win for you. You want to try to avoid that 1-3 start to the elite stage at all costs.
Yeah, absolutely the case. So those are the matches. Of course, we're going to be dancing in between all of them, but if you want to find the action of one team in particular, you can go to the YouTube version of Call of Duty Challengers by going to youtube.com/COD Challengers. That's right there. It's my boy Ray putting up the graphics. It's going with my little flow right here. But every single one of the games will be there, Alpha all the way down to Echo and FOXTROT. So make sure that you're tuning in to your teams. Of course, there's also watch parties going on. We love the guys that are out there bringing more eyes to challenges. I know that a lot of I don't know how your feelings about this, JR, but I tuned in for a second yesterday. I saw both Methods and Scup are not watching the clean feeds. They're just watching individual player streams, and that's sick, too. Make sure you go support the players that are out there.
Yeah, players are streaming. Obviously, the watch party supporting their teams are streaming. It's actually insane, like, the growth of challenges this season. Like, Tom brought back Stallions. Methods brought back Huntsmen. Then you got Doug, who brought back Next Threat. Unfortunately, he didn't qualify. And then you got the Bush, who entered the building. Big shout out to Jerry, man. I know he's been making a lot of content on the scene, man. I love that guy. He's hilarious.
Yeah, dude, those guys are next level, dude. And there's just passion dripping from every single inch of this competitive COD community. But hey, we've got some action going on. Speaking of Stallions Black, squaring up against Project Notorious. They'll find themselves on Blackheart. And like you mentioned, like we've seen, the NPC back into the mix, being used a lot, especially on this map. I don't see any at the moment, at least as Symbols continues to dance in the door frame with a couple of different Project Notorious members. And I will say, you know, we watched this Project Notorious team against Huntsmen. We credited them for having really good map manipulation. How do they handle that on a quick, fast-firing map like Blackheart?
And they already are figuring it out. 45 seconds off of P1. You're forcing Stallions Black to be on the back foot. Think a little bit later off this rotation. And Project Notorious trying to chain that P1 to the P2. It's all about these fights toward the back. Symbols flies on in, finds a double. You're able to contest it, but it's still a fight for these spawns.
Yeah, Yuli just trying to find where these Stallions members are around the hard point. Not able to do too much, but the spawns are still in. Symbols has to go nuclear, and so far does well. Catches 3. See the little bounce over the window for Awakening. Symbols trying to respond in time, but shut down, leaving Yuli by himself, and the break will eventually come for Stallions.
And now the spawns do flip, so finally Stallions have an opportunity to get the lead on their side. They'll potentially get some players to start streaking a little bit because you know how impactful Hellstorms can be on a map like Blackheart. But Yuli still not going to give up all this time for free. I know my teammates are rotated over towards New, so no point in giving them the lead, at least for now.
Yep, Symbols able to body tank up that Semtex. Make sure Stallions are relatively uncontested in the scrap, giving us a 3-point game. But look at the rotation. Long way to go here for Stallions. Yuli holding the front mid doors. ARs watching over the top of the long route through circle. But how about the double choke? Good patience for Stallions. They clear out Yuli. Now they've got a chance to possibly influence spawns or the hard point. And yeah, 2Real will spawn all the way out. So now you've got a chance to try to do both things at once. Geo in the back does get one, but nothing more. And Stallions will win the spawns and the hard point.
Yeah, it's a beautiful break there from the Stallions. Project Notorious just a little bit too tight on their setup. One kill goes down. That guy instantly spawns across the map. Need to take a little bit more space, especially around this P3 setup when you're early towards this HP. But the final 20 seconds, back spawns in favor of Stallions. If you can fight it from the front and keep them on this side of the map, this is ideal for Notorious. But all the kills go in favor of the Stallions. 3 players spawning all the way across the map. A race over towards New. Awakening falls, and Stallions have an opportunity to chain back to back.
Yeah, they sure do. This is the last place you want to be running through if you are Project Notorious. Good shots, though, from 2Real. Cleans up the jump wall. Up and over. Not able to find Okus. Purely. Rayn holds the staircase, but Awakening able to find one, leaving Geo to kind of work things up himself. Spawns not fully blocked as Awakening still looking for an angle, but Swag comes off the respawn, finds the elimination, and Stallions are still holding nicely from inside the hill.
Yeah, this is a good chunk of time still. 35 seconds ain't counting here at P4. Oh, Yuli trying to work his way through. Stabs found so many clutch doubles in his first series, but can't find one here. Geo off to a slow start, but you're only down by 30. You're going to basically forfeit this time here. Geo's going to give it one last hoorah with the NPC, but everybody else should be focusing on New. They're actually all going to hit hold, and this is a bad play.
Well, it's going to lead us to right around 20-point game. Pinch strike still good as we stretch back across the map, but yeah, Stallions are going to lock down the spawn and open up the hard point as soon as possible. Inside mid, though, Symbols is cleared out. Long route being developed by Awakening. Read nicely by Rayn, but can't find the win. Now all of a sudden trouble brewing for Stallions Black as the hit is on the way from Project Notorious. Okus trying to lock things in for the hard point himself. Can only do so much. Awakening. Oh! How about that? 5 in a row, 3 in a row in particular as Project Notorious break the spawns at the hill.
Yeah, good for Notorious to get a good chunk of time here. Still at the P5 after being late off the rotation with Awakening on 5 in a row. Potentially earned himself a Hellstorm going forward, but this could be a tie game if you can soak up all this time. Still going to be pressure at least through the middle of the map. Stallions know we have to fight for mid-map control to think about over towards New, but Notorious are going to have a slight lead going back into our second set, and you can already see Yuli making big-time plays, big-time routes, but the one-on-one goes in favor of Rayn.
Yeah, Awakening still holding on to streaks, though. 6 in a row has the Hellstorm. How much value do you find with that, though, over the next couple of hills? Do you even need to as the game continues to go back and forth? Back in towards the grinder we go. Jump ball play coming forward for Swag. Tries to set up a bit of a pinch for Rayn. And they're able to at least split up this Project Notorious setup. Ooh, tough little wiggle over the top of the drill 2-wheel in the corner. Seen, red, dealt with by Swag, who now finds an opportunity for Stallions to regain the lead.
30 seconds still. Here at P1, Yuli's going to start thinking about that rotation a little bit. Finds that player onto Rayn. You're going to force one player from the Stallions who was stacking over towards P1 and start to focus on you. That now makes the spawns a little bit mexy. Swag check is going to die, unfortunately, on 5 in a row with Geo lining up a triple. A slow start on a map like Blackheart. Let's just whip out the NPC. You're bound to turn it around. Lead change again in favor of Notorious.
Just get involved, get active, and that's exactly what Geo is doing. Holy cow, yeah, just a masterclass clinic of why we see the NPC coming back into favor, especially on this map. Hell of a snap, 5 in a row, blows away Okus off the respawn, now on 6. Swag check gets shut down, just stop chailing him. Absolute domination from Geo, and Project Notorious grow the lead to 20.
And now Geo's got a Hellstorm going through the rest of this game. 20 seconds uncontested, but here comes the pressure right to bottom mid. Symbols flies for the first kill. Everyone else just need to find a trade on the HP. The only one that does so is going to be Rayn. Now he just has to value his life, wait for the next push to come on in.
Yeah, 2Real looking for info. Bouncing up, gets damage in from Rayn. Symbols will block and flip the spawns. Here come the Stallions with numbers. It's only 2Real for a single kill. That is not good enough to hold on to the scrap time. Geo shut down, trying to find the exit kills. Moment here for Stallions stretching across the map. New hardpoint spawning to the back of Yuli and the rest of Project Notorious. But they're in some trouble here. A little bit of hot water building as the spawns will move right as the hardpoint opens. Just comes down to what Geo can do, and once again the NPC kills off 2, leaves a chance for Project Notorious to quickly hit for the front.
Yeah, they're already here, ready for another wave of fights on the HP. You find the opening double. Can you find the rest of these trades? Because you already have the Stallions back. Spawning all the way across the map. Is that a Hellstorm being invested? I believe so. Awakening calls it in. Only able to get one. Swag check just trying to buy you his life towards the backside. But now you hit the go button. We got the numbers. Let's get this break.
Contest is in. Yuli shut down. 2Real finessing with Geo. How about it? The two of them will hold against the 2v3. Help now on the way from the front. Geo more damage with the NPC, but no kills. Awakening follows up with one trade. Yuli watching 2Real's back. And honestly, with the last 10 seconds, Stallions Black are really not fully investing in this. Keep a look on the Symbols. He is all the way behind the new hardpoint trying to play for spawns, but it's going to come at the cost of Project Notorious breaking past 200.
Because now they know they're going to locate where Symbols is. So all that early rotation leads to absolutely nothing. Notorious have all the power spots. They are creating so much space at this P4 HP. It falls into the hands of Awakening to watch the OE. Finds the first. Should lead to this trade onto Symbols, who's just trying to make a play out of nothing. But the back is now cleared. Only need 35 seconds to win it, and you got Hellstorms on Hellstorms to make sure you finish this one out.
Absolutely, yeah. That's just Symbols trying to make up for his mistake, as Awakening will get a quad feed. That may just do it right there. You've got space being gained, a bit of a buffer being put in front of this hardpoint, but Stallions will find a couple of kills. Yuli shuts down the play through mid. 2Real playing off the heady at the jump wall, has help nearby. And it's just as clean as you'd like right now for Project Notorious, who can essentially either win the game here or just rotate the new, depending on what you like. And it looks like they're just going to put the game away here.
Yeah, that's GG. Project Notorious, man. When they slayed their way out around that P1 area, were able to earn themselves some Hellstorms. Pretty sure 3 out of the 4 players actually had one to work with. So Awakening uses that P3. You keep them trapped towards the backside of that HP. Win the rotation over towards P4 because you know we're still locating one, and it's just Symbols laying in the back, doing absolutely nothing. Clear him out. Everybody watch the front. We don't even need to use the Hellstorms. Just textbook plays out of some vets again on map number 1 on Blackheart.
Yeah, that's a tough situation, and I do feel for Symbols a little bit. Like, you spawn so far out from the play that it's like, it's going to take me 15 seconds to even get involved for what would be essentially 8 seconds of scrap time, so I'm going to try to finesse in the back, but like you mentioned, Project Notorious just clean things up in and around the hardpoint. They say, well, we're spawning in a weird spot. Someone must be back behind the new hardpoint. I think it's Awakening who finds him, who had another great map, 29 and 17, 20 of those non-traded. 3,500 damage with 2 minutes in the hill. 2 minutes, almost 20 in the hill. That's insane. Geo, like you mentioned, a little bit of a slower start, but the NPC did nicely for him. He finishes 21 and 23, so nice little adjustment there from Project Notorious to win by nearly 100. And I'll tell you, man, it's just now we've seen them on Scar. We've seen them here on Blackheart. Project Notorious just are really reading the game nicely right now here in Challengers Elite.
Yeah, they have the ARs who can compete on the long distance maps. And then obviously we saw Awakening popping fours, Geo with the NPC, finding success with the SMG. They have that switch where if we need to be a little bit faster, we can still get the job done. So great stuff there from Project Notorious. And if you're Stallions Black, you gave yourself opportunities. Just like when you're playing against vets, you got to beat them in the fundamental gameplay. And it's just certain plays where just challenging one by one or not hitting certain routes at the right times, fortunately comes back to bite them there. And that's now what, 1 in 10 in map count for Stallions Black? That's not what Tommy was looking for.
No, not at all. Not at all. But such is the way it goes. Early season stuff. And again, you know, just talking about the Stallions team, kind of the same story that we had from last year. A couple of players who've just never seen Elite before. Some of them are very recently, if not immediately in their first years competing at this level. And it's just one of the things that just kind of, you get into the mix, and especially on this type of a game where things can go wrong quickly. You start to feel like you either need to make desperate plays or you make too passive of plays, and that gets punished too. It just feels like you can do nothing right. Just the game is just getting out of hand a little bit. And so far, it feels like that's been the case kind of in the moments we've been able to watch the Stallions team, especially in Hardpoint. But we even saw it in Overload a little bit when we had that brief look in with them. It's just getting caught in 2v4s, 1v2s. Like, it's just, it never feels like you're playing as a 4-man squad. And trying to make plays like Symbols did to try to win spawns and get the team together, slow the game down, doesn't really work all that well. So work to be done, to be sure, but regardless, that's happening on all of our YouTube streams as we head over to see how the Battle of the Falcons are going to go. Early moments here on the Scar hardpoint between white and green, and so far it's been a good break-off for Falcons green.
In control of the P1. They have all of Falcons Academy white spawning over towards Motel side, but 3 kills do go in favor of them. So they're able to find an early break. You're able to spawn every single player from the green squad over towards green. Now you can get something. There, at least this P1 with the rotation over towards P2, so you'll take that.
Yeah, absolutely you will. Big 1v1 here. RCD's with the win. Creates time and space for Paul to hit the pinch, but that gets shut down by a C. Roxas follows up onto his former teammate at Gigabody. But RCD's still alive and kicking off the regen. Nades out, pistols out, Priest there for support. UK trying to hold down, but oversteps, and that'll be enough for White to get in and likely take the lead.
Take the lead for now, but unfortunately you named yourself if you are Paul X, and now that gives the opportunity for the green squad to fly on in through Motel. King of Body not going to make it easy, puts down shots, but the break good enough for the squad in green. Final 25 seconds is going to be your last one for both ends, because you know how impactful that P3 can be. We got to get over to playing Eddie.
Yeah, we sure do. Clean kill feed for Falcons green. Roxas making the move over mid-map. Priesta seeing the rotation, trying to hold off as much as he can. He actually finds a kill on a QK, so it's just on to Roxas for now. Off the respawn, Falcons green can still stop some of this play through the mid-cut, but Roxas doesn't know what to look at right now. Able to deal with one, but numbers are amassing here for Falcons white. RCDs gets in, finds himself two, and that'll flip the hard point into their name.
Yeah, I'd much rather have Roxas play the plain head glitch and just play keep away instead of getting the time there, because that map control is so much more important than getting 3 to 4 seconds. Now you got to fight your way back on in, but thankfully the stuns and the nades aren't going to be that impactful on the opposite side. Rupert already finds a double. Roxas and Asim find the other two. So the break is good enough for the squad in green, but now it's all about this next wave of kills. When do we decide to go? Because we have to get on blue side.
Yeah, Roxas was trying to hold a pivot point at mid. He gets locked out. Asim up close. Couple tags, chasing down the kill, finds it. Priest still holds off some of this rotation. RCD's the next one over, but he spawns. Falcons white are spawning out. A little bit of a convoy across the map now. RCD's just trying to play his life, try to be a nuisance. His teammates are here for reinforcements, but Asim has gotten around the back. Can he find a kill? Lock down the spawns for his team. He gets inside the hard point for now, but hasn't seen Priesta, who finds the win, and just in that moment, a couple of spawners come through, and now white have the numbers.
Yeah, it's a big kill from Priesta to find that kill at that time, because it's before his teammates come off the respawn. As soon as you get that kill, 2 spawn up right next to you. So you give yourself another chance to hold down in this HP, but Roxas on the back end Isn't making it easy for them. Has a one-on-one right in front of him, but King of Body gets the better of him. A lead change in favor of the squad in white. Final 25 seconds. Split spawns for Falcon Academy green. Pressure through the front. Pressure through the back. Can you get on in? Last player. Here's QK. He falls, and Polex almost turns the burn on Roxas. Well, you're more than happy to take this time.
Yeah, spawns should allow an easy clearance onto Rupert, and that will be the case. So now we push through the scrap time. Foot race over to do, where Falcons green will essentially spawn on top of. But map control lending itself over to Falcons white. Stun check the back corner, no one home. Priestess now has the ability to try to flip the spawns around. It's Roxas in their way, playing on top of the car. Kills are good across the board for Falcons green, and that includes Rupert, who's really creating a line of scrimmage deep over towards white spawns.
Oh yeah, Rupert's making big time plays. He's spawning them so far away from this HP while they are hard blocking those back green spawns. Roxas locates a double through mid cut. If you are Falcons white, you have yet to get close over towards this P5. 30 seconds uncontested, but now Archides slips it past the enemy lines. Finds that opening kill. Trying to find an opening for his team, but instantly gets shut down. And Falcons green are right back in.
Well, a couple of kills through mid-map. Yeah, how about it? Falcons white were able to find their break, but we're hearing that our main match is about to kick off. So if you want to continue on with the Falcons team, you can head over to youtube.com/COD to continue to watch King of Potty do that. Whoa, weird time to transition, but it works out for a tie game, and now we keep our focus on our primary focus, which is Emit Brooklyn and High Treason. Essentially, it's going to feel like a must-win here for Emit Brooklyn, and I know all eyes are on Aluka right now to see if he could really step up after having a little bit of a slower start than maybe his cup performances were lending us to believe.
Yeah, I feel like the guys had a lot of pressure on him, and sometimes it might not feel like that, but just the way that his name has been installing fear in certain people's communication, or just watching him and taking some of his class or his setups. Eventually, people are going to start to watch you a lot more. So, already 25 points in favor of High Treason. We said Icons had a phenomenal day yesterday. Already off to a 5-0 start. You get 27 points off of P1. You're winning the rotation, at least for now, over towards P2. You just got to read this pressure through the front.
Moment of calm before this inevitable hit comes through. Nemin able to find one. Velux a second, and that's just a clean feed. Every single member of High Treason finding eliminations. Icons on 6, looking for a Hellstorm. How's the timing on this going to look? Because he could just get himself right behind enemy lines and essentially blow up this hit before it even starts, but takes a couple of stray shots, and now the alarm bells start to ring. Back over to the hard point. There's kill number 7, not able to get the Hellstorm, though I believe his dimensions puts him out of commission before dropping to Brack. 1v1 for Velux over the top of the spawn. Oh! And Velux will find himself a third. One more inside the hills of Luca. Stun comes through. Velux will help clear, and that will also include the spawns to lock down this trap time.
Oh, that's way too easy there for High Treason. Velux is able to line up 3 in the feed, and now it's a race off the rotation to do. You already find 2 kills, so you give yourself the numbers advantage. But now you're forced into a 1v1. What can Aluka do on the back end? Already going to be spotted. Wins the gunfight versus Icons, but is not expecting a second. Now it's on YX to just maintain this back for as long as he can.
Well, Aiden, YX, however you want to name him, is going to be overwhelmed. Moment here for Emit Brooklyn, trying to create the perfect setup. Icon stops Aluka from getting forward through mid. Holds his breath for now, waiting for his teammates from the front. Good patience from Icons. That is a mature play. Teammates hitting from the front. I can hold my life at mid. Now it's just down to clearing out the back spawns. Easier said than done. Aluka for 2. Now up and over. Does he find the third in the corner? Doesn't need to. Brax found that kill, and Aluka pops up with 3 in a row, and the counter break good for Emit.
Good time for Emit as well to keep themselves into the mix, because you know how difficult it can be to break over towards P4, but it's not like High Treason are just going to chalk this one up and play off the rotation. Already one player going to be spawning, at least with this team. I thought he was going to spawn out, but this pressure here from Emit Brooklyn from every angle. Looking for the opening kill. Luka drops first, so High Treason have read this to perfection, but they let one slip.
Kills going the way of High Treason. Spawns will be locked in for them. Dimensions shut down, though, on the stairs. Velux holding the corner, looking for the jump up, as Icons is trusted to watch the long play. Now Velux can hit a bit of a pinch. 1v1 with Aluka that he's able to best him with. Another one forward. Velux has continued to do more than what is required of him. He's found his first, often has turned it into a second, and now he finds himself on 4 in a row.
Multi-kill after multi-kill. Velux is coming up clutch with that SMG, but there goes Aluka with a clutch double of his own to lead to a good break for home at Brooklyn. And now Brack already creating an extra layer. You're forcing all of High Treason to try to break through the map and that OE. They're not even going to have another opportunity to contest that P4, so they're going to forfeit this final 25 seconds. Brooklyn are going to have at least 10 seconds advantage to work their way across the map for potentially an early break or some early fights that go their way in favor of the rotation. But High Treason, no one scamming. Everyone's sitting behind that 50-yard line waiting for the push.
How do you choose to approach this if you're mid Brooklyn? Nate says from the front, sounds good. Gets his first, now the hit from mid, simultaneously connecting with the play. Dimensions taken down low. Aluka is able to get 2. Velux trying to play his life as long as humanly possible. He's got help coming nearby from multiple angles of approach. Aluka in some trouble, shut down by Icons. Even though Velux will get dealt with, the spawns will start to be blocked. Brack will find 2 from the front, but there's the flip. High Treason looking to reinforce quickly with the close spawns with 30 seconds to fight.
Yeah, Luca's already here. Flies on in, finds the first fellow through mid-cut, finds a double, so now he's just trying to locate where the last player is towards the back. It's Nemi. Valuing his life as long as he can, is only able to take down 1. Pressure from his teammates, only finds 1. But this final 15 is going in favor of Rome at Brooklyn. This is the Aluka I wanted to see.
You're getting it in full force right now, Jay. Fellow on 4 in a row. Make it 5. With a chance to possibly create more space if he chooses to, but instead of it, Brooklyn are going to hold their breath, hold their position to try to get a read on where these hits are coming from. A lot of trust that you can win your 1v1s, and Fellow feeling it. Now on 6 in a row. One more would give a Hellstorm, but he gets shut down. But not before his teammates come back in, win out mid-map, and now have a chance to continue to overwhelm the numbers of High Treason inside the hard point.
Dan, you got Nate hitting dirty pinches. Unfortunately, the timing for him doesn't work out. But it still alleviates some of that pressure on the mid-time for your teammates. Aluka flying and frying. Gimme kill number 3 in a row. Spawn still in favor of Brooklyn over towards P2. They have just flipped the switch from P4 to P5, now to P1. Have blown this game wide open. But 3 go dead in the feed for High Treason. You gotta continue to go forward because we need P2 now.
Yeah, Velux did really nicely here the first time we were at P2. Tried to beat Amit Brooklyn to the back spawns, but timing wasn't in his favor. Nate watching the front doors. A little high-low setup with Aluka. Fellow from the front has dropped. Good team shots coming through. Velux trying to chow. Not going to find anything there. 1v1 for Nate, but Aiden is right there to continue to play forward. Just a quick spawn for him, but it doesn't flip nor block the spawns. Amit Brooklyn to come up with numbers and deal with the remainder of this High Treason hit.
Yeah, now if you're Velux, you have to find something on this pinch. You get nothing done. And now with 40 seconds left, you are basically forced to funnel your way through the front side or waste a lot of time working around the back. A 70-point lead for Omid Brooklyn. Nate does get caught off through mid-cut, so there's pressure from every angle, and Brack is surrounded.
Yeah, you need these 25 seconds if you're High Treason. Fellow's going to contest or at least find a couple of exit kills to stifle this rotation through mid. Aiden in trouble will drop. Velux doesn't know where to fight, but does find good timing to take care of Nate. Now he can choose to help out in the hill if he needs to, or help on a rotation. Little flex position here as Icons is in some trouble towards new. YX with an AR is not going to have an ideal read onto Brack up close and personal, but good separation, slides back, almost able to get 2, but not quite. In a bit, we'll have the time for now, but spawns should be good here for High Treason.
Yeah, but Lux knows that he has to play it patient. No one's in a position to play a trade, so no need to try to send it in and be superhero. He does find the opening kill, but Brack is still alive. Through the front, Omid Brooklyn are holding down in the HP. Now with the kills in their favor, you push out the back, you secure the back, and Brooklyn are just chaining hill after hill. High Treason have no breathing room whatsoever.
Dire moments here for High Treason. 24 on the clock, this play from the front has to work out. 2-for-1 exchange, make it 3. That'll work out, okay, so lifeline here for High Treason. Nate's still trying to hold on to the back for maybe one more chance to contest alongside Brack. And honestly, if you're Mint Brooklyn, you're happy just contesting this time, but eventually off the regen, they do take care of Aiden. Aluka stretching through will be caught, so High Treason will win rotation, but it comes at a steep cost.
Yeah, but this is the only opportunity for High Treason to get themselves into the mix. We need at least 30 to 40 seconds off of this P4. The layers are already being created. You're finding kill after kill in the feed. Last man standing is going to be Brack. So the first push does get shut down. You already have the Lux creating extra space through the middle of the map, but Brooklyn are rallying everyone through the front door.
Yeah, and honestly, the ARs are just not in good spots. They don't get a good read on where this hit is coming from, so all of a sudden at your front doors or amid Brooklyn, they break you down. Yeah, I mean, you saw it there from both Dimensions' point of view where he's just like hip fire holding the jump wall. His opposite AR of Aiden is pushed back deep from stairs. They just don't get a read on it, so now you have to counter break into the face of the SMGs of amid Brooklyn, which sounds maybe easier said than done, but Nate's the last one standing. Nice finesse!
Oh.
No, can't quite lock the shots onto Aiden, and there will be a momentary break for scrap time for High Treason.
Now they're in a man disadvantage off the rotation. High Trees are going to have their hands full. You're already finding the opening double if you are Icons. Make it the opening triple, so late off the rotation, who cares? We got the gunny to get us out of it. A clean 4 dead. High Trees are giving themselves another lifeline. But can you not allow anyone to slip on by because you're only down 60? We need time.
Yeah, absolutely. Routes developing here for a bit. Brooklyn, Luka finds one from the front, so the defense on this hill will have to keep their eyes open. Everyone finding wins right now. Icon's in some trouble. Can't quite take care of Fellow after being affected by the stun. Aiden, SMG in hand, only gets one. Follow-up from Dimensions is good. 10 seconds, though, is all that's needed here for mid Brooklyn, but they don't get a read on where that hit was coming from. They lose out on spawns, and High Treason are looking decent for this back 20.
Now can we take a breath and realize where the play is coming in? Because we're just hitting too many routes. We're getting caught out of positionings. You go 3 dead. You still can pressure the old now if you are mid Brooklyn because you have all mid-map control to close out the game.
Well, High Treason will stop them from winning here, but only 6 seconds needed over the top of P1, and a bit Brooklyn are watching the angles. There's the contest. Wait! Haluka didn't see Icons. The POV was a little bit odd. Lifeline here for High Treason. Nate in trouble, running, trying to get some help from Fellow. Up and around the drill. Dimensions finds one. Fellow with possibly the winning moment if he can find the pistol win, which he does, and a bit Brooklyn will take map number 1.
They just had such a good moment in that game from the ending of the first set of hard points to that, from that P4, P5 to P1 to give themselves basically an 100-point lead. Luka was popping pieces. Fellow whipped out the SMG, was popping pieces. But Nate was winning some big one-on-one gunfights time after time. And even when mid Brooklyn, their first push gets shut down, that's where the teamwork aspect comes into play. Because you're probably expecting, wait, they're not going to all 4 hit front. But if you do it together and you know that you're going to have the man-up advantage, you might as well commit on it. So great place for mid Brooklyn to take advantage of their situations. Luka puts on a nice performance. 2 minutes in the hill, 33 and 27 with 23 non-traded and 14 objective. It was mixy. It was definitely mixy, but Brooklyn to show that ice at the end.
Yeah, this is going to be a really fun map, I think, in a different way than what we've gotten in a lot of the other hardpoint map pool, because the moments are going to feel really small in terms of like what is an important moment in the scheme of a black hardpoint. But I think you hit it perfectly, kind of looking at 4-5 to 1 for a mid Brooklyn, because it's right around this point where it's just like, okay, we got ourselves a tie game, and then the next moment in our highlight reel, we're up by 70. So it's just, it happens in the blink of an eye, and the moments don't feel as significant as maybe you would see like on a Scar or on a Den, where it's just like, oh, we really blew a rotation. It's just that, oh, we got a really good set of kills and perfect timing. We spawn to the right spots at the right times, and we take advantage of that. I don't want to make it sound like it's a perfect storm of events, like a confluence of events, but it does feel like if you can find advantages and take advantage of them to their maximum efficiency point, then you're going to be in a spot to do what mid Brooklyn did, which was, hey, we may not have dominated the rotation from 4 to 5 and 5 to 1, but we had a 3v1. We saw it, we read it, we dealt with it, we got a clean feed, and we get the chance to read where the next spawns are going to be and get the proper response.
Yeah, it's just good plays. Like you said, from Brooklyn, man. Just maintaining when they need to, team pushing when they need to, and then holding down those P4. I think the P4 was truly like the answer for everything, because even when you're thinking that we were late off the rotation, like I said, their first push gets shut down, you bombard your way through the front side. But then once you end that HP, High Treason have 3 players set up over towards New. It didn't take like 2 attempts to break into a 3-5. Their first attempt worked because Luka wins 1 gunfight at hold. Now that guy's out of their play. You have a 4v3 off the advantage in the rotation fights, and they just made it work. That's the difference in a map like Blackheart. Like you said, always play to your advantage, especially in the gunfights. That's basically how you're going to influence the spawns. But now we go over to another series with CABAL versus Huntsmen. Huntsmen looking for the redemption of their last series.
Yeah, and a redemption on this map in particular after the unfortunate EMP call led to us restarting the map. Huntsmen were still not able to take down Project Notorious earlier. Enjoying about double the point lead, though, over CABAL at the moment. As we're rotating over towards P2. Ezra, a nice win under Renegade. Has a chance to get towards the side of the hard point. Manny pinching through mid. Leaves Neum by himself. Renegade is close by, but yeah, there it was. Neum in the corner is good for 1, and then the rest of the reinforcements off the respawn for the Huntsmen follow up to hold the hard point.
Yeah, 70-point lead, still 40 seconds to go with here at the P2, and you know, all of CABAL have to bombard their way through the front. You see Cassie just playing it patient through mid-couches, but Kips knows. These are the routes I like to hit, so you're not going to catch me off guard with this one. Hits a stun, gets the info, score is still running it up. And now Kip's last man standing, but almost up by 100. We can contest this to the end because we have the lead. We can just rotate.
Yeah, sure can. It's going to be maybe a little bit delayed as they're having some trouble finishing off the scrap time and finding exit kills. So you'll have Kips there first. Kotze on the other side for CABAL holding Dojo for now. Kotze is going to want some help. The timing is perfect for not just 1, but 2. Good headshot on a Rispy to finish that off. Route, though, being developed as Neum is making his way around the back, and Kotze's stun does not land. The read is still good with where the rest of CABAL are spawning, and a chance for CABAL to bring this thing back to within 60 points.
Yeah, they know all of the Huntsmen are going to be spawning over towards Dojo. Silas has set up the crossfires, go trade for trade, but Neum still standing. Finds a double. Still keeps his team on the preferred side of the map. Now you have the map control to find an early break. Wallbang's not connecting, but this is on another stream. We're going back over to the Alpha. You want to see how this one finishes? Obviously, CABAL needs to win, so do Huntsmen. Go tune in on youtube.com/CABAL to get that link and tune in for the rest of that series. But back over to the Alpha we go, Al.
Let's do it. Search and destroy. We've got 3 instances of exposure coming up for you guys. Pending Amit Brooklyn drop a map. And we'll see what this opening setup will look like. Because Amit Brooklyn, we're looking for info out of Brack. Icons are just going to hold the tight cross, which he gets a read, a little bit of damage, but yeah, not a friendly gunfight. Fortunate that Volux still had an angle to get the trade, because yeah, Brack was the one who was nearby for that. Sees dimensions, and that might be enough intel for Amit Brooklyn to commit the plan that is.
Yeah, Brack wall bounced all over through dirt, saw that little glare, and said, yeah, I'm not contesting you, Nemi. So they take mid-map, find that first spot, instantly get the bomb planted. But if you are Nemi with a sniper pistol in hand, you are waiting for YX on this pinch to make the play.
Well, Volux will fall. Nemi with the pistol will get 1 in response, but that's about it. So leaves it up to Aiden. Finds himself on the bomb, but yeah, no info. Absolutely nowhere to go past that. And Amit Brooklyn, just good reads. And honestly, it's not just like you mentioned, knowing where the sniper is, but the choice to say, hey, if he's not watching mid, let's just triple chow right down that mid cut, and it works out to isolate.
Yeah, and even the adjustments once the bomb gets planted in the 3v3, you knowing that, okay, this guy has a sniper pistol. We got 3 players with either an SMG or an AR, so instantly we're going to put ourselves in the advantage situation. You send it in for those gunfights, you go trade for trade, and then in 1v2, you turn around and watch your back. Great play call there from Brooklyn to use the information gained to their benefit for the first round.
Jump on board with Volux for a moment as Fellow will snipe. He gets a little bit of info off of his nade. So he's going to keep his eyes rather keen on top Solar, the opposite side. Has a teammate for support below him. That's Nate. And here's the stun check. That also lands. Hello?
Oh,
okay.
Man.
Fellow a little low on the trigger, but it gives Nate a little window to step just an extra couple of feet forward.
Yeah, the Enterprise is going to be devastated on their leader right there, because that's an easy one. Usually the easy ones are very difficult to hit, but the hard ones are a lot easier. It doesn't make sense sometimes, but at least you're setting up your teammate for a double by missing that shot. 4v2 for Amit Brooklyn. You get info on to make connected, but YX destroys Brack, but it's a 1v3.
Yeah, there's nowhere to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just one of those moments that for High Treason, you just don't get a read that Fellow has support as far forward as it was. So, yeah, it is a bit odd to see Fellow not pull the trigger, but you get your teammate and your sniper support system forward into a tough spot, and it works out. Just a little tally of what's going on. I think most importantly, you look at the Stallions Black and Project Notorious game at the top right. 2-0 the count to Project Notorious, who are looking for a 4-0 series count in their group. Bush are up 1-0 on 5 Fears as they're in the middle of their search and destroy. So, nice little tally. Appreciate that, Ray. And we're going to get a nade set over towards B. Aiden able to avoid a lot of it, but yeah, Fellow up top shuts him down. Nowhere to go. Tough between a rock and a hard place, and that's good for first blood and a bomb plant.
Yeah, there's 2 different offensive approaches for Brooklyn. Slow and steady through mid. This time full sending it through B. Velux is able to catch one on the pinch. So 3v3 and counting. 35 seconds.
Yeah, this has got to be forced from the front and then allow Icons to make a move. But yeah, Mid Brooklyn just are not going to let that happen. So it's just down to Icons for a 1v2. He's going to have to try to clear off at least one of these players, you think, and he's going to get a chance at it. But no, that's a tough gunfight. I mean, I think we'll see it from the other perspective here, but that was as slippery as it gets from Nate.
Yeah, those are deaths right there, Al, that like made me happy that I retired, because I'd be checked out dying like this. Like, this guy is just moving on me. I was prepared for him, ready for him to come back, but the Omni movement mixed with the slide dash, get me out of dodge. Easy round there for Brooklyn. But that's another round out where they are just not leaving it up for chance. They know that they have a 3v3, but they don't want to be in a situation where they have to watch both angles. So let's just send it out one way, play our trades, and it keeps on working out. They keep on having the advantage in these final rounds.
And meanwhile, I know our observing team wants us to mention the fact that Nate's on 5 in a row through 3 rounds.
Hey!
Luca, good first blood on Icons. Follow-up from Nate, and it's a blender, but Velux still gets 2. So we evenly trade it for a moment. Little pop-up from Brack through the smoke, though. Connect. And he's going to get a chance at more. I just don't know if we need to force that gunfight, but regardless, Brack will find 2. Nate will find, I believe, 1 in the mix. I don't know if that's enough for him to get the Hellstorm, but a clean round for Mid Brooklyn.
Yeah, these guys are just getting a read early on of what is being thrown at them. Perfect blind counters on their attack, and that was a perfect blind counter on their defense. I don't know if Brack was able to edge his way out over towards dirt and spot a couple players getting aggressive through mid, but they were prepared for that mid push. Even though Velux was able to find 2, you instantly shut down that play, and Brooklyn can currently do no wrong in S&D.
Yeah, this map could get out of hand very quickly.
It's very fast. Yeah.
I don't know if we actually had a chance to cast any of this map in the CDL the first 2 weeks, Jay. This feels fresh. Fellow looking for that same angle that he had from the prior offensive attempts. Very similar in nature for Mid Brooklyn, but not with the same level of commitment. And this time it's punished. High Treason with a 4v2 in front of him.
Yeah, that time High Treason finally play for some information and use their teamwork to use that information to a round when 1v4 now left up to Fellow. That of this squad has no chance on that round. High Treason finally making the adjustments on defense that they needed to. Just slowing down the game, realizing what Brooklyn are doing to us, and then just using our teamwork and our gunny to bail us out of it.
That kind of felt like Brooklyn were throwing a, hey, look, we're doing the same thing as we did in the last attack, but not really. And didn't quite work out. Almost like they wanted to try to see if they could get a, you know, pull out for Fellow on that same angle where he found first blood from 2 rounds ago, but doesn't quite work out. Still a major advantage, though, for Mid Brooklyn. They've got lots of room to play with here. So keep your eyes on High Trees and see what they want to call. And it's going to be a nade hit up the middle, looking for that top window. Doesn't quite land onto a Luca, though, who can now just throw shoulders and just look for info.
Yeah, both teams are going to slow down the game. Brooklyn, no need to take any more risks. Give them some momentum going forward, but Dimensions with the angle onto a Luca. Finds the first blood. Nate already taking a lot of space over through B, though, so he's giving the calm to his teammates. The play is definitely not going to be at that side. Just do whatever you can to value your life on the opposite.
But how do you chow this, knowing that Nemi's got that angle at top window owned right now? At least that's the last time you saw him. Fellow looking for a cross. I think he's actually now seen that. Dimensions has backed up over towards the crane, so there's a chance here to kind of get back on towards the site. Nate finds one on the long pinch. That will move this post plant around considerably, and Brack is just going to hop it. Is anyone even going to get here to check it? That looks like Velux wants to, but
check it.
no one's even going to look. They can't see it from this angle. So the bomb just flat out gets defused. Too much respect given to Fellow, and a critical error leads to now map point for Mitt Brooklyn.
Yeah, and that play's just not possible if Nate doesn't win that one-on-one on the pinch, because that's what, like you said, forces the repositioning on their post plant. And no one in a position to watch over bomb. You're not expecting an instant hop defuse on the bomb site in the dead center of the map. That just takes some serious cojones there out of Brack. He gets it done. Game point for home at Brooklyn.
Yeah, I mean, Fellow's like, dude, no one can see you. So
Yeah.
give it a go. I mean, I got you. Fellow this time will carry the bomb. Quick play for the defense. Aluka, moment for one, but can't get any more. But knowing that, look at the quick play and the quick decision from Mitt Brooklyn saying, all right, you want to throw at least 2 members on that long play through B? We'll just go ahead and plant it A.
Now YX does get info onto Brack. I thought he was going to be just caught off guard there, and Brack's going to get behind enemy lines. But 3v3, time ticking, 35 seconds to go. Nate gets info through mid-cut. And he is going to be spotted this go-around.
High Treason need to win their gunfights, and Brack will shut down one. Whoa! Awkward moment, but Fellow still gets the beat down, plus the extra shot. And Dimensions, it all rests with him. 1v2 situation, not a lot of time, and he will not find anyone or anything. Amit Brooklyn quickly through the exposure search, 6-1, now with a big lead here overall in the series.
Yeah, that was just a loose composure round right there at a High Treason, because you're thinking, all right, we're down 4-1. We get the bomb down at A. No way he should be able to lose this round with all the map control that we had, but a ninja defuse happened. So then at that point, you're just like, all right, guys, screw it. Nothing is working for us. Let's just 4-hit something. And then Luka was prepared, gets that first blood, gives the comp to his teammates, opens up that avenue of approach over towards A. You get the bomb planted. You clutch up on some one-on-ones, and the vets again shining at the end. 6-1 is the final tally. And I don't know what happened to High Treason yesterday, but they were flawless. And today is a different story.
And that's the way it be. Over to the Bravo stream, though. Telluride Bush able to win map number 1 against 5 Fears. This map, obviously, as you see it, currently trending in favor of Eric Boom and 5 Fears. And by design, I love the idea of this 5 Fears team. I really do. So we'll see if they can convert on a strong roster. 4v4. Time running out here on this round. Not a lot of ground gained here for 5 Fears, as they essentially are going to have to force it at A.
Yep, and this is what allows Capsular to work on this pinch. Just wasting too much time on your approach there. Want to make sure you have everything covered. But then eventually, someone has to commit on the OBJ, and you have to protect them while doing it. Capsular just finds the timing through mid-green alley. As the first guy weak, finds a double to close out the round, and the Bush win the sim round. Now we're going into another one in 4-3.
Yeah, that's the downside of Colossus Search. Like, if you just don't get any ground at all, you don't have a first blood. We're just sitting 4v4 with 20 seconds. Like, you're essentially just hitting one head bash and hoping you win the gunfights. But
And it's most likely towards A too, Al, because B is in their spawn. Yeah, it's most likely towards A. So Capsular was ready for it.
That's true. Small map. Speaking of Caps, is that? I don't know how that stun looked like it landed right between his legs, didn't hit, but that one does. Quick wrap back. Information likely to be known by Eric Boom with the infrared hallway, but may not make much of a difference. You've got good angles here, and Fire's actually going to get a random tag through the wall. So attention goes to Spart. Able to clip the head of KB. Push aggressively up, though. But problem is, you still have too many numbers to deal with until maybe Prolute. Wow, that was tight. But Eric able to find the kill, leaving it just now to Fire. 1v2, not able to isolate. 5 Fears take the win.
Quick adjustment, quick play call on the resig for 5 Fears. And it was on the player who was isolated on this side of the map. Might have made Darkside gaining the information, spots at least one player on the statue and just tells his teammates, let's go. Because if they get this bomb down, it's going to be really difficult to retake. You don't allow them a chance to do so. And now that puts you at game point.
You know what they say about 5 threes?
It's a curse.
Could be. Take a look. Nades queued up. By the sound of it, up to mid. They do not land. There was a player nearby, though. So opening set play with nades will not work out for 5 Fears, and now it's on to the next protocol to see what they can do.
Capsule already takes so much space. Like, you're not going to be able to read him on the bottom side of green. Fire already finds that first blood. He knows there's going to be more pressure on him. Eric Broom trying to play for that trade, and he also is going to be the bomb carrier. So high risk, high reward as he's going to work this pinch to trigger discipline. Just wait for Eric Boom.
Hey, how are you? Snap over to Proloot for the second. And that'll do it.
Wow.
5 Fears, just a sneaky little play from Eric Boom. Slips the net as the bomb carrier. Not often you see that. But, hey, the boldness works out nicely. And 5 Fears now in a position to do some damage here to this group. You know, find themselves a bit, what to give it 1-1 at least, obviously, with Bush, who find themselves in that giant tiebreaker situation. 4 teams at 2-1 in Group A. So that's big to kind of keep the map count close. We haven't talked about that factor yet, but as we start to dig into next week, the final maps of the round robin, and we have multi-team tiebreakers, map count is immensely important. So 5 Fears extend the series, keep it tied, and of course add another one into potential tiebreaker situations. But back to our main focus, High Treason and Emit Brooklyn. It has been all Emit Brooklyn so far, especially after that last search and destroy. We'll stay on exposure for the overload, and if we need it, we'll stay there again for the second hard point. See how we go.
Onboarded with Icons, already setting the pace, but he's instantly going to fall with Brack finding a double. So with 3 dead in the feed, we can instantly retrieve that EMP. Just got to limit the last flyer watching over it. You take care of him. EMP retrieved. Aluka, how much can you slay in their spawn? Because ball is trying to go over towards A, and that's a free first cap in the first 30 seconds for Omen.
Yeah, and High Treason are already chalking and trying to rotate over, but Brack is here. He's going to have Aluka on the flex to rotate over to assist. Uh-oh, not a good start here from High Treason. That's 4 dead. Pick up the EMP, let Nate do a little bit of spawn movement, and that should be enough to get a quick second score. And, well, Brack is going to wait for nades and wait for a bit of a reset to try to get his team over to the new spawn device location because, wow, Emit Brooklyn are already, well, dominating, put it plainly.
Oh, well, High Treason have an opportunity to get one on the board instantly. Unless Brack is able to kill the player on the cross. Not able to find anything, but does put down a couple shots. Can your respawn players come in time? No, they do not. So High Treason at least manage the situation and put one on the board there. Quickly, there's a lot of scores already into this early round. But now High Treason with the EMP control, just trying to finesse, just run right into the pre-MFLO.
You know, I feel like as a commentary team, we haven't really talked a lot about, you know, the device spawn locations, but that's the power of it spawns north, then it spawns south. Like, after you get a quick score, if you're at Brooklyn, you talked about it a little bit in the Huntsmen game. Like, hey, take your time to score this because you need your teammates to reset to the exact opposite side of the map. And I think that's really, I think, embellished on a map like Exposure where you've got really not that many pathways to go over the middle to go from one spot to the next. And now, all of a sudden, you look over and you've got a chance for High Treason to possibly score again, but Brack shuts it all down himself. 3 in a row, and he'll take the device and start to move.
Nah, he's just going to go. All right, there's one more player in our spawn. No need to worry about him, but that player might come back to break you down. Felony not going to get caught off guard bar. Youngin picks up the pinch, finds that opening kill. Now all your gunfight focus is on the front. Aluka with the pistol. You would think that he had the EMP in hand, but he's just filling himself with that weapon. Brack finds another double. The push is still on.
Yes, it is. But Icons shuts down Brack from behind, so Nate will play a bit of a rogue mission through the backside of High Treason spawn. Doesn't fully work out. Aluka, though, continues to keep bottom dirt, at least positionally, in favor of Emit Brooklyn. And High Treason are just going to essentially take that EMP reset as a chance to just play everything out 50-50 through mid.
But Aluka's still causing you problems at this 8 point. That's what's keeping YX's head on a swivel. Because if Aluka continues to slay, they're going to have another free cap at A. Does not win the most important one, though, on to Nemi. So EMP now going to rotate back over towards B. Fellow clearing out bottom P4, trying to put down shots. Does not lead to anything. But just dominating time of possession, keeping High Treason in their spawn is wasting that game clock.
However, High Treason may have overcommitted here. Take a look at Nate. He's got top circle control, wins his first battle. Follow up, though, Velux. Good response. Gives a chance here to stop the EMP from crossing to A. because for a moment, Nate's position looked like it very well may have just allowed the EMP to freely rotate for his score at A, but now things are a little bit more level. The Lux working on a multi-kill, but only finds one, and we'll continue the battle with a minute 15 on the clock, right on the backside of top ring.
High Treason find 2. One play on the low side of dirt. It's Nate. Big one-on-one to just value his life as long as he can. Stalls out time for his teammates to sort of get back into the play. But Icons is in your spawn. Lines up a double. Still knows that there's going to be pressure, but it's Brack again. Clutch multi-kill. Gives his team another lifeline.
50 seconds on the clock. Everything resets. Nate, yeah, following up off of the info on Aiden down low. Doesn't expect dimensions, and Luka gets caught on sprint. So now High Treason a chance to try to capitalize at the middle of the map. Decent movement from Fellow. Gives Brack, though, an opportunity to really shine. And there will be numbers for a moment for him at Brooklyn, but the battle from Aiden is good. And we'll just kind of keep the device here, and we'll just kind of keep playing TDM around it.
Just keep on slaying. No need for Brooklyn to do anything else but look for their perfect opportunity, and now they find it. A 4 dead in the feed. Fellow knows that he has the timing. Everyone going to put their focus over towards this A point. You just got to time this flank to perfection. He's looking the wrong way, but the nades are connecting. Omit right through the front door. Yet another cap. 3-1 to end the half.
The nades connecting at the end there almost feels a bit inexcusable. I mean, you have to know where the play is coming from, but there's so much pressure that was established by Fellow. It felt like High Treason just kind of got stuck in the mud and wanted to wait to play off of the info of where the EMP carrier is. And all of a sudden, you don't get a trophy down. 2 nades land right on top of your head on that back balcony, and it's just an easy score from there. So a heck of a half from Brack, 19-9. And it's an edge that hasn't been Brooklyn looking at a potential 3-0.
And now you could just play keep away a little bit. Brack being the safety net, the perfect goalkeeper. Hey, you guys think you're going to score because you got 3 dead? No, nice try. I'm watching over the EMP. Multiple clutch kills on that opening round. Now up by 2. Opening duel goes in favor of a Lux. Icons finds the second, so immediate pressure in favor of High Treason. All-man map control goes their way. Someone just picked the EMP up.
Luka finding that window over towards Solar gives him a route to hit. And yeah, another moment where you feel like High Treason could definitely put some pressure on the device, but instead they're all just waiting for the next wave of fights to come through. And in that moment of pause, it's Mitt Brooklyn who come out favorably to re-swing the map into their favor.
You have a majority of the kills going your way. I know Brack has caused you a couple nightmares so far in this map. We have to be able to retrieve that EMP, dominate the time of possession if you want to stand a chance on a comeback. Trey's going back and forth. Nate, last man standing, just needs to value his life, and he's doing a great job of doing so, already out of dodge.
Well, the time that's being killed off the clock
3 dead.
will put a little bit of pressure on the High Treason, who, like you say, clear
they
the floor, and
them.
this
They
should
shoot
just be a
them bad.
freebie. Unless nades land, this should just be a
Why are
freebie.
they taking this route, Al?
I don't know, Jay. I don't know. Icons could have easily put it in by now, and instead, you've got Brack back into the action. Icons not able to get there, and it's another moment where it's just like, where's the decision-making? Who's quarterback in the play? Because you've handed the ball off, but now we're taking slow, long routes when we could have just hit it right down the middle.
I think the player that actually wanted to go down the middle, he just missed his jump up towards top ring. So then that forces him to go through dirt because your teammate had already lost that gunfight. Now the counterattack here for Omid. They are just trying to fly across. The pistol hits for Nate, and High Treason are just not getting anything to go their way right now. Down 4-1, 3 minutes left to go, and Omid Brooklyn already on the reset.
Yeah, we need to get 2 scores quickly here if you're High Treason to have a chance at this thing. Fellow, nice snap, finds himself 2. Information on the 3rd, dealt with by Aluka. And it's just down to Icons trying to stop this, but there's just not an angle to be found. Aluka scores 5-1. Likely that would mean the game unless High Treason can put together a counterattack right here.
Yeah, it needs to be a rally cap. We need to put 2 back-to-back in. We need to develop some streaks if we want to stand a chance at a comeback, because now Brooklyn with a nice, comfortable lead up by 4 can just play keep away. No need to rush the objective at all. High Treason had to make every single play on the map. YX trying to find the player through mid-long. Can't find them, at least for now, but sets up a Luca for a double. Omen still here and fighting.
Clean shots. That's now 4 dead. And you score here, we could definitely say game's over. Oh my goodness. That is, yep, that'll work. They go over towards A. And, well, I feel like my stream has frozen.
No, I'm with you, Al. I'm with you.
Okay.
I'm right there. Yeah. I don't know what happened.
Well, I think we know what the outcome of that game is going to be. So we'll head over and take a look at the Falcons matchup between both Academy teams. Right now, 2-0 in the map count to green. And a 2-2 count would, I assume, would be in the second half here of this Den Overload. And Device currently being held by RCD, trying to put together a comeback, but he gets naded and now a chance for green.
Yeah, Falcons White desperately need this win, but 3 go dead in defeat on their end. Now you're racing to the backside of this B point. Rupert's going to take his time. Hopefully these stuns or nades are not going to be felt because you already have pitches on the opposite side as well. Pressure from every single angle. Green looking to add another one to the tally.
Yeah, Paul stuck inside, backstairs, Priestess for 2. The last Bastion. Able to find 3, pistol out, almost gets the 4th, but you got to go back for the Device,
Wow.
and that's enough for King of Body to get into the mix. What a play from Priesta. I mean, he had no business getting more than 2, but most importantly, he kills the Device carrier, and a chance for White to respond towards B with now big time space to be capitalized. And I don't know if anyone gets here in time. Oh, they do!
Oh, they're trying to fight it, but Roxas off the respawn isn't going to make it easy for them. Falcons White almost take the lead there, but get shut down at the very end. 1:30 left on the game clock. Green potentially looking to put the last score of the map. Trying to end this out in 3, but King of Body and Arcity's already combined for 2. Now you got pinches on both sides. Roxas, you know you are trapped. How much more can you get done with the pistol? Only 1, but you stalled time. Teammates are back to defend.
A big win for Rasim in the back end of this play. Shuts down any potential for a quick counterattack from White onto B. We're still going to try to force it. And Priesta is cooking. 26 and 18. Pistol out. Can't quite find QK. And the Device will find the ground again. Quickly recovered by Green. And RCD shut down at mid. Now has a chance to swing this through the mid cut. And possibly get a look at B if you're Green.
Could potentially have our first overtime of the day here in Overload. Comes out to the final 40 seconds. Find an opening kill through mid-cut, but you don't have the bodies that you want if you are Falcons Green. 3 go down over towards Dojo. Asim, you gotta stay alive. You gotta stay strong. Hold the line.
Stuns and nades come through. Asim trying to chase this down around the back. He's avoided the secondary nade. The stun landed, but his tac mask has him still in position to try to deal some damage from behind. King of Body at mid-map. Asim says bet, but gets put down. 8 seconds until overtime. Arcity's holding up top. How do you choose to play this right now? As Green is going to bunker down and Academy White are going to have the time to try to see how they play, and Priest has found first blood.
Oh, it's big out of Priest that finds the first blood because you know one of your players only has a pistol. But in a man advantage, this is where you're going to bank now on Roxas working on this pinch. Wait for him to make this play.
Oh, he doesn't see him in the corner. And Priest has found a second, so now it's just down to Rupert. And he's just not going to have anywhere to go. Wow, what an opening from Priesta, but shutting down the pinch is massive. So 3-2 the count in overtime. Falcons White will extend the series to 1 more map at least. And I don't really know. What was I'm trying to find the result sheet to see how close this series has been. Let's see here. I can give you a look. 250-201 and then 6-2. So the opening hardpoint was close. The search wasn't. So
Okay.
Blackheart's coming up next. Could be a fun one to keep our eyes on here, Jay.
No, definitely, man. Especially with the way that Priest is playing. Like, that guy has been dragged through the mud over the last couple of years in his pro career.
He really
and now he's trying to work that way back up. And I think this is like the perfect title for him. A guy that can wall bounce. Obviously, he's always been known as a flex player. But now he's fully committed on that sub. And you see what that young man is capable of. Single-handedly forces game 4. If he doesn't get that stop at that B point with that triple, then it's GG. But he forces game 4. P-Dog's on 5.
Yeah, young man is a little crazy out of you, but
Yeah, but he
hanging.
looks young. He's got no facial hair. P-Dog always catches me off guard. He's got to be like 23.
I think he's old. He's got to be. I think he's closer to like 25, 26, isn't he?
You might be right. No, 100%.
I feel like he's in his late 20s now. But you saw the score there. Mid Brooklyn did convert the 3-0 as you would have expected. And we'll jump over to For Fun Esports taking on Next Threat. Must-win series for Next Threat. Otherwise, they find themselves 0-4 through the first 2 days of the Elite. For Fun, rocking their Miami Vice colors, have been a surprise so far. I think especially with their win in match number 1, rather, I should say. And are looking for more here. This is a very colorful minimap, too. Let me tell you that.
Oh, yeah. We're ready for Valentine's Day, baby. And now if you're For Fun, you're potentially ready for another score. Z-Vic in a big one-on-one gunfight, knocked down to 8 HP, but DC gets the better of him. So Next Threat currently up by 1 in minute and 40. Are dominating the time of possession. They have the all on the right side of the map that they want. But you just got to keep on slaying.
Prada stuck in the corner. Whoopsies. Vivek is kind of caught in a weird situation. Little team fodder comes through, and Prada's in some big trouble now here. And yeah, he'll drop. Yeez. Another player that's been in and out of the league, or at least had chances at it. Have not really found much this map, 15 and 23, but has his team now with the device. Trying to make a play over to B. Tough gunfight as wow, Proto. That is, yeah, wow. Easy double. Quick counter attack on the way.
Hold on.
Yeah, you score it. Now we're tied at 3.
Tied at 3. 55 seconds to go. Next Threat, you got to keep in mind that their 4th was just picked up to the CDL, so they're learning on the fly right now with Yeez. You have to get something done. You don't want to drop to 0-4 the first 2 days of the Elite. You need to have a chance at playoffs. Sandy and DC combined for 2. There's a hellstorm in the air. They're going to try to slow them down, but this might take too long.
Yeah,
that's actually theirs. This is a score.
That sure is. 4-3, 25 seconds on the clock. Plus, you're also keeping For Fun Esports trapped in the back. Phantoms has to come back to this play from behind. Overwhelmed through P2 is Standy. Here comes the flood. You have to get the device. Yeez up top in the hole. Whoa, just barely able to find Peel. But Yeez can just bodyguard this EMP and just watch this map come to an end. Looks like that should be the case. Last couple of seconds. No one's going to touch a Next Threat with the late score. Is able to find the narrow, why do I keep saying Nero? The narrow win. I just want to see my boy Dylan. I just want to see Nero.
We cast that guy this week, I think, you know? I think he falls into our hands this week, so that should be fun.
Here for that. But wow, what a map. I mean, what a map.
Yeah. Now, Next Threat showing fight, though, Al. Like, they desperately, obviously, need this win. But like I said, this is difficult to do because you just had a 4th that you just qualified to make it into the league, and then he gets called into the pros. So now you have to learn a new play style with Yeez, because Exceed, I'm pretty sure, was like their second flex player, could switch to an SMG. Yeez is infamously known as a fast SMG player, so it's just new play styles that you need to start to adapt, and at least for now, they are finding their footing up 2-1 in that series.
Yeah, man, it's interesting because I think the biggest thing about it is like we watched the For Fun Invitational. Showcases a lot of challengers talent. You then have the ability to look over what this For Fun team has done, what Next Threat has done, and yeah, it's just one of those situations that you have to make quick adjustments. But we're almost at a point now, like especially watching like Craze and the Emit teams from the past, like that's not an excuse anymore. Like
yeah.
It doesn't matter if your guys get picked up to the league, you should still be able to find a way to win. I mean, Craze was able to do it, so. The storylines continue to build, but here's a look at, again, what is on our docket for right now. The Falcons head-to-head matchup still ongoing after that Map 3 win by White. Everything else has been, well, I would say pretty convincing so far. I mean, we saw, obviously, Mid Brooklyn 3-0 High Treason, Project Notorious 3-0 Stallions Black really quickly, Huntsmen's 2-0 up over CABAL as we jump on board with that one, which is looking pretty good for Huntsmen to bounce back after their loss earlier today to Project Notorious. So a couple of definitive and pretty convincing results and a couple of teams that have to win that are fighting.
I don't think I've ever seen this play call in my life. The first 15 seconds, we are using the Hellstorm to try to get a score, and we don't get it. Yeah, methods, call the boys, go into the room after that, because that cannot happen again. We got to use that to either guarantee a cap or defend the cap.
Yeah.
But you just waste it, so you give CABAL a lifeline here.
especially on this map of all things.
Yeah.
Well, Huntsmen will still hold map control. Tough battle for Nezra. Whoa, last
Shots.
bullet for Rispy connects through the wall. So that opens up the A side of the map quite a bit. Renegade holding on the cross, seeing what he can follow up on, and that's an easy elimination on Manny. 3 down. And with that map positioning, this should be a pretty quick switch over unless Nezra can find the device carrier. He does. And Neum gets shut down. Follow up from Rispy trying to get there, but he's stunned. First kill is good. More around this backside convoy, though. And that's where he will fall. So Huntsman had a chance for a score, but shut down as the EMP will reset.
Yeah, reset comes in. Neum's already finding himself in a position over towards green, or at least Renegade is going to be towards green. Neum is going to be the EMP carrier, and Renegade with that pinch swans him all the way across the map. Huntsman add another to the board, but I love this. Be a little bit patient. Let's guarantee this map control. With Renegade finding that second kill, now you know all of CABAL are spawning on the backside of green. We are ready for this next push. 2-2 split in the fights, but Nezra comes out on top.
Yeah, Kips surprisingly so. Caught a little bit off guard there, trying to beat them over to the corner. So a little bit of playing control now for CABAL. Neum's nade gives them some space to hold on to. There's the jump over. And Rispy will follow up with another quick Hellstorm call here.
There you go. This is how you use it.
Yep, that's 3 dead. Manny will be found over towards window and dealt with. So now you have a chance to run up the map, but the spawns are quick and close for CABAL to try to hold on to the defensive line.
And Kips, he was your lead blocker. He gets cut down, so now it's going to slow down the approach. But Neum juking them out of their socks. Forcing them to play over towards A. We already have positioning over towards Mortel, but Neum is going to fall. So CABAL, we're able to stabilize here. Clear out their base little by little. Rispy still causing problems, but he's going to get taken care of. But there's only 2 minutes and 20 seconds left to go. CABAL needs some map control. They need a wave of kills to get out of this trap.
I was about to say, like, these battles have been back and forth and tight, but the scoreboard is the biggest opponent right now for CABAL. Glow Frosty at 24 and 19, the only one positive. Which doesn't help. As Huntsman will continue just to play the North Fields. Renegade having a whale of a map, 27 and 17 now. And this back and forth affair just continues to allow Huntsman to finesse the time.
Minute 50 to go. Nezra on 5 in a row. EMP still going to be down over towards plane. Do we have another Hellstorm to potentially shut down this push? No, we got the ARs holding down the lanes, but Neum gets ripped out of top blue. Kip's instantly going to be traded. CABAL looking to put their first score on the board, but every stun, every nade is connecting, and Neum pops 3 to shut it down.
Oh my God. That is insane, just watching from that perspective, because the stuns and nades you see exploding all over the place, but Neum with a little pop over the fence to find the spike carrier and then follow behind that with 2 more is unbelievable. Manny stuck on motel stairs, dealt with by Rispy. And Huntsmen have guaranteed themselves the map here by playing keep away. But what a moment from Neum. And honestly, for Huntsman, a heck of a bounce back and an exclamation point there by Kip.
Yeah, a big bounce back for the Huntsmen because they go flawless 2-0 yesterday. You go up against Project Notorious today, and you get steamrolled, just simply outclassed. But you were looking for a bounce back in a dominant fashion, and the 3-0 is ideal. Give you that momentum going into next week. Rispy is just, I don't care. I'm pushing their spawn. I know the timing is already 3 dead in the feed. 30 seconds, it's already GG.
Yeah, this has been a dominant display. Neum was thinking about it. And he may just ice the cake here as he rotates back through mid connector, looking for a 4th score. Teammates body blocking in front. Does get shut down, but all in all, doesn't make a difference. Huntsman will take the 3-0 win and finish off the first week of Elite number 1, 3-1 overall in match count, where CABAL now will have to really respond with a win next week if they want to have a chance at playoffs.
Oh, yeah. I'm curious who they play next week because, let me see. They're playing Project Notorious. That is tough. If you were CABAL, you wanted to come out and take care of business in at least one of these series today. You almost completed the reverse sweep versus Falcons Academy White. You fall short there. Then you run into a very angry Huntsman's roster that were just looking for the redemption on their day. So today wasn't your day if you're CABAL GG, but next week versus the Vets, you need to be on point.
All right. Back over to Delta and our matchup between the Falcons. See what we get here as we just kind of tally the scoreboard. Paul's having a bit of a slow one, but Arcitys is 23-13. 2K not to be denied. 28-15 is currently leading the lobby. What has been a dead tie game, essentially, especially as we get to the next 3 seconds. Paul, M15, still trying to work this out through mid. And we rotate over with 10 seconds of scrap remaining. But Green are going to find a lot of the eliminations, and Paul is the only one left alive on the left side, or pardon me, the right side of the map.
Yeah, Paul's just got to value his life. He knows he's going to be surrounded. You got to play this patient. Just being in this position gives your teammates all the space to go up with you. But now we're looking for the opening kill. Pressure on every angle. Arcitys through the front side. Slide, slippery slide. Give me the first kill, but everyone else is dropping like flies. Priesta's going to fall. A clean 4 dead. Falcon screen. Hold.
Yep, looking good. And now you've got a Seam with the potential to hit a route shut down by Arcitys. That creates opportunity for White to quickly contest. Roxas trying to execute on some trigger. This one comes away with 2. Rupert follows for his trade. Oh, no, actually, it's Priesta who's still alive. A Seam finally gets his trade. And Green will still hold for the time being, but a quick spawn behind by Paul allows him to contest, and he actually wins a 1v1 to try to fight for the scrap time. But eventually, the back and forth affair allows Green to overwhelm and get the scrap.
Oh, King of Body, big trade on the QK. Because now Falcons White are looking for their response. It seems like this game is just a battle of tug of war. I get some, you get some. All right, we're going to run a rotation, take the lead right on back, but this is an opportunity where Falcons Green can blow the game wide open. You instantly flip the white squad all the way across the map. Everything is being cut off. You're just looking for the opening kill to set the tone, and Asim finds it.
Oh, and Asim actually kind of finesses, trying to get a reload off. Team kill does come through thanks to the damage. QK follows, and Roxas puts it out of question. 35 seconds to fight for on the hill. Trying to regain and reset is Falcons White, and they find 3 kills in the blink of an eye. That actually moves the spawns around. So now it's just down to dealing with the last player inside the hill, and that felt a little too easy and a little bit unexpected in terms of how White are able to re-break.
Yeah, just a little bit too aggressive as Falcons Greens on some of those angles. Force a lot of one-on-one gunfights, and then you leave QK last man standing, who's obviously capable of potentially taking over on an HP. 36-19 with almost 2 minutes in the game. QK has been on point in final form so far here in Black Ops 7. A 25-point lead as we go over towards P5. Falcons Green are ready, but Paul X flies right through for a double, and they might get an early break off of it.
Yeah, bold play by Paul. Finds somehow to get this 3 in a row, but now 4. Teammates are surrounding him as he respawns up, but Paul will be denied. Green able to fight back with a couple of kills from inside the hard point. And with that last kill from Rupert, spawns are going to get blocked again. Arcitys wins the 1v1. Roxas going to just prefer to play inside the hill and wait for help through the jump alley, but doesn't expect the player up close and personal. Green still finding kills. It's a mix fest on the hard point until finally Rupert wins the last 1v1.
And now spawns flip. Green can walk away with this final 20. The white squad can't afford to give up this time, but that decision might be made for them. 3 dead in the feed. Now it's a fight for mid-map control. A scene from the wall run. Rupert mid-bouncing. 3 dead in the feed. Everyone from Falcons White spawning at old. Green trying to send their brethrens packing.
Looking good for it as well. QK shuts down 1 lane. Roxas the other. No one coming close to making it over towards the drill. Rupert will finish on 5 in a row, and Falcons Green best their brothers and take a huge win to set themselves up in their group to make it into playoffs.
Man, that is crazy because now there's 2 teams who basically have 1 match in front of them to decide their playoff spot. CABAL have to play Project Notorious, and Falcons Academy have to play Stallions Black. You guys think of what is going to happen next week. I probably don't even got to say it, but all right, good games to them.
Indeed the case. Holy cow. Dude, this Challenger State has been flying by. I'm loving the fact that we're getting all these simultaneous action games. The game is just quick overall. This has been a treat.
Scott Hansen would be proud of us, Al. I'm telling you.
Holy, I'm here for that. I'm here for that. So, yeah, that completes all of Group B for the day. Huntsmen with the 3 over CABAL, Project Notorious 3 over Stallions Black, and then Falcons Green 3-1 now over Falcons White. On the other side of things, though, Group A is still a bit up for grabs. Next Threat find themselves in a Colossus hardpoint against For Fun Esports. They're up 2-1. Five Fears, we watched part of that Overload, I believe it was, and they found themselves a 4-1 win on Den over Bush. So they're going to be on a Scar hard point, and those are the only 2 games that are still going. So we've got Bravo and Charlie still hanging, still going strong, and here's a look at the updated standings after the other completions have come through. And honestly, the teams that are still up and running are still a mix of that giant piece of Group A tiebreaker situations that are happening. But as you were saying, Jay, looking at Group B, since that group is finished, you said it. Falcons, who they have to play, CABAL, and who they have to play. It's going to be head-to-head matchups that could not be more important.
Yeah, it's so tough because if you're CABAL, this was like the day you wanted to add another one to the tally. You know, be at 2-2 going into next week, but now you're going to be playing the top team in the group next week for your only game to potentially get in playoffs, while Falcons Academy White are going to be playing the team that only won 1 match so far throughout this entire league in Stallions.
Yep.
But into another game that's still going on. Five Fears up 2-1 in this series versus the Bush. Bush need to try to come back and force game 5.
And what we were saying without saying it is that we could have a potential 3-way tiebreaker at 1-4 for teams to get out of Group B. So everyone else is going to be feeling pretty safe. But let's jump on into this one. The results from the opening hard point went the way of Bush, 250 to 186. And they are off to the races here on Scar. Holy cow.
Yeah, don't get no better than this, Al. We're talking about at least 40 seconds off of the P1, winning a rotation over towards P2. Dark Side has to get something done on this pinch to create an opening for his team. He does find one, but instantly going to get traded. Telluride, Bush still in the position to instantly hop back in.
Fire trying to hang on to contest. Eric Boom waiting for the reset. Nice Semtex from Fire. And the follow-up from Prolude will likely have Bush looking favorably at the scrap time. They couldn't find Darkside to eventually do, but yeah, the time, it keeps on ticking right now for Telluride Bush. 68 to 1. And it's going to be Five Fears just trying to play reset over to New.
And now if you are Telluride Bush, you're just banking on hopefully someone has themselves a Hellstorm, because no one was early off the rotation over towards the money hill at B3. You have the power positionings that you want over towards blue, and yeah, this is how you want it. Force them all the way in the backside of green. Now we take playing heady. We got the time. We got trophy systems. But the guy flanking green actually gets that spawn to Eric Broom, and it's red. What a play out of Telluride Bush.
I just don't, I mean, 5 Fears, no one looked, I mean, I was watching the minimap. I don't think anyone ever turned to watch that pinch location from Capsule. He gets 3 up top for free. Lines him up, and he's looking for more. Chasing red dots. Finds some damage, but doesn't like the look of it for the kill. Retreats back up to mid. And now he's got more! Whoa! Nice shots from Caps. Gets to 5 in a row. 5 Fears able to break the setup with the last 15 seconds of scrap time, but this has been a runaway for Bush.
Yeah, you'll take this final 15, but now you got to find a way to break in towards P4. You already have Prolude creating an extra layer up through the map. Finds 1 kill, and it's fine. He's going to spawn right next to his teammates at the new HP. An 84-point lead. Oh, he spawns all the way across the map. Is it because no one's hard blocking? Yeah, you give 5 Fears an opportunity. They have players in the back now.
Caps, wow, just keeping the hot hand up. Can't win the first battle. KB predicts the second as well. Trades are decent. Does this block spawns here? No, not for one. But it will also be spawned out towards Motel. So every gunfight, an important one. Eric realizing that, just keeping the block alive in the back. Has a tally on a couple of players around the hard point waiting for help. And now as everyone's collected for 5 Fears, they can approach and try to break.
They have the numbers, just got to fly on in. Eric Boom leads the charge with a double, make it a triple. Back spawn secured for 5 Fears, but it's still a long road ahead to get back into this game. Final 15 is going to be yours. Telluride Bush just don't want to scam and die off the rotation, because now Prolude is all the way on the opposite side at that old HP. You're going to make it in 3v3, but thankfully everybody else is watching their cuts, and you still have the personnel to be set up at the new HP.
Oh, big one for Prolude. Keeps the middle of the map as a safe pivot point here for Telluride Bush. Oh, weird off spawn here, though, for KB. Predicted, though, by Spart. Finds the kill, and now there's tons of clearance around the hard point. Darkside trying to stay alive underneath tower. Can't quite lock the shots out of Capsule. And as more Bush gaming members spawn behind the hill, this game's turning into a runaway once again.
Yeah, it's just getting out of hand now. Telluride Bush just have all of the power positioning. He's playing heady. That's mine. If you're fire 40, you have that player weak. No need to contest him. As they are just dominating rotation after rotation. Setups are basically flawless. You're about to be able to breach that 50-point mark if you're 5 fierce, but this second half needs to be a whole lot better.
Yeah, I'll say. Spart denied by KB. 5 fierce flooding from the front. Get the scrap time. Can quickly rotate back over to mid. And they've got a lot of space through Motel to work with as well. So a lot of opportunity here for 5 fierce to get some early time at P1. Just comes down to, do they get a read on this rotation through the mid cut?
Just try to protect your teammate. Protect the president as long as you possibly can at P1, but Eric Boom had to go out there and tell himself. Now you got pressure from multiple angles. Capsule flanking towards white walls, only able to take down one, so 5 fierce had the blue spawns, but without any deli control, just allowing Telluride Bush to continuously run up that score.
Not good enough for 5 fierce. Just so much freedom to hit routes right now for Telluride Bush. 2 players at 19 and 10. Fire and Caps rocking it. Minute 30 in the hill, counting for Spart. As Telluride Bush have put this thing nearly out of question. They win this next rotation, they could just win the game essentially. So must do for 5 fierce here, and they at least get 3 down and a chance to look over an empty hard point coming up next at P2.
Yeah, and with the lead that Telluride Bush have, like, this is when you can start to develop on seriously long routes. All you're looking for is one opportunity, one wave of kills to go your way. Now you're spawning all the 5 fierce over towards green. You got the pressure from that blue area and players ready to set up the pitch through Delhi. Prolu finds kill after kill on 3 in a row. Now you have the numbers advantage. Let's just fly on in. An easy break, textbook break there from Telluride Bush.
Yeah. Unreal. It's been as clean as you'd like right now for Telluride Bush. Spart feasting. Lots of damage, able to find himself a second. Capsule, the next line of defense with Prolute. That works out well. And the squad of, well, let's put it plainly, long-standing veterans is handling business here on Scar Hardpoint. Break for scrap time for 5 fierce. They're actually going to clear mid and get 2 players to new, so a chance to at least get themselves a good setup, but they need to start winning some gunfights.
Yeah, I know, but this is the ideal situation you want to be in, though, Al. If you can chain that P3 to the P4, keep them trapped on the backside of green, and already off to a great start with a 4 dead. So 5 fierce, even though it looks like they have been getting beat up, battered, all throughout this hardpoint, still got a chance.
Here comes the play through mid-cut. Spart denied immediately. Someone may need to get streaks for 5 fierce to gain a little bit of insurance on what could come up next. Eric Boom watching the mid-cross. Has Prolute dead to rights. Fire with his kill has pushed through, trying to flip the map and set up a bit of a pinch. But KB is ready for it, or is he? Oh my goodness, Darkful very fortunately wins that gunfight. And now we start to panic as we look over with 10 seconds remaining to the new hard point, and Telluride Bush are there with 3 members ready to go.
60-point difference. You do step 1, but now you have to make it a little bit more difficult and find an early break here at P4. Down by 59, you need the trade onto Spark. You find it. Pressure through the backside of white wall. You got to take care of Prolute. You get the trade. There's pressure through Motel. It needs to happen very, very quickly because there's only 1 player in the hard point. Everybody else from Telluride Bush is across the map.
Gotta win these gunfights if you're 5 fierce, though. You cannot just assume that this is going to work out for you. Fire around the back. Finds one for free.
What a play.
And he's got a second one in line. Eric Boom will drop. Telluride Bush now in the hill. Do they get a read, though, that Rex is up top? A couple of shots come through. KB helping out. That's going to be a quick flip of the spawn, plus potentially an overwhelming presence inside the hard point. Caps backing away. Tries to slip back outside. Shut down in 5 fierce. Still kicking with 15 seconds of scrap time to fight.
Alrighty, now we got to get some kills off the rotation. Look for an opening. You spot out Prolute on the top side of green. There's pressure inside Delhi. You're trying to isolate onto Spart in this back left corner. You're able to find him, but he still should be in a position to spawn near his teammates, or KB's going to be in a position to instantly get a spawn kill. It's a 3v3 they're trying to hold, but Spart plays it to perfection. Backside clear, we're still holding.
Now you got to win your gunfights from the front. Prolute making a mess of the entryway by cutting things off through mid. A couple of kills come through, though. A chance to jump on to contest. Dark will be the one in. But up top, Fire gets a free angle. Spart able to help out. Now the reinforcements are here, and the numbers are too strong. We're going to go to 5 as Telluride Bush send us the distance.
Yeah, they were just in control of that game to start to finish. You know, you try to believe in potentially a comeback. You do what you need to do, but when you have that much of a lead, you can take your time on these break attempts or your rotations, and that's exactly what Bush did. What a play out of Fire to be the last man standing in the side of P4, goes through top, reflanks the back, finds a double, blocks the spawn, and gives his team a good chunk of time there to give them still that advantage that they were looking for. They're forcing a game 5, and on my other screen, I think Next Threat and the other squad and 4 Funds are also going game 5 because they are getting murdered on this Colossus HP.
Oh, okay then. So we've got some bangers to finish this thing off.
Oh, yeah.
Again, the situation here with Group A is really just simply put about what can we do to break up the giant 2-1 tiebreakers. This is, again, the breaking point, so to speak. No free shout-outs, but free shout-outs. To what happens in this group. You know, you separate yourself by going up 3-1, you're in a great spot. Going 2-2, you're still battling, but it doesn't rule you as an automatic bid into the playoffs. Like, you still have to come out in your 5th round robin match and essentially find a win to guarantee your status. Otherwise, there will likely be tiebreaker situations to consider at the end there. So, important map 5 still to come. We've got one more break to get through, and then we're jumping on in to the finale here of Week 1 of Elite 1 here in North American Challengers. Don't go far. We'll be right back. Jumping back into the mix here as we find ourselves on the Charlie matchup for Fun Esports taking on Next Threat in a map 5 affair. Again, very important, more so for Next Threat than anything else, needing to find a win. And, well, after the bomb has been planted, first blood goes the way of Next Threat. Counter nade from Vic does tag, though, and an opportunity to try to defend from behind the site.
30 seconds to go and a man-up advantage. Gotta look for that second kill. Johnny's able to find it. Now Z-Vic left between a rock and a hard place. Has to kill everyone. And Timmy Phantoms gets picked off. They were trying to catch them off guard with an early A play. That usually is the case. When you're playing a map like that, you're stacking heavy through mid and that B site. So when you instantly get that bomb down, in a 4v4 situation in your post plant, we cannot afford to be the first player to fall to the hands of a nade on the backside of tree. DC finds the opening, starts off the trade fights, and ends out on the trade fights for Next Threat. Just have a successful retake for round 1.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. Okay, so first blood converted on nicely. Let's see what we get in terms of an offensive effort for Next Threat. 3-man hit right down middle. Phantoms is up top. Looks like he's got a scope in hand. But Johnny has gone completely unnoticed. This is a deep position for him to possibly utilize. So we'll see if there's any way that Next Threat can utilize this spot to really break down this for fun defense.
Yeah, Johnny's just trying to get some kind of info before he decides to strike. Everyone throwing shots. 55 seconds and counting. Z-Vic peaks at the right time for the first blood onto the stand, man. This is where you got to allow Johnny to try to develop something on this late pinch, but Phantoms isn't giving it up.
No, that's been the important part about this, but finally, Johnny's position works out. It's Proto who will drop, and Next Threat have eyes on A. Phantoms, the only defender close. Peel and Vic, late to the party, going to have to play a 3v3 retake.
Johnny knows that they have to be backside dragon. You have DC watching the pinch. Everything's covered by that end, but Yeez is able to find that first kill. Johnny strikes for the second. 1v3 for Vic. Instantly gonna fall. And even when it looked like Johnny's controller was broken because he was in that position for so damn long, Johnny is the reason why they find the round win. 5-0 start. 2-0. Next Threat.
Yeah, that's just good trust from Johnny, knowing that his position will eventually kind of bear fruit. It just comes down to, hey, if no one's playing for a rotation, eventually an execute has to come through, and eventually I'll get a chance to at least catch info, or better yet, find a free blood. And like you said, 5-0 start. Very close to an early hellstorm here as Next Threat are off to the races and are setting up a 3-1 split defensively with some fireworks likely to occur here at B.
Oh, yeah, this is a bloodbath. Straight up bloodbath. DC is able to find a trade after Yeez falls, but Phantoms gives the numbers advantage for Fun Esports. Smoke grenade still going to be down, so you have no idea what's on the opposite side. There's still more chaos of brewing.
Yeah,
no, everything calms down.
Yeah, it reveals DC. Vic is trying to find the kill, but gets shut down. DC does get traded. And Johnny's going to have to make a decision here on how he wants to play this. And he's going to go quiet. Try to create a little bit of doubt here for Fun Esports doing the same thing, but Phantoms' head has been seen. It looks like the information is mutual, though. Yeah, it seems like that's been the case. Maybe not. Oh, there's the extra tags. Now the information is known, and there's just nowhere for Johnny to go.
Johnny thought he was spotted. There's no doubt in my mind. It's just they had no idea where he still was, so he could potentially weasel his way through 10 and made a play there, but once they gained the info, you set up the crossfires. For Fun Esports, put one on the board there with just the chaos. It was a blind counter on both ends. Through the smoke grenade, they just come out on top.
Yeah, it's just mix fest, right? I mean, it's easy breakdown. Win gunfights through smoke, profit type deal.
Nice.
But a big round for Fun Esports. Not only did they get on the board, but they shut down the potential streaks from Johnny. So kind of 2 birds with 1 stone. Early smoke here. But honestly, it doesn't really encompass the entirety of that window by the look of it. I think Vic just tosses a counter stun and says, this is a fake, so we're going to commit to A. But there's no hit at A. So maybe calling it a little bit too soon here is the for fun defense, and now you've got a free B site.
And now you're afraid to take that space back in towards Dojo unless you have everyone ready to go. The bomb is going to get planted, but keep in mind, he slid up to the bomb, so you can spot out his legs, but no one going to peek over the head glitch. And now 40 seconds to go, 4v4.
Yeah, and the mid-cross is also being contained as Yeez finds first blood. Now a chance with this post-plant committing to getting on to B for a long route to develop for Johnny. Yeah, there's just no way for Fun Esports to get out of this.
No way.
Yeah. Proto is completely stuck. Able to turn this into a 1v2. Makes it more manageable. But, yeah, there's just nowhere to go. He will drop a next threat quickly with a response.
Yeah, we just can't bite him. The decoy smoke that hard, man. Like, the smoke comes in, you don't hear any stuns or nades through it, so you're thinking, oh, it's definitely a decoy. But just a spread map set up with the bomb carry, the only person on this side of the map gains the info. There's nobody here, guys. I'm just going to plant the bomb. You find that first blood. You know that there's already a player on your side working on a late pinch. It was just textbook right there from next threat because for fun, just bit the bullet too hard on the bait.
Decent idea, but baffled, bamboozled, and beaten. 3-man hit for next threat quickly on this defense into mid. And DC, is that through smoke? Looked like it. Just kind of takes a stray shot and connects. So now all of a sudden you've got a numbers advantage. You understand that there's a bit of dojo presence, but Johnny's still forward, can continue to play off this pinch. Good support coming through. Peel, next one up. Here comes the pinch from Johnny. He's got nowhere to go. Phantoms finds one, finds two actually, but nowhere to run afterwards. Next threat quickly find themselves up 4-1.
And it's all about the difference of DC hitting that shot for the first blood. Because even with the smoke grenades, man disadvantage. Okay, they already have dojo control. They probably set a mid-cut. And if we waste any more time, we know that Johnny's going to be working on this pinch. So they try to send it on through. And just get bullied. Because there's more players on that side for next threat than for fun. Just looking like the better S&D team as of right now. They got steamrolled. Actually, in the map 2 raid search and destroy. But this game 5 looking way different.
3-1 split off for fun. And they're going to go quickly. Does Johnny hold this corner and profit off of it? Sure seems that way. Gets some damage. Tries to slip away. Syntax is not particularly great. So Johnny will find one before falling. Proto gets a second. Isolation trying to be executed on, but next threat may have missed their window on this. Yeah, another shoulder comes through for Proto. Help now on the wave with the pinch. Vic's able to find another, and there's just nowhere for DC to go but backwards.
That's a big shout out to Proto on that round, man, because once your teammate drops first, you get the trade, you find the second, but then just to value your life until your teammates are able to assist you before you commit. Doesn't throw away the advantage. Now DC 40 seconds left. Yeah. Just wants to keep this sniper alive. Just needs this clock to keep on ticking down.
Yeah, he's just going to try to save this. Here comes the chase down, though.
I'm out of here.
DC. Knife out. Maybe. Ooh, nope. Decent idea, but not so fast. So, quick response for fun esports defense. That's going to be difficult to say. You can't just say for fun, because that sounds like craziness.
FFE? No, that doesn't make sense. No. For fun?
But you can't say like
these guys are having a good
fun,
time.
you know what I mean? Whatever.
Yeah, they're having a good time. Yeah. Just a quick update on the other end out. It's currently 2-2. And that other game 5 series between 5 Fears and Telluride Bush on raid search or destroy. If you're 5 Fears, you want to edge this one out, but if you're Bush, you want to be nice and comfy sitting at a 3-1 going into next week.
Yeah. Guarantees you a playoff in this group. Standy, first defender for next threat at B. Johnny in some trouble, able to slide backwards to step away from the wall bang. And Standy's now been revealed, and yeah, doesn't like the look of that, so we'll keep his life. And now we have to try to figure out what the next move is for the attack of For Fun Esports.
Keep in mind, Pill's basically doing the same exact thing that Johnny did in the previous round on their offense. Just killing the noise is now forcing Next Threat to think that play is going over towards A. Bomb's going to get planted for free, and now Pill's just waiting for the perfect timing to work this pinch.
Kill noise, create doubt, works nicely. Johnny's going on the Giga flank. He is going to have to sprint, and Phantoms is watching it. Meanwhile, from the front, For Fun have found another elimination. Good nade. And yeah, Johnny does actually win the gunfight on Phantoms, but has to cut back over through mid if he wants to help out Yeez, who's stuck between a rock and a hard place. Able to reset for one. Not able to find the kill. Johnny looking for the trade, but denied. Just too much space to make up for. And For Fun Esports get us back to within one.
Hey, they do the same exact thing Next Red hit him with. This time, no smoke grenade. Just kill the noise at this B site. Force them to think that you're going over towards A, and then just get the bomb down with them not in a position to instantly retake it. You're forced to try to make a really heroic play. And like you said, Johnny working a deep pinch. Even though he did find a couple kills and was the last man standing, just wasted too much time.
Yeah, also.
So the mind game's playing a big part here in Game 5.
Yep. 10-3 for Johnny. And it's been, honestly, you figure out where Johnny is, you keep him from doing craziness, and you're going to win the round, it feels like. Standy, good first blood. Peel, nice response after the slow start. He's on 3 in a row. And Standy has also gotten a read that Phantoms is sniping. Whoa, DC, what are we doing? Don't chow that, brother. Stun, nade cooked. It tags, but Flak Jacket will keep the bomb planter of Standy alive, and we'll go to the 2v3.
Yep, everybody rallied together. You have the numbers up advantage, even though one is a sniper pistol. Let's push out and play these trades. Peel locates Johnny. Standy, last man standing in a 1v3. Makes it a 1v2, but he is surrounded. Peel peeling off the layers on these last couple of rounds, man. Just pop and takeover on 5 in a row. See a couple more scores so he can earn himself that Hellstorm, but it's all tied up now.
Yep. Yeah, that's just like you get that little slide over. You know the scope is up, but DC says, I got this. Whoa, never mind. No
yeah, I didn't get it. DC must have just thought, like, I'm truly him, bro. Yeah, I know you got that info that that's a sniper, but I am him, dog. I'm going to chow this. And unfortunately, that was the bad call.
Yeah. That call's literally snipe mid. Bet. So Peel finds himself now on 5 in a row. Is he close? He's got to be pretty close to Hellstorm. He hasn't been playing off the objective, though.
I'd say like 200 score, 200 score off.
He's got the bomb. DC trying to recover with a snipe of his own. This time it doesn't hit. Smoke will cover the dojo window, and that will lead to a Peel plant. Is that enough? Could be close.
Could be. But regardless, now it's Standy working on his deep pinch. Looking for opening while everybody else is clearing out towards dojo. Only 30 seconds to go. Stand man, you got to get into play.
Oh, he's bad timing, but stays alive. Here's Standy. Finishes off onto Proto, but Vic has the second line of defense covered. The only difficulty here for Fun is, well, I was going to say the streak gets called. It holds off time, but the rest of the defense really isn't here yet. So Vic has to stay alive, and he does well to catch one. Damage onto Johnny. Peel with the follow-up, but the pistol from DC is good. The problem is the clock. And in the perfect spot is Phantoms to make sure there's no potential defuse. And how about For Fun Esports back with a handful of rounds in a row thanks to Peel, now up 5-4 on match point.
Just not making any mistakes in these final couple of rounds, realizing, okay, Peel's on 5 in a row. If he gets the objective down, we're going to be good. He earns that Hellstorm. But just the fact that they use it on that round just to guarantee it, you eliminate DC early on contestation with the smoke grenade out of the sniper and don't waste any time to get that objective down. They knew what that play call was from the beginning of that round. Just needed that plant to go through, and now 4 funds at game point.
Did Phantom see a wrist of Johnny there? It looks like it, because For Fun Esports are trying to chow him out, and they find first blood. Oh, no. This is feeling like the round a couple of defenses ago for Fun Esports that you get the kill, you make it a mix fest, and instead of holding towards P2 like they had prior, now they're rotating back to middle. Next Threat spent so much time last time they saw this trying to clear out P2. Now they're playing for the quick pan at B. It looks like they're going to get away with it.
You do have one player in a positioning towards dojo, but DC, you don't want to get isolated here. You want to try to get on out, get some information, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Just keep forcing him to look for you.
Need help from Yeezier, though, too. DC gets the first. He's stuck. He's committed. Nades will land. Should be an easy follow-up, and it is. Where's Yeez as part of this picture? nowhere to be found. Phantoms catches him on the exit, so now it's just down to Standy on the cross through mid-cut. Has Peel down low. Sees the ankles of another. Nade cooked. Here comes the double shell. He's caught with the nade out. Finds the first. The nade tag, but it doesn't matter. Phantoms is able to survive it and catch the defuse. And for fun esports, holy cow, a handful of rounds strung back to back to back. They take a 6-4 win. And what a massive day for them in the group standings.
Oh, that's massive, man. 2-0 on the day. Probably weren't expecting to be there, I know, for everybody else. But as players, you definitely were. But enough of that game. We're into another Game 5, all tied up at 4. Barn burners on both ends to close out the night here in Challengers.
So it's going to be Bush on the attack, already getting laundry control. This has been voluntarily given for 5 fears. So what do they have in the playbook for a retake in this situation? Looks like they're resulting and relying largely on this double play through Waterfall. But Fire has read it, and he is out of there. And now the post plant is going to move almost purely over to laundry. Huge advantage for Bush.
Yeah, full laundry control. Everything is being covered. You just don't want to die to the hands of a stun or a nade. It's all getting invested on the middle map. A Capsule knocked down to 38 HP. He's surrounded by 5 Fierce players. They're going to send it. They find the opening too.
Oh, what a track back for 5 Fears. Pro looking to change the post plant up a little bit by playing through pillars. Fire has to stay alive and kill some time. He's under pressure though. 1v1 with Rex doesn't go his way. Meanwhile, Darkside was able to find Proloot at mid-map. 5 Fears show you the hand of, look, we're playing through driveway. But the adjustment after reading that Fire had the intel, the re-wrap back to laundry through mid works out perfectly, and now they're on match point.
Like, 5 Fierce were all over the map right there, Al. Sometimes too much information is very difficult to use because you instantly push yourself to raid, no stuns or nades hit you. You're instantly taking laundry uncontested. You know that they are working that pinch, and you also gain info from the bomb carrier that there was a guy sitting mid-players trying to shot me down from getting his bomb planted. But once you force the repositioning out of Fire, you basically stack them over towards laundry, and Capsule over peaks too much. That's what hits the go button for 5 Fears. Now they'll be at game point.
Yep. Stun at mid. Does connect. Eric Boom, little jump up, just trying to check over towards kitchen. Capsule slides out, finds one. Traded, though. 3v3, as Eric is just barely left alive. Dark side, though. No. That's a huge win onto Proloot. Clears out laundry. And a lot of this defense now is going to rely on if Spark can find good timing here, and he may have it. Oh.
He may just, but that's a good shoulder there from Dylan Rex. The bait and switch now leads to a 1v3 for Mr. Fire. You know exactly where they're all going to be, but your best bet is to try to shut down this play before the bomb gets planted, but he got no choice now.
Yeah, he's going to have to win this tough 1v1 with Rex. A couple of tags on both sides, but Dylan will not lose that battle. 2 rounds in a row after we jumped into a 4-4 tie for 5 Fears. And that Group A is now super dynamic after the first matches today. We had 4 teams at 2-1. Now we've got a couple of teams gridlocked at 2-2. And honestly, the bottom of the group starts to look very plausible that one win might be able to get you out. So it's going to be really interesting, depending on how things go with the rest of the tiebreaker situations and just literally just the rest of the results next week.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the matches that we have for next week on the side of Group A. 5 Fears are playing Next Threat. Okay. They're playing a team that hasn't won a series yet. Okay, on the opposite side for another 2-2 team, which is going to be the Telluride Bus. They're playing High Treason. Not that bad. Home at Brooklyn are going against 4 Funds, but both of those guys, well, for Home at Brooklyn, they need a win. And for 4 Funds right now, they are looking like obviously the top seed in Group A. They just have tremendous ice in their veins, man. What a day of Call of Duty. Yeah. All the unexpected winners today were won today. It caught me off guard, but what a day.
Yeah, what I meant to say was that not 1 win might get you in, but 2 wins might not get you in is what I meant to say.
Yeah.
With Group A, with the potential of tiebreakers to still come. So, wow, what a docket we were going to have to save until next week on Wednesday. And then, of course, Thursday we'll start off the 8-team double elimination bracket. Lots of games on those days. We're always pumped to see it, especially with all this brilliant coverage that we're starting to see across the board. No longer are we in the pause and wait and hang around for 10 minutes. We're just in it. We're in the mix as soon as we start going live, and I'm loving it, dude. The energy's been up all day.
It's fantastic, man. Just consistently into Call of Duty, looking at all these different POVs, whole bunch of different play styles, and always in the action. Not gonna lie, this year of Call of Duty is gonna be phenomenal, and we're just getting started, my friend.
Just getting started, and the beautiful thing is the break is now over. We've got CDL for 3 days in a row. Bless that. It's going to be fun. We've got a lot of things to look at, possibilities, of course, with at least one roster change, but hey, we're in crunch time here as we try to steam down the road to Dallas, Texas for Major 1, not just with the CDL, but of course, these teams here in Challengers are going to be fighting for major points, major money, and of course, between now and then, a lot of seeding points. So lots of Call of Duty action to grace us over the next couple of weeks. We'll see you guys tomorrow for a CDL, and next week, same time, same place for everything Challengers on Wednesdays and Thursdays. Until then, make sure you have yourself just a great weekend, all right? Happy New Year to you. We'll see you guys this weekend. Bye-bye.